Welcome to the Thursday edition of the Ultimate Endgamers League, season number 9, week number 2. And while it may be Thirsty Thursday at your local watering hole, the only thing we're thirsty here for at the UEL is wins, baby. So I've got one question, and one question only. Are you ready? Because it's time to break forth the rhythm and the rhyme. It's time to get down like a clown like Charlie Brown and turn your frown upside down. It's time for the UEL to shine. So let's get down to that UEL beatdown.
Welcome everybody to UEL Season 9, Week 2. I am Speedy, joined here today by Strix. We have a great matchup between the XGods and the Blaze coming up. Strix, how are you feeling about this game?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling happy to be back into another season of UEL. And Week 2 allows us to see those last teams that we haven't seen just yet.
Yeah, we are going to see every team that we haven't seen so far, and they're going to be tested against all of the teams that won in our very first week. We were just running that down before the game started, and man, we are going to have some solidified standings early on. We've got this game, the XGods and the Blaze right now, with Hollywood taking the lead on the Blaze, leading a bunch of rookies and what a lot of people would call unproven talent, going head-to-head with the XGods, who picked up some what people would call very proven talent. So this is going to be a very telling matchup, and I think this is going to give us a good look at what standings are going to look like for quite a while this season.
Absolutely agree. I think watching the XGods last week, you saw them come out and absolutely crush the competition. The Shogun put up a good fight, but clearly there's a step above, and maybe that's why the XGods have their name. And Hollywood, of all people, trying to earn his way, in my opinion, into the UEL Pantheon with this new Blaze team. I hope that he's able to be prepared for whatever the XGods are looking to show.
Yeah, I don't think there's many more ways to set yourself apart from everybody else than quite literally separate yourself from everything you've known in the past. I mean, Hollywood is one of the biggest names that we have here in the UEL, and what he's going to do on this Blaze team as their Tier 1, as their manager, he is the core of this team, and I mean, he can't do it alone, so he picked up 4 rookies to start on this roster along the way, and 2 players who were previously benched on really good teams have taken some time away. There's something about Hollywood scouting here that's going on, but this is going to be our first chance to see what it actually is.
And I have to hope and see, because on the other side of the aisle, I have to tell you, these LAX gods, I think Hollywood doesn't have the Reapers at his back anymore, and 4 of the LAX gods were those New Moon members that he just beat a season ago. They're looking for their run back. They're looking to get some a few shots in maybe, and Hollywood doesn't have the same level of talent as far as we know. These rookies are going to really have to show up if he's able to stand this test and the wave.
Yeah, like we said before, he cannot do it alone. He's got to go up against AJ, Nexus, X-Ray Aspect. I mean, he may have separated himself from that Reapers New Moon rivalry that we had last year, now the Cyclones, but I don't think that the old New Moon players have forgotten him. I don't think they've separated themselves.
Not, and I think the even harder thing is the Reapers came out and put out a statement game last week, so now all eyes are on Hollywood to see who really made the right choice in leaving, separating. You know, the dynamic duo was there, Hollywood and Cat. I've got to see Hollywood. What have you put together?
All right, well, we are going to head over to Rock, Paper, Scissors and get our first wheel spin brought to you by SurfThing. So let's get this game started. All right, and here we go.
What do we got?
The wheel is up. We're going to find out what game we got first. What are you hoping for?
Sports game. I want to see AJ and Hollywood go right at it to begin the game off. Set the tone, Tier 1 versus Tier 1.
Yeah, it would be nice to see right off the bat.
And Eraser Injected Rivals, one of the newest games coming this season.
Yeah, there are quite a few new games on the wheel, but I don't know if there are any quite as exciting as this one. There's a lot of strategy. There's a lot of mind that goes into Hollywood with the Blaze going to choose to, I believe, go ahead and play this one.
I think we have to see. Oh, they're respinning.
We're getting a respin. All right, so not quite yet. That one keeps avoiding us, but that game is just, I mean, action-packed. There's so much going on, but we will definitely get you there, get you to follow it. And it looks like we're going to get Apex.
Apex, and I know these teams are excited. A lot of people here are confident in their shooting abilities. New Moon was always known for touting that. Now the XGods picking up that talent, I think, have plenty of shooters. We actually saw Hasaj and Sin put on pretty good showings as well as 2 rookies. So this lineup right now, I'm going to call it the favorite out of the South until somebody proves them wrong.
Yeah, right now with the Blaze, we're going to find out what their ideal shooting roster is. I think that just about every gamer has played a shooting game here and there, so there's got to be something on the wheel that they're into. It'll be good to know what players we should be looking out for on both teams. Now with the XGods, I'm almost wondering if they're going to go with that top 3 setup. Just go with the players that have played together before, start off with that momentum, taking a clean win, but then you leave your tier 4 through 7 to pick up the slack, and you never know what's going to roll.
Maybe Hollywood takes the sink or swim approach. Hey, I'm going to go out here, do my job, get us a win early, and then I'm counting on y'all. Y'all said y'all were ready to come into you. We all ready to start, ready to play, and we're going to have to show out. The XGods, though, flexibility here where they can save an AJ or a Nexus and put in somebody like Electric, a bench player, back on New Moon. In this case, always still known for exceptional shooting ability, could be an easy choice to challenge some of these stronger players over on the Blaze.
Yeah, this is going to be the game of unproven talent here. I mean, there are so many players that Hollywood has been talking up his team so much. He's really confident in these rookies and players that honestly just have not been as current as the team that he has recently played with. We're going to have to see how much practice they've put in and how ready they are to take on a team like the XGods, because they're going to get tested right away. This is a no-joke team that they have to go up against.
And with them giving up, I believe it was the XGods that did win RPS, so choosing that respin, you're giving power of either game mode, or map over to the Blaze, letting them get their home territory of, hey, maybe we know these maps, let's go ahead and take the mode we like, the mode where we feel super confident in, and we go from there.
Yeah, I am curious to see what kind of setup these teams are going to go for. Apex, definitely a game that I love to see. I love to see teamwork, so anything 3v3 and upward I get really excited for. The teamwork is going to be the question for the Blaze, because not only have these players not been in the league very long to know each other well, but they've certainly never been on a team together. So very few of these players are actually going to have the synergy, the game time synergy that we're looking for at the moment. We're going to have to see how much of it they've built up and how much they can build before this game ends.
Yes. And I'm wondering already, so I wanted to ask you, are you trusting in that unproven talent, or are you looking more towards some of those known quantities for this game?
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if Game 1 is going to look pretty for the players that haven't proven themselves. And I want to say that will be a majority. There is absolutely an opportunity for one of these rookies or one of these players that just has not shown face in a while. They could absolutely show up, prove us wrong, make a statement. But I think for a majority of these players, Game 1 is where you get shown why AJ Lil Blue is being talked about every single time somebody gets behind a mic in the UEL. Why people talk about Nexus and all of his accolades. It's going to be because when you go head-to-head with them, you're going to understand that you are not just playing anybody that you would meet online in a game. This is LAN. This is real. These guys practice this in real time every single day, and you have a long way to go before you're at the same level that they're at.
I have to agree, but that's what scares me. Gardo played for the Reapers. He's their tier 2. He's supposed to match up with Nexus, and I'm wondering what form he's in after, for lack of a better way, riding the bench for the Reapers. He wasn't ever really a consistent starter after their first couple of seasons, and really when they became a championship team. He has to come out in form if he actually wants to prove that he's tier 2 worthy at this point. Because I think any one of those rookies, if they come out with a stellar performance, the question has to be said, hey, are you willing to be a bench player again, or are you going to work hard to keep that tier 2 spot?
Yeah, let's be honest. When you go down the list of the Reapers and who you would put in a tier 2 position in the league, I don't know if Garto is the player that everybody would call out. So he's got a reason now to really prove himself, to step up. If he was going to be benched last season, he knew that, he was prepared for that, and maybe he just wasn't going to show up the same way. Now he's in a tier 2 position. He has to prove himself.
I want to give you a little bit that I figured out from that one shot we had there, the beautiful arena. Hollywood was standing. He is not in this game.
Right.
So at this point, he has faith in those rookies. He's sending them in and is ready to let them take a shot here. So looking at these two player cams, we have Weeping Jade on the bottom there, and on the top we have Hasaj for the LA XGods. So we're going to get the chance to see some of these rookies go head-to-head with each other at the start immediately.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Hasaj is actually in there right now with two players who are quite a bit more familiar with the UEL, so he definitely has a support system behind him right now.
And there we go. We got Wreckfest coming up next, a classic of the UEL.
Big change of pace.
Yes, and it looks like we went ahead and chose Gun Run here for Apex Legends.
Yeah, so what we're going to have here is we've got a setup with a Bangalore and Bloodhound, a very classic setup, but we also have a Fuse, so that can get really annoying and give a lot of positioning for this high ground, because on this map, that high ground in the center of the map is so easy to just hold and start taking long shots and keep the pressure, but when you have a Fuse, you can break the other team out of areas that they want to sit in, so that'll be the Blaze being pushed to kind of adapt to that play style and figure out what they want to do with that Fuse. It looks like the Bangalore already low on the side of the XGods, able to recover for the moment. Shots going down. Not everything is going to land here from Hasaj, but he does get some good damage to make them back off.
Already, I think, giving him a little bit of confidence, showing that he can hang at least with these players that are in the game. And he did get over his first game jitters having a game last week, unlike some of these rookies on the Blaze side of the things. I do want to highlight that we're playing on Watson's Pylon, which is a pretty consistent map in the UEL, and it looks as though the LA XGods are just choosing not to fight for that high ground like we usually see. They're just playing the low ground and saying, hey, you have to come fight us, and you have to fight on our terms.
Yeah, and with this R301 being the first weapon in the gun run as well, I think the strategy we're going to see is one of the teammates is going to be going for those finishes, trying to bump the gun up over and over again while these R301s stay on the field and don't get the last hit for the kill so that they can continue to put out damage. It's the most consistent weapon in the game. We're going to see a lot of these long shots come out, and we are going to see Hasaj shoot off some of these fuse abilities as well, trying to clear out a little bit of room. But right now, not approaching the high ground, which is resulting in no fights at the moment.
I think that the timer changes as well to Apex has changed kind of how teams are approaching it. They're willing to play for like these singular picks. They don't just want to go in and fight. You saw a lot more scrappy games last season, and right now we just kind of see he's taking a few shots and then rebatting up back to full. A lot of the LA XGods, though, are low right now. I wonder if the Blaze are willing to commit to a push and commit to a play to try to get this first kill.
Yeah, and maybe that's what you want if you're the XGods. Right now, Hasaj just barely able to get out of there with his team as well. Looks like none of them go down. They do know there's a Bloodhound on the other side. Looks like shuts his door on his teammate there. A little bit of lack of communication. But there is a Bloodhound on the side of the Blaze as well, which means that they're going to know that this rotate happened. And yeah, there they are on the outside. The XGods Bloodhound going to scan them outside that door, and there's an opportunity. Now they are in the better position. They go ahead and get the first kill. So XGods currently up 1-0. They're not pushing for a fight. They just took that pick. They're going to sit happy. Even though it's a 3v2, they don't want to risk losing anything. They're okay with keeping the Blaze at 0.
One thing that I can say about the LA XGods is they have great strategy players on their team, and it doesn't surprise me that they're willing to play that slow, controlled game, always taking things on their term, getting that pick, and rather than pushing the advantage, being more than willing to say, hey, you have to find a way to beat us. We will keep holding the strong position. It worked already. Find the solution.
Yeah, and you can see Electric now on this Bangalore, taking the peeks, taking shots. He's going to take those first shots, but not chase once again. He's going to stay patient, going to stay back. They're still at a lead with 1 kill. You can see that he's got this Nemesis here in his hands, confident with that weapon, misses the first few shots, but gets the opponent to half, not going to go down. The Blaze are going to keep just down by 1.
And with that call, I heard a 3-minute call come out from the floor. That means that there are 3 minutes left. Whoever is up at the end of that 3 minutes will go ahead and take this Apex point. So the Blaze, you got to find some fire right now. You got to find that moment that y'all can surge forward and absolutely dominate.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a 1 or 2 fight decider here. I'm interested to see if the Blaze are going to be able to tie this one up at all. But I don't think any more slow fights are going to be the decider for this game. I think at some point we are going to get to longer fights. We can see right now that Jade actually there scanning the inside. They might be ready to collapse. Let's see if it's what they decide to do.
All right, jumping in. They have to find an angle, and it just looks like they can't find any spot where they can push in. Finally kicking the door, looking just to break this door and ultimately take the fight. Looking at 3 people, can't keep and hold that fight. He has to run away. He has to reposition, but they're running out of time.
Yeah, right now still 1 down. That is another 1 down for the Blaze. That's 2 up for the XGods now. The XGods can take a fight here. All they have to do is take 1 more to guarantee themselves no less than a draw at the end of this fight. And they are jumping in. They are getting the kills. They leave the inside. They know that that's the fight win. The XGods able to take even more kills and push themselves much further ahead. The Blaze only able to get 1 kill in that entire exchange. No catching up happening for them.
And that's the unfortunate thing here on UEL. Some of the rookies have to learn it. Unfortunately, these aren't the same terms that you get to play on online lobbies. Teams are more than willing to play for that win. They're playing for the game. They want that point more than anything else. You can't just wait. You sometimes have to find the miracle yourselves.
Yeah, and it looks like the Blaze were able to get 1 more kill, so the XGods now up by 3, though, as they find another one. They are taking more shots. This has to be a full team fight at the moment. They need to get 3. Nobody going down just yet. We do see an ult here from AJ. AJ's going to put some shots down. Doesn't connect with anything just yet. Oh, Fuse gets a stick to one of those enemies. That's a lot of damage, and that's another down.
And with 30 seconds left in the game, they're going to have to make a play now or never. They're going to need to find all 3 of these kills to even have a shot at tying this game up and sending us into an overtime
Yeah, we'll have to see
situation.
we'll have to see this be the cleanest fight from the Blaze so far, and it is not going to happen. We're going to see another one go down, and that lead is going to set the XGods for a position to take a win on this one. Unable to land his shots.
And the shake there. And I have to ask the question here, because in that scenario, we had a rookie going along with their tier 4 and their tier 1 on the LAX gods, and again, Gardo and Milk Zolo, 2 of the tier 2 and 3 weren't able to hold down this rookie. I can't expect Weeping Jade, a rookie, a tier 7, to come in here and automatically perform in his first game. It's different. It's daunting. The pressure is a little bit off, but the idea here is that y'all kind of got cleaned up. I didn't feel like you ever were in control of that game.
Yeah, they were able to pick off little things here and there, which might say something to the realm of their shooting prowess. The fact that they're able to take 1v1, sometimes get a trade, sometimes a kill. But the team fights are where it all was different. The XGods were able to take those clean fights much, much easier. Ever since they held that lead at the very beginning, retreated to the bottom of the map. And it may have been a map positioning thing as well. The Blaze opted to stay on the top of the map at the beginning, and the XGods didn't give them room to come out and really get any kills. Their shields got broken, sure, but it was only once they finally dropped down and got their first kill, forced the Blaze to chase if they wanted it to be a game. That's when they got control, and that's when they didn't have to change anything about the way they played for the rest of the game.
That's veteran talent to speak here in the UEL, ultimately finding a situation where you're playing on their field regardless of what's happening in that game specifically. Now, this is an opportunity to capitalize. They're going to get a reset here so they can bring out another player to go ahead and play. I think bringing AJ back for the XGods is going to be a perfect choice here. Match that tier 1 up against a tier 1. Make sure Hollywood is never really going unchecked, and really force Hollywood to start saying, like, hey, you might need to get in there and do it yourselves if you want to find these wins.
Yeah, but that's not going to work all the time. This is a 5v5 game. Luckily, Hollywood's going to be in for this. He's going to be in for most of them. Most of the time, we will see it be a reset on the roster. However, Hollywood is not going to be able to play every single game. With the Reapers, we talked earlier about how at the end of the season, when they won the championship last season, Hollywood probably came out of that game with the best record on the team, which is fantastic. It speaks to how great of a player he is. But think about how close that game was, even with the rest of the talent that he had with him on that team. If you replace a single one of those players, they might not have won that game against New Moon. Now here we stand. He's replaced all of them. They are all gone. He has picked up an entirely new roster.
Yes.
And now you have to go against a lot of that same New Moon.
I think Hollywood is realistic. I think talking with him a little bit, he realized, like, hey, this is not easy. I'm going to be confident because I'm Hollywood at the end of the day. He knows that he's the best player in the room, and even if you think he isn't, he's going to tell you that he is. But going up against what are 4 times champions, record-holding players across the board, and rookies that have been absolutely trained up to be killers. Can he? We keep telling on Hollywood, but can the top 3 players? Because at this point, I have to look at Gardo and Milk Zolo and say, like, hey, Y'all are the tier 2 and 3. You are his backup, for lack of a better word. What are you doing?
Yeah, you can't rely on one person to carry the entire team. We just saw the number 2 and 3 player go in. Sure, the tier 7 player went in, and as much as you could make an excuse that was holding you back without trying to cause some conflict within the team, no, it wasn't, because I would say he had one of the best performances on the team. He put out a pretty decent amount of damage for his team there. So I'm really, my eyes are on Zolo and Gorto there, because I think they should have had a bigger showing. If you have your entire roster available and you put in your number 2 and 3, you have no excuse to lose in such a heavy-handed fashion.
Absolutely. And now Wreckfest. Like, Wreckfest, I can see you win, but I need the Blaze to have a game that they win. I want to sit back and say, you know what? Undoubtedly, the Blaze are the strongest players. Looking at our tier 1s up against each other, AJ out to an early lead, stepping in for that first game, setting the tone now, and Hollywood having to play catch up. I think this is the matchup that will define this game and honestly define the Blaze's season. Hollywood, you are not able to just match your opponent. You need to outperform your opposing tier 1 every step of the way. I am fully prepared at the end of the season to give Hollywood his roses, to put him on the Mount Rushmore of UEL. But for him to do that, he has to be finals Hollywood. He can't be anything less any of these days. And it looks like we see him sitting down. He has to go in. I want to see what this performance looks like.
Yeah, clearly he has to go in, and like you said, if AJ's going to go in on this one and kind of stick to him, it doesn't look like he's sat ready to play at the moment. I do like that they've got the tier 1 kind of in the center of the team. I think it tells you that this team is going to like coalesce around him. Everything is going to be AJ, because he's got his teammates who already understand him, who already know how to play to his strengths and how to play to their own, and AJ understands that as well. So AJ being a figure point, it doesn't mean that he is the best and everybody has to work on him. It means that he knows what everybody is good at, so he knows how to make a decision. Hollywood, on the other hand, Hollywood is still learning these players, but something good about that is that being the manager of this team, he is going to learn every single player. They're not just going to be his teammates, they're going to be his players. So we are getting a timeout right now at the moment. We're going to have a 3-minute timeout, so we've got some time to talk just for a little bit. And I want to know, Strix, what games do you want to see? Because you did talk about sports already. We've got those 2 players up there who are going to be absolutely killer in sports against each other, and we would love nothing more than a head-to-head. What game do you want to see it in?
Honestly, at this point, I'm looking at these different sports games. I want sports mainly because I think these are 2 of the best sports players in the league. I'm probably looking at something like Roller Champions, maybe some 2K. Both of them are able to show out a little bit and really show their strength. Even better if we got college football 24, because I know both these players care about the sport of football and are able to perform under pressure. Both of them have to find a moment to one-up the other. I think Hollywood can absolutely steal momentum for you in a second if you give him that room. But AJ is the sports belt holder. AJ has consistently been a player that has been in the most high-pressure situations the league has to offer, and time again has had to see Hollywood. This is another day at the office.
Yeah, talking about Roller Champions, I think I'm with you on that one. It gives an opportunity for both of these players to make a highlight reel out of this season already. Not only that, but it'll show us how they are coordinating with their team and if they could be a leader in a game, because in a 5v5 like we're about to see, especially in Wreckfest, it's going to be hard to tell where the brunt of the work is coming from. It's really just going to come down to who can survive, and then it's how you play at the end. When you still have 10 players in that game, it's hard to tell who's really putting in work. But when you get a game like Roller Champions, if they can make a highlight reel out of either passing plays, defense, or scoring themselves, which I imagine it'll be on the scoring end of things with the 2 of them, it'll really tell us how they're working with their team and what kind of position they want to take in these grouped games.
Yes, absolutely. And we're starting to get these lineups going in. So to answer a few of those questions, it looked like Electric is being elected to be sent back in after that first game of Apex to fill out this roster, leaving, the rest of his team, the tier 1, 2, and 3 available to play at any moment. On the flip side of the game, it looks like Milk Zolo is being stuck back in as well from the Blaze to say, hey, once again, more veteran talent, somebody that's probably seen Apex from his time in the league previously, hopefully considering the best, the most consistent and the most comfortable options for play. let's go ahead and pop on over. Looking at the arena, you see the players locked in. Again, a lot of rookies here. I'm excited to see. I always want the rookie to get their game in their first game, because that first game where it's your chance to play, it's a very sink or swim moment for you as a rookie. You learn really quickly. Either you're up to snuff or maybe where you thought you were coming into the league. You're not on that in-game level just yet. You're just a normal, average gamer.
Yeah, and setting Wreckfest here, it's kind of an unfortunate situation for these players on the Blaze, because there's an opportunity to kick them all down to an 0-1 record to start off their career in the UEL. The LAX Gods are not going to take it easy on the Blaze. We know that for certain. We've already seen that they want to stick it to them. They played really smart, really coordinated. I don't know if this team is going to go for highlight superstar plays, honestly. It seems like after their first game, they're warmed up, ready to go. And honestly, it was a great game for them to warm up with. I mean, they had clearly practiced everything they needed to, and it was almost like an extra practice session for them because of how in their favor that game was. We will see a lot more from the Shogun still, but at this point, starting off in this season, it is the XGods that are, because of their veteran talent, going to take an early lead. We have to see who can catch up to them. And with Hollywood at the head of the Blaze, that is the kind of team that you expect to be able to catch up to, for lack of a better word, kind of trailblaze for the league and show that rookies can come out here. So let's see if the rookies are going to make themselves known. I would think it would take a little bit of warming up. You got the nerves right at the start. But with a game like Wreckfest, it's kind of hard to mess up.
Yeah.
You just have to do what the rest of your teammates are screaming for you to do.
And we did. So one of the major rule changes that happened this season, we opened up the opportunity for more vehicles to be played. We saw bus strata still used a lot. We saw a lot of buses. But now I have to sit here. I have to ask the question of, who's going to be the first to dive into that pool of new vehicles to maybe find something a little bit different and to try to experiment and ultimately find success not on buses?
Yeah, I don't know how you rip such a strong meta out of the clutches of the UEL. I mean, it's ridiculous to talk about that the most UEL branded meta is in a game like Wreckfest, not a game with any kind of hero choices like Valorant or Apex or Rainbow Six. It is Wreckfest, and it is not a character that shoots bombs across the map. No, it's a school bus.
Every day is a school day here in the UEL. Bus after bus. The carnage is always fun to watch, but again, there's so many little things I want to see what they end up jumping out. So some names I want to put into y'all's ears at home to keep an eye on. So we do have rookies playing in this game. So Napkin is going to be in this game. Mari is going to be in this game. Weeping Jade going back in along with Rejane. On the flip side there, Sin is also going in. So of this game, the majority of players are going to be rookies.
Yeah, that's what we talk about. The opportunity for them to go 0-1 is pretty upsetting. But I think eyes on the Blaze for this one. I think we kind of know what the XGods are capable of. So it's going to be the rookies that we want to watch. You don't necessarily need to have your eyes on those guys in the top 5. It's those two on the end there for the XGods that we want to pay a lot of attention to. We've already seen those, I mean, all of the top 5 show up in their very first game. They dominated. They're fantastic. Yes. Every single player on that team has a great record. So keeping an eye on those two rookies. It's week 2. It's time to make sure we know what they're about. And the same goes for the Blaze. This is their very first game, obviously. It's easier for them because most of their team is comprised of them. And like you said, most of this game will be comprised of rookies as well.
So it looks like we're going to go ahead and skip over on Wreckfest. Small technical issue. Fortunately for us, it's not our PCs. The in-gamers are powered by SurfThing PCs. Head on over to surfthing.com, grab yourself, look at these PCs. These are top-tier PCs that can play any genre, any game, and allows us in-gamers to master all of them.
Yeah, 33 games, 5 categories. I mean, anything else is a joke. Grab yourself a SurfThing.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we're going to get this next wheel spin checkmate showdown. And
you know a little something about this game.
See this. Oh, my goodness. Please call button check. That's the best I can tell you. Please call button checks. And I think we're going to go ahead and get an interview here with one of the rookie players, one of the rookie talent. So let's go ahead and pop in.
Hey, how's it going?
How's it going? How's it going? It's good to be here. And we're back, ready to go. I'm joined by Hasaj.
Yep.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
You too.
How's it feel? I got to ask the question. Being
Yeah.
your second game now, you got your first one out of the way. How you feeling?
It's fun. It's really fun. Get to play a bunch of games that I really haven't before and just kind of try my best. And, yeah, it's just really fun.
Absolutely. That Apex game looked pretty controlled from y'all's side of the field.
Yeah.
Can you walk me through what y'all's – was that a game plan or what ended up happening?
Yeah, we kind of just kind of sit next to each other, play really slow, really annoying, like fuse, bang. So, you know, I won't go into too much detail, but
obviously.
hide, poke, play like a loser pretty much. And
And I could tell you were frustrating them, and y'all played it to perfection.
Yeah.
The moment the kill started rolling in, y'all were kind of like, all right,
Yeah.
this is over.
Yeah.
Any game you want to see today?
Overwatch.
Overwatch, that's really interesting. Okay.
That'll be fun.
Okay, I'm going to keep an eye on that. I'm going to let you
Okay.
get back to your team
Cool.
and go ahead and have some fun. Thank you again for
Yeah.
joining us. And,
Thank you.
Hope to see more.
All right, sounds good.
All right, no problem. And we are still looking here at the UEL. There's a lot going on, a lot to handle. The floor is insane. I can tell you the energy is palpable. Everyone is touching, just trying to cut the air with a butter knife? Is that the term? Speedy, help me out here because I'm not exactly sure. I know you were asking me about checkmate. I forgot the word butter knife. It's kind of crazy. I think both these teams are hoping this is the easiest butter game, but I don't know if that's going to happen.
Yeah, both of these teams need to come out a little bit sharper than that, if we're being honest. And right now, it's the time to show off just how smart are you. Not only that, but can you throw hands? This one is not all about having the strongest piece in the best position, because it really does depend on individual skill.
Yes, so Checkmate Showdown, for those at home that have never seen the game, is a game that combines chess, which you're pretty familiar with, and fighting games. You've probably also seen those. Each one of the non-pawn pieces are fighting game characters and archetypes. And the fun part about it for the UBL is every player controls at least one piece. So there's no way to hide your maybe weaker fighting game players away here. Everyone has to play. Now, I will once again reiterate, please call us button check. You might just find your king dead before you can even react if you don't, but it allows you to play the game a little bit more strategically, even outside of some of the realms that people might think. I've heard a lot of chess players in the league be like, this is just a fighting game. But some of the mechanics really do benefit chess players if you know how to, take pieces, maybe use your pawns really well. I'm interested to see who plays what piece and who's really going to be that king stronghold that's meant to hold down the team. Because, hey, at the end of the day in this game, you can check the king, but can you beat the king to win the game?
Yeah, that's the difficult part about it all. You do have a line of defense, so if you've ever wanted chess with defense, this is how you play it. You could just say, no thanks, I don't want to lose today. So it is every time you go in for any piece, it is an absolute risk, and that's the really interesting part about it. In fact, this is one of those games that I see as being right up your alley, mixing strategy and fighting games. I think a lot of your team actually likes the idea of this game.
Love this game. I know a lot of people might be. And I love our little graphic here right there, jumping right back in. So as you can see, we're jumping into here, moving the night out early. This is one of those things that a lot of people don't think about. One of the things that a lot of teams had to learn about this game and a lot of players is you don't want to expose your king. The moment you expose your king, you're in a situation where you can immediately lose the game. So a lot of play towards the edge of the board, just trying to look for an opportunity to maybe start moving some of these pieces, opening up their orange, just trying to develop their bishop to get into the game so that they don't have to open up their king anymore. They're just able to start picking these fights. The knight and the bishop are two of those core characters that I think a lot of players in the league are going to end up playing in one format or another. Do we see our first fight? It looks like it's going to be a bishop going into one of the rook players. So now the question is going to be who are piloting these two players. To go run down really quickly what each one is, the bishop is your standard rushdown character. They want to be in your face, punching you, putting out damage, putting pressure on. But that's exactly what the rook wants. He's a grappler. He wants hugs every single step of the way. And the fight is confirmed. It looks like players might just be in place. Let's see what's happening. Did we get a button check called? Okay, it looks like everybody's ready to go, and the game is starting. This rook player is immediately grabbing, looking to take pressure, but the fire back from all of the bishop players is nice. Good damage on both sides, using a little bit of his mobility and air grab to try to get out, but that lands him in a combo. And all of these counter hits are starting to add up with only 200 life left. I see you've been working super into the kill. That was beautiful. I need to find out who that was because they put on a show and a half. I see why they decided to take that fight.
Yeah, that was. I mean, it started out looking a little bit more even than it ended, but as we get into position here, we're going to see pawn taking out another pawn, just getting more of that board advantage. Because you have to remember, at the end of the day, this is also still chess. Those pawns do not have to fight each other, do not have to go head-to-head. So getting them out of the position of defending your king is the most ideal way to go. That is kind of the in-between stage of going with these head-to-head fighting matches, is getting your board state set up. And right now, orange here in a pretty good position. Purple trying to make their way forward, but a big opening made by taking out a rook already with that orange bishop.
Yes, you could have eliminated an entire player from being able to play the game with
very
that
possible.
one move. Now, developing the second knight, bringing them into play, this gives a lot of mobility. Ultimately, the knight is the easiest piece to kind of move around the board and to position in a place to threaten something. You can see purple immediately responding by stepping forward themselves, hoping to maybe threaten some of these pawns and start a couple of fights. Nice job moving the pawn forward, basically threatening this knight, saying, hey, you either need to step forward or back up. You don't get to hold that square for free. Choosing to step back. And is this bishop going to get out for free after a kill?
Yeah, it looks like it. Honestly, I don't think any of the pieces were in position there. The board wasn't nearly open enough for purple to defend their side of the board, so that early bishop, but it looks like we're actually going to get a knight in stronger position here up in purple's face. This orange knight, that orange bishop just going to stay there in the back. There's not a whole lot that it can do currently on blue tiles, but it can definitely still get itself set up for success.
Yes, absolutely. And the thing here is if you move that pawn, you're opening up your king now to some of these bishops that still exist on the board, and the queen, opening them up for a fight here. And now that kind of line that is absolutely keeping your king safe is broken. And you notice immediately backing up saying, hey, you gave me exactly what I wanted to there. Yeah,
orange on defense for the very first time, having to back their king. And purple finally getting their pawn set up out and forward.
Wasn't thinking, though, about that orange. Quick to jump on that pawn, nothing covering and keeping it alive and keeping it safe.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's going to be able to step here. Are we going to see the queen jump in?
I was going to say it was a quick move, so it could have been a hasty decision, or maybe it was a setup. A pawn for a knight would be a really good trade, so let's see how this fight goes now. We're going to see the orange knight versus the purple queen.
Queen is a very strong character, having a lot of tools and good plus frames. On the flip side, the knight is the annoying character, the ability to zone you out from a distance using these little ghosts and to teleport in your face. A nice throw here, jumping back in for another opportunity, and the combos are starting. A dropped combo there could end up biting you in the butt. Now, something I want people to recognize, those blocks for health bars. You get the health bar back if you win the fight. So as long as this queen doesn't take any damage, it'll be back to full health. And I think that that's on the board. The ultimate's already been used. And here we go. The knight finally starting to get an opportunity, pushes him to the corner. Can you survive the onslaught? The throw? Almost a big combo there, but the damage is still coming out. This knight player is looking to rob the queen. You might lose one of your strongest pieces. The burst forced out. And we're back to neutral. A nice jump in. Isn't able to finish the combo, though. Nice job just checking, making sure you're blocking, making sure you're looking, catches the jump. Each and every single one of these hits matters, and he should be able to finish it right here. The queen didn't end up dying, and it looks like
that may have been Hollywood that just got taken out.
That could be huge if that is the case. A tier 1 being taken out this early is in a dangerous, dangerous spot. I'm looking at these two sides, both having kind of, it looks like a player really helping organize the chess play itself. Is really beautiful to see. Are you going to step forward? Are you willing to make another play? You did lose a knight there, but importantly, that queen is incredibly weak. She can't just take these fights willy-nilly. Maybe looking to castle. What is your opportunity? Nope. Jumping out with their own queen, it looks like making a play.
Okay, going to play a little bit safer, a much smarter decision by the Blaze to just block that pawn from any more movement. The queen not wanting to give up to a pawn there. Maybe going to step back for defensive position. Set all the way back even.
I don't know how I feel about that. I think you're giving up way too much space. You don't need to concede the entire board just because a pawn pulled up as a queen. I wouldn't advise taking there, though. because you're kind of putting yourself in a position to immediately lose your queen, moving to the middle of the board, trying now to challenge maybe some of Orange's movement and not let them just take the center for free.
Yeah, Orange does have the opportunity to move that. I believe that is the B5 pawn up, but instead opts for, I believe that was the B4 pawn that moved up instead.
And now this is really interesting. There's no world you give up your queen here, right? There's no world. You cannot tell me that you just give it up. Okay, it looks like they're not making that decision. They're stepping back, and now both sides. But importantly, I'm looking at Orange, and of the two, I like Purple's position for their king. Yes, they've built a little bit better of a wall to keep that king safe, whereas all that's going to take is Purple to just find the little avenue to step in here, and they can immediately take a fight with the king, trying to push this knight once again out. And this knight either has to step back or essentially guarantee going into a fight. And it looks like they're opting to do it, saying, like, hey, if you want to take it, take the fight.
It looks like Blaze Knight not going to take the fight. It might be the Blaze's queen, so we might see a flip of our last matchup.
And here we go. It looks like we see Sin sitting down.
Yeah, so we're going to see.
Okay, who's going to be able to take this fight? And immediately the queen's pressure looking beautiful, saying, I'm not going to give you a chance to play the game. And that is a good point, using the auto combo to push his opponents in to the corner here. And I am telling you right now, in a queen strong matchup, the XGods having confidence on this orange side of the field to take out a knight and once again win another piece. You see the focus.
All right. So then it was not Hollywood that got eliminated on the last game, now that we know the colors.
Very, very good. Hollywood playing that queen, so it's could be a matchup between Sin and Hollywood to see with the most powerful piece on the board in the queen, able to move in any direction, able to move essentially anywhere on the board at any time. How are you able to help your team the best? Hollywood is on low health, and now I have to find this opportunity. Sin, I'm really impressed there with that gameplay. You found an opportunity, and you didn't lose any health for it.
Yeah, came out of the gates with confidence as well. I mean, showed that of all fighting games, it seems like this is a character of one of them that he really understands. So definitely see why he chose that queen. It's a play style that he came out hot on immediately, and we could see why.
Where are you going to move that bit? And this is the tricky part, because what are you doing now? Because as you start to lose pieces in this game, the pressure increases for you to kill their king. This is no longer like, oh, I could take a safe position. You have to start looking for what can put me in a spot where I, as the losing player, can just maybe steal a game. Steal the opportunity to fight your king. You're not prepared, and I managed to take my win. So I see, once again, Sin helping with the movement. Looks like Sin might be their chess brain here, really knowing exactly where they want to go. Are we looking for a fight here?
We are.
They've selected the fight. Players got to be in position. Do we get a button check? Nope, everybody's ready to go. And here we go. The punch is going out, a nice punch, and immediately the LAX Gods showing that they are ready for whatever game. They are happy to play the fighting game and the chess portion of this game. Huge combo, taking below half health to begin with, not being touched at all. You don't want to get in a situation where you're not even dealing damage to your opponent's pieces, because now you're just giving them a fight for free and trading and finally finding their opportunity. Here we go. A nice combo, not overextending, willing to go back to neutral. I like the confidence here, the comfortability. Now the question is going to be, who is on the Blaze's king?
Looks like it may be Zolo from the seating positioning, so that might be Zolo right now playing the bishop, but the king is going to be a very, very instrumental piece, because we're getting down to that point where you have to start worrying about somebody coming in contact with that. You want to get these health bars low, and it looks like low as 0 might be coming in soon, and it does.
Great kill, and that was AJ Little Blue. Once again, a tier 1 showing he's now done it in a shooter, and he's doing it in a fighting game, showing that he is earning his keep, and he knows exactly what he has to do as a player to take control and keep his team in this game.
Yeah, we put a lot of pressure on these tier 1s. They really, really have to earn that spot, and I think we talk about them as if they're guaranteed to be great, but that's not always going to be the case. Some of these tier 1 players are going to have weak points that get exploited, and if you can even go 1 for 1, just win one like AJ just did, even if you do lose the next one, you are still net even for your team. As long as you're not being a negative impact on your weakest games, you're going to be a great overall player for the team.
This is a terrifying spot, though, for the Blaze. Their king is going to have to fight. There is no escape, and and it's going to be a king player. We saw Sin do tremendous damage, still sitting at most of his health, ready to fight the king, ready to end the game. What does the Blaze do? What is their opportunity? Because they can't even start the fight on their terms. They're going to be met.
Oh, it's going to be
And here we
against
go.
that queen.
I'm trying to see, and immediately touched. Is he able to move out of the way? The king has amazing damage and has some touch of death combos. If he gets a good hit, he's able to just kill a piece from the rip. Immediately, you see this huge damage, but the super comes out, opening an opportunity, a nice throw to put him back in the corner. The king is not going down without a fight. Challenging, he should be able to go ahead and end the queen here. That is a huge, and shout out to Napkin there.
Yeah.
I'd spoken with him a little bit before and knew he had some interest in fighting games, and it looks like they're trusting him there with that king positioning, and manages to keep the Blaze in this game.
Yeah, but how many times can he do it? Because that certainly won't be the last time that he has to. It's just going to be repetitive and repetitive. You've got to be the best of the best to hold that position in more than one fight when your health bar does not fully reset.
Now, we
So,
see a late castle, but my worry here is that rook is coming to the game to play more than anything else. I'm a little bit worried. They've kind of stopped any easy movement through the middle of the board with their pawn setup, but at the same time, they're putting their king in a pretty dangerous spot, looking to put another threat here. What are they going to do? How are you going to avoid this? You might want to step up. Just step out of the way. It's a bishop. Luckily, it can only move on diagonals. You don't have to worry too much about what could come next.
yeah, I think right now the positioning of those pawns in the early game for the XGods has done them very, very well. We could see this knight now setting up to take a fight with the king, but look how much of a wall the pawns have set up, how much pressure how much chess is actually going to have to be played by the Blaze if they want to push into that king's territory, especially after that castle. Look how guarded their king is right now.
I hope he's safe because it looks like they're finally committing to it. Hollywood getting back on the sticks. They're committing to go after the king here and to make a play. Is their king player willing to take the fight? And I want to know on the LAX gods, who have you entrusted your game to? It looks like they're willing to just move out of the way.
I believe it's unavoidable at this point.
A great set of movements here, though, but this allows all of the Blaze to take out the blockade that the LAX gods had set up. They're taking out these pawns, opening what was a safe corner, as you mentioned, up to the entirety of the board.
Yeah, right now setting themselves up. They didn't get too hasty. They didn't push too far like we saw the Blaze, or the XGods in the early game. Definitely came out hard, and it worked well for them. But they're in this late game. I think they felt a little bit too comfortable. They were playing with their power pieces. They wanted to go for the elimination on the king, and they're finding that it's not going to be as easy as they thought it was going to be. Their pawns have completely opened up. This king is in check right now, but he's going to move into a position where he can be a little bit safer. How do you set this rook up to be able to take a fight with that queen?
It's super difficult because as long as that queen isn't stepping forward and you lose the ability to have an assist on your king by moving him out here, and once again now trapping him, putting him in a spot where he's moving across the board, he's just trying to create a little bit of space. Each and every single move is avoiding fights wherever possible. And here we go. Another pawn. You're down to 3 pawns and a couple of rooks. You got to bring somebody out. But it looks like it was a bait for a bishop fight on that queen. That queen is weak. If the bishop player is able to win here, this could be a huge, huge turning of the tide. And here we go, Hollywood. Your team is looking at you. You're the tier 1. I need to see you find your opportunities and not lose here. But you get jabbed immediately, and the damage is coming out. 200 health, 100 health. One more touch should end it. Maybe not even that. And the throw closes it out.
A very, very clean win for Hollywood.
I think that was AJ. AJ taking out his opposing tier 1, ensuring that his team is in the advantage with both queens off the board. I don't know who I prefer in this matchup. Oh, are we taking the rook into the knight? The classic grappler versus zoner matchup. One of them wants to stay far away, and one of them wants to get close. If we see what is happening, picking their assist, they have plenty of time to go ahead and do this because they're the attacking team.
You don't necessarily have to play for the win here. You just have to play for big damage if you are on this Blaze side playing this rook. You want to give your king a great opportunity, put him in good standing to just have to get a few touches to win the matchup.
And now big things, it's a little bit of this damage. You notice he gets in, gets some damage, and gets out. He's not looking to ever stay within close range and give him an opportunity to ever really get started. I think this is Milk. He's trying to just find his opportunity to just get in there. If he can find a touch or two, he's doing great. A nice auto combo, challenging what's coming next, and he's just fighting for this opportunity. And here we go, big hits, a little bit of damage getting started. He's going to have to hit some grabs, though. Each single time he gets one of these hits, you made that point. He's doing a great job of setting his team up in the future. He's now in the corner, though, and has to find, this should be the end of the game, isn't able to find it,
not.
Puts him down, but the super whips, uses his assist, isn't able to find the follow-up, and that is a Rook going down.
Yeah, not the cleanest fight that the Blaze could have taken there. They are now in a tough position. Now that Knight can't quite take a fight with the King, but you know who can. If this Rook is able to defeat this Bishop here, he will be in a position to check the King.
And immediately we see the change in the Rook getting the first little bit of damage here. The Bishop has to come in. The Bishop has to get in his face. It's a lot easier of a fight here from the deal with, and they're burning through these super meters. You can see the blue meter under their health bar. They can only use 3 supers, so that combo gets bursted. I would have personally held on to it. He didn't have a whole lot more he could do with his damage, seeing as he had lost all of his specials available to him, and now just willing to jump from full screen, saying like, hey, do you know what I'm going to do? Oh, the jab just whiffs, and here you go. You might be in it. It's a command grab. You got to be prepared. The super for big damage. Bringing out the King for a touch. Each one of these. This Rook just keeps jumping around and grabs him again. Throws him in the corner. But getting a touch. This is an amazing opportunity. Dodges the armor by going up in the air. Isn't able to continue the combo, though. Once again, dodges again. He might be able to save it here. Each hit is going to matter. Next combo, I think, is going to decide this game. Each one, the jumping. Avoiding the jumping. Nice job blocking. No command grab. Gets hit. Blocks. No command grab. Gets hit with a counter hit. This should be it. And a big play there. Who is that X-ray aspect on the Rook? Clutching it out. And now the King is trapped. You have one space you can move to safely, but you don't have much more room than that. Choosing to choose the fight on his own terms. I think this is Napkin saying, hey, I just win this. If you want to jump and smash the ground, I'll do it too. Finding these hits. Hits him with a big command grab, setting him up to jump. Another throw here. Each one of these ends up mattering. And the hope here is that you lose without taking another hit. And a nice job using the pawn to chip him out. Napkin with some smart play, but X-Ray showing some of his experience, forcing out more damage. Every single health bar that disappears is one step closer to a loss.
Yeah, and that Rook there with a lot more health on the side of the XGods wanting to check the King. The King looking for a way to get protected here. There is an opening next to that Knight where he can't be touched, so he's going to take that spot. He'll be safe for a little bit, but the Rook's going to move in again.
It's the same spot he was
exact
just
position.
In. I would have loved to see him move out of the way. And the thing I have to applaud the Blaze for is they put their hopes for this game on a rookie. Napkin coming into his first UEL game and already be putting in the spot where the expectation on him to carry. Now running over, I think the opportunity here is they say, hey, your fighting game player is not as good as ours. We're going to step towards your King. But he has another fight to weather before he gets to that point. I think the XGods opportunity here is just to keep throwing bodies at the King. You have to play perfect, and if you make a single mistake, you go down. Nice job blocking it out, but gets hit on the way back down. Jumping back, isn't able to avoid it, big damage. He's going to have to find an opportunity. The combo doesn't land, it drops there. Once again, he's okay to take a little bit of damage, but this is not the damage you want to see. The ultimate whips, that's huge, but this could end the game right here.
Just
he has
one more touch.
Jumps, avoids the grab, and a big hit. Isn't able to get the combo, avoids the dive kick. He can't get touched again. This game will end. And there it is. That's checkmate.
Checkmate.
And AJ, the tier 1 saying, hey, I've been doing this for months after months, days after days. I've been here. Welcome to the UEL.
Yeah, a harsh introduction for the rookies of the Blaze now. That outcome that we talked about, all sitting at 0-1 in their very first game. But the XGods going up 2-0, I think that they're really, really strong because we saw strategy fighting both technically out of them so far and shooting. And while that last game was a little bit closer because of the Blaze being able to rely on some of those rookies that we had unexpected talent coming out from already, the XGods were still able to take that game. So what strengths are the Blaze going to lean into that are going to get them wins as we move on in this game?
That is the million-dollar question, because right now, strategy I was kind of okay with in the sense of I feel like Hollywood and the Reapers previously had this habit of kind of giving up a game or two or even a genre across the season. And I thought maybe coming in today that the Blaze were just going to give up the strategy games. They're not going to worry too much about it. But immediately Checkmate shows me they have minds. They have people over there that are thinking about ways to win. So now in this position, one of those sports games has rolled up. AJ is out of rotation. Hollywood's in rotation. You send him in with a couple of rookies, and they got to find it. In the moment, though, I think we have to look at this Tier 1 matchup. We got to take a look at them once again, because we saw Hollywood and AJ in that last game. And what do we have from this in-gamer matchup but AJ taking another win here? And he is one that on his Bishop confirmed a lot of kills, including the game-winning fight.
Yeah, right now, sitting at 2-0, I mean, this is only going to go up over time. We're going to see AJ, with the way that the tiers are set up, we imagine we're going to see AJ having the highest win-loss ratio on his team. Hollywood starting off 0-1, I don't think is what a lot of people had on their UEL Season 9 bingo card. But it shows that when you roll this many team games this early on, whether we would have had Wreckfest, whether we would have had this checkmate, whether he would have gone in for Apex, who knows? That could have made the difference, but he set himself up as the manager of this team. Now, he has to make those hard decisions. It's not just about showing up when it's your turn to play. Now it's about choosing when you play. And he may have put himself in an unoptimal position, not playing in that Apex game, relying only on his teammates and saving himself for later. Now he's sitting at that 0-1 record after playing strategy. We know that's not his strongest suit, his strongest category. It's probably the one he cares least about. He had some fun with it last season in a couple of games we had on the wheel, but when we start to roll these sports games, AJ and Hollywood both right now sitting at 0-0. I think the tension with this NHL coming up right now, AJ will not be able to play. Hollywood is able to play and probably will be in, we imagine. So an opportunity for the Blaze to get their first win here, hopefully not just off the back of Hollywood, but the coordination that he is setting up with these rookies that he chose to have on this team.
This is going to be where I look at Hollywood's scouting report, because I'm letting you know right now. At the end of tonight, one of two things is going to happen. Hollywood wins, changes the entire narrative around the Blaze. Or everyone's going to be looking at Hollywood, looking longingly at that Reaper's banner, that picture at home like Wolverine in the bed, just, I should have stayed. I should have stayed. I should have stayed. But we'll see right now. So I'm going to give you a preview. Rejane has been pretty outspoken. He's been on a few of the shows inside the wheel for the UEL. Came in as a sports guy. Hollywood, I want to see how well you scouted. Was it you and Kat that were finding these great diamonds in the rough that you brought to the Reapers? Or was it you? Were you the brains behind the organization? I give Hollywood a lot of credit here. But in this moment, I don't think you go down 3-0 if you really want a chance to win this.
You can't. That would be worst case scenarios, losing a sports game with both Rejane and Hollywood in. We already have seen Hollywood play this game so many times. There are so many Season 8 recaps that you can go watch to watch him play. I really want to see if Rejane can keep up with some of the better players in the league on a game like NHL in his category. This could be the first opportunity for a rookie on the Blaze to show that they're here for a reason. There is something that they're going to be sticking to the entire rest of the league.
Absolutely. So your home team, there on the right, on the Tampa Bay Lightning, is going to be the Blaze. This is who we're looking at to find a possible win here. Now the real question is going to be is who is the XGods going to pick as a team? They've had a strategy for every single game we've seen so far. They've been on top of the UEL game, which is a crazy world. I never thought I would say Hollywood feels like he's getting out-positioned in a UEL game, not the individual games. That can happen. But he's been such a mind and such a brain that has thought about UEL as a holistic picture. I can't see right now where I'm like, yo, AJ, Nexus, X-Ray, Havoc, Electric, all of the XGods, they're a step above.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the tougher teams that we see in this entire season. I think that Although the players are much different than they looked last year, I think that XGods Ravens is still going to be a tense rivalry.
Explosive match.
It was one of our two strongest rivalries last season. Now, obviously, there was the Reapers and the New Moon. They played each other in the regular season, and the Reapers got their revenge later on in the grand finals. But the XGods and the Ravens were both vying for a spot probably closer than any other two teams anywhere else, even on the other side of the league and the other conference. There were some close matchups, but the XGods and Ravens really had gone back and forth and had such good games. Now, I think that's still going to be a really tight rivalry.
And here we go. It looks like we're going to get into the game. Let's see who we have. The Oilers are going to be coming from the XGods. And on the flip side, Blaze is playing the Lightning. I got to see which one of these players is going to take an early lead. I'm looking here at all of the Blaze's ability to maybe find these wins, find these opportunities, and to take another step. And we have their first attempt at the goal. They're not able to find it. It comes back down to their side of the rink. So at home, if you're wondering, the white is going to be the XGods, blue is going to be the Blaze. As I said right there, the XGods have control of the puck. They're looking for an opportunity to take a shot. It goes a little bit wide. And the pressure seems to starting to be falling in line with the rest of this game. The XGods on offense. We saw an early shot from the Blaze. They had their opportunities. They're all grouped up. I need to see them spread out. They have to work the puck around. Look at the difference. Immediately sending it to the other side, starting to get a little bit of momentum, and now they're back on their half of the rink. What are the Blaze going to do? Can they find this opportunity? And no, they're stopped again.
It's just going to be a back and forth right now, attacking real close on the net. You don't want to give up control here, but that's exactly what happens. The Blaze are going to get another opportunity. They're going to cross the ice with a single player, but not going to score.
And not able to find an opportunity here. The big thing, and one of the secret strengths, we're talking about that AJ Hollywood matchup, but Nexus being available is a strong sports player in his own right and is putting his team in a position to take the win. Keeping up with Hollywood, using that veteran talent on the side to maybe, keep the pressure up and even everything out as we get another wheel spin.
Yeah, and control back to the XGods right now. They're going to take it off the ice a little bit slower, but control going right back over to the Blaze. Going to have Forza coming up as our next game. The Blaze unable to score at the moment. They give up control again. The XGods making their way up the ice. The pass goes a little bit wild. And control does come out to the one XGods player in a 1v3 scenario. He's going to get control again. The pass goes back. Let's see. His teammate is able to pick that puck. No, he's not. The Blaze have control. Not able to cross the ice. Let's see if he can find his teammate. He does. The pass goes back, but they don't go for the net just yet. They're setting up long. It's the longest setup we've seen so far. Let's see if he crosses the ice to his teammate. No, control goes wild. The XGods back with control on center ice. The sticks are just flying right now. They're trying to hit each other, get control of this puck as much as they can.
All right, each an opportunity here. And once again, I'm loving seeing the Blaze now back on attack. They got to find a goal. This is looking like one of those matches. It is a money puck. For people at home, that means this puck is worth 2 goals, 2 points. It's a game to 5. Whichever team hits it wins the game instantly, or at the end of regulation, whoever has it. So this 2 points seems to be big purely because neither side has found a score at the end of the first period here. I might be eating my words, able to get the puck out, getting it away into control. Are they going to take a shot right here before the end? Nope, just looking to play it a little bit safe. Going into the second period.
So we talked last season, toward the end of the season, about the fact that the Reapers played almost every single game they could with aggression. That's how they won. That's how they took some of the teams that looked like they couldn't stand a chance against them. It was because of the aggression, because they were just in their face and nobody knew how to counter that because they had prepped for a much more strategized style of gameplay in every game. It looks like Hollywood has taken that, brought that to the Blaze, told them play strong, play hard, just right as much as you can, as much aggression as you can put forward into the other team. They're going for it again, and they're just going to push into them. Right now, it is just control back and forth between these two teams.
I think somebody kind of knows what they're doing on the Blaze side. We saw some players getting moved around. You don't always see that except from those more experienced NHL players. And here we go with the Lightning pushing forward, looking for an opportunity to score a goal, but bringing it back around. Your goalie's out of the net. You have to be careful. You could easily give up a puck here, looking to cut across the middle. I have to believe that's Hollywood. Hollywood in the red, I think, constantly looking for a play to give his team the win. cuts back and forth, the defense. And I love the opportunity. You see that aggression that you were talking about. Tries to spin around, isn't able to hold on to the puck. I want to see some more passes, some more opportunities. Oh, so close. He takes the shot, another shot. But the XGods are acting as a wall, saying throw every punch you have. We'll take it, and we'll give it back to you once more. How does he keep coming up with the
slap shot
puck?
with the back of the stick goes to the goalie this time. It does get slid out, not going to hold on to it. Okay, the XGods do give away control this time. It goes back out to the Blaze. The Blaze are going to take it down the ice. Can he find his teammate? He doesn't. The XGods get control again. They're going to push right back up into the Blaze, who get control once more. And neither team waiting for their teammates to catch up, so the defense is just too easy at the moment. Finally, the XGods find some patience. This player wants to take it on their own, but they miss wide to the right.
That was so dangerous. A little bit better aim. Might have been able to hit that open goal on the far side. Some very good defense, whether good or lucky, it's hard to say right now in this moment. The puck goes back. Please don't move that goalie again. You scared me. My entire life flashed before my eyes. The puck's open in the open, and here we go. An opportunity. Tries to do a little bit of a move and is unable to put it in the net.
It's the Blaze may think that they're still pushing up into their own net at this point.
This is the sneaky part about this game. When in the second period you get that side swip, players are so used to holding down, they might not realize that, wait, I'm running towards my team. I'm running up towards my opponent. What am I doing? Where am I trying to go? Another opportunity to quick goal. Isn't able to get the shot off. Let's see. Here we go. We're sending it around. And the XGods look kind of comfortable. They finally have control of the puck. They're not going to throw it out.
Oh, my goodness. And we see that the XGods goalie there holding on to the puck. That means that it'll reset just behind half ice for the attacking team, for the team on offense.
Trying to force these shots and not finding anything.
Too many bodies in the way. The XGods are doing a really good job of just sticking all of their players in goal whenever the Blaze try to approach. A really good passing position. We'll see if this player can take it to the goalie. They cannot. The goalie steps on top of it, but the XGods almost get control again. The Blaze able to take it behind the net. They're moving it up, but not far enough. The XGods still able to take control. Let's see who gets control of it now as it goes wild. It'll be the Blaze. So just a back and forth again. We are coming toward the end of the second period here. And it doesn't seem like anyone's got more of a foothold than the other team. The Blaze approach, but once again, the XGods, just a single player was all it took to get in the way.
Yes, they're both looking for the quick deke, the quick side switch to catch the goalie off guard. Neither one's really been able to find placement on the goal. And here we go. We're resetting once again, and there we go. That's the end of the second period. We're still on this first money puck. It's anybody's game. I really have to believe that whoever makes this first goal is going to be in control of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the second puck, it looks like, is a puck that will take points away from whichever team gets this this first score, if the other team is able to score second, but we'll get into that. If that is even a scenario that happens, we'll have to see how far we go. This may go into overtime.
And
a quick approach.
I think that is a moment that the Blaze finally said, you know what? We gave you two periods. We gave you plenty of opportunities. We're taking the lead. This is our game to win.
And at the very beginning of the third period, we see how this game is going to close out with some more aggression. We see a lot of scuffling over there on the side. The Blaze getting aggressive again. They have rejuvenated themselves in this third period. They woke back up. The XGods are going to try to respond here. Let's see how they play. A nice approach from the side, but control is lost before they can get in there. Now, this is a -1 puck, so if the XGods are able to score it, it'll be a 1-1 game.
Yes, and they need to score it, but that aggression you talked out, Speedy. Every single time, I thought it was just the first period, but every time I look, it looks like a blue jersey is pushing towards the opponent's goal. Never mind, they're holding on, saying, hey, maybe I just won't play the game with you. You have to score this. You have to make the play. I'll put the pressure back and see if you can't match it, and almost getting a free opportunity there at the goal just by baiting them down to come and chase him.
Yeah, not the best approach, but there's some serious aggression here. We have got the Blaze taking it slow for once, but a pass that goes wild. So now the XGods have an opportunity. A slap shot goes too far to the left of the screen, right of the goal. And that one's going to go to the goalkeeper, who's going to not hold on to it, send it back out.
They have not held on to it once. They are fully willing to say, you could be standing right here, and I am sending this puck back out, you're not going to score. You can't capitalize off this play.
Very nice passing from the Blaze. This player approaches, sends it to the goalie who's going to slide it out to his own teammate. They do not want to hold on to this one. They don't want to slow down the pace of the game.
And it looks like the Blaze have adjusted a little bit. They're leaving this Teal player that scored their first goal to press forward, only bringing maybe one other person up. Beyond that, at least one of the players, if not two, are constantly playing this defensive role to stop any possible fast breaks and send it right back up to them for an easy possible goal.
Oh, a collision in the goal. Around the back of the net, almost scores, sends another one out. The XGods are going to push up. There's a lot of defense from the Blaze. They have a lot of guys to get through here. Blaze are going to get control of it, not send it back over to the XGods. Passing opportunity, instead passes it to the opposing goalkeeper.
I think they're just trying to burn as much time. There's only 45 seconds left on the clock. The XGods have to find a miracle. They have to find the XGod to come down and save them in the situation. Who has the ability to do so? Again, I have to put that pressure on the Tier 2. Nexus, you're a rookie sports player of the year. You are a top-tier sports player in this league. You are to be feared. But right now, Hollywood is making you look silly with a set of rookies. This is what a Tier 1 looks like. This is the play I've been looking from Hollywood and his team all day. We're an hour in the game. 3 games are done, and I'm just saying, hey, Hollywood, maybe you've finally woken up. Maybe the fires are starting to burn. Maybe the Blaze are taking their spot. Got a little bit.
XGods need to take an opportunity. There's only 2 seconds remaining. The game will end with the Blaze taking the win 2-0. They put themselves on the board, get rid of the XGods 2-0 lead in this game, giving themselves a point. So this is a game, Strix. We've got a game on our hands. The Blaze are capable. That was one of the ones that they needed to win. Otherwise, we were going to have some serious questions for this team already in Game 3. Luckily, they show signs of life. There's something that they're capable of here, and we're going to have to see how far they can push that. How many categories can they extend that into? Do they have to have the perfect setup of players to really get a win?
Absolutely. That's what my biggest worry here. Because with the Blaze's road to victory here, the XGods can get a blowout. I truly believe they could absolutely do this. But if the Blaze want to win this, they're going to be fighting tooth and nail. This is going to be, I'm talking 12-14, 10-11. It's going to come down to these 1 and 2 small wins, and it all is on Hollywood's head. I'm going to keep putting that out there until Hollywood can prove to me, hey, my team is ready to go. I'm ready to go. He played that with 2 rookies. He played that with a well-known sports rookie, Mari, I'm still learning a little bit about, but 2 rookies, he's able to dictate that. They played, though, closer to the Reaper style of play than something maybe different. So seeing some of that mental game, and now I'm looking, hey, we see some weaknesses in the XGods armor. The question has to be there. Was the Shogun's game just a strong team against a weaker team, or are they one of those playoff contenders?
Yeah, you have to expect that they're going to. If they're going to lose some games against the Shoguns in the state that we saw them, they've got some practicing to do. They've got some of their players clearly to have some work to put in and build up this season, and we're going to see them improve. It's an exciting thing, honestly, for the UEL to watch, is for those players to improve individually or as a whole team. The Blaze is not that team. The Blaze is already showing. The XGods have come out and honestly shown them respect. They didn't push it in their face in Apex, even when Hollywood didn't put himself in. They saw that the Tier 2 and Tier 3 player went in. Okay, we haven't seen them play consistently in quite a while, both of those players, but this is Hollywood's picks. These are capable players that we've seen before, and some rookies that are being talked up by their manager as the best in the league. There's a reason there's 4 of them starting. We're going to have to see if the XGods continue to show them respect, because I think it's working out for them right now. Strategizing and not just going and saying we are already the better team, but saying here's how we are going to be the better team.
Yes.
They have to keep remembering active brain. You've got 4 hours. You have to work that brain. 3 hours remaining still. You're going to get a break in the middle. But, I mean, we're only 3 games in, and we're almost down to the 3-hour mark. This is going to be a tense game.
That's what's scary to me, is the idea of that. Oh, we're an hour in with 3 games played. We've gotten up to the point where teams on average were playing 24, 28 games a game. This is a far slower game than I could have ever imagined.
Yeah.
And I want to draw your attention to that timeout that was used in NHL by the XGods. The XGods ran out of timeouts against the Shoguns. This is one of those weak points that was highlighted in technical timeout for a lot of teams. Teams just weren't able to set up and get into game. Even if you are a top-tier team, I have to now start to wonder. Some like NHL is getting 3 players sitting down, and it looks like they didn't know what team they wanted to play, which is crazy coming from a team of 5 veterans. Y'all have to know how to play.
All right. Well, we do have AV coming in here to drop a little comment for us, so we will see what he has to say.
Right now, and I will tell you right now, the Blaze, I don't know. I think it's a wave of emotions, right? So Hollywood got washed in Checkmate, and then turns around and carries in NHL, and then they get a penalty timeout because they can't get it together, bro. It has been a fantastic game so far. Lots of energy, bro. Y'all keep it. Y'all watch it. Y'all viewers, keep watching.
Absolutely.
You cannot be making rookie mistakes like that. It's celebrating so hard that you run through your setup timer is not something that you see from every team. It's going to be one of those mistakes. They're only going to make it one time. So if you've seen it, you're lucky. You're not going to see them make that same mistake again.
My issue here is there's I watched all season last season. Hollywood be like, yo, Gardo, go set up the game. Where are you? What are you doing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why is Hollywood in the game and now we've lost a timeout? No.
He can't be everything. He can't be this whole team. So far, he was in the game that they got their only win. He's the manager deciding who plays what, and apparently he has to set up 5 PCs in every console for his team as well. Otherwise, they don't get it done.
That's my worry. Exactly what you just said. You know another story where one man had to carry a whole thing against a set of opponents? Julius Caesar. We know how that kind of went down. You know, few too many shots at Hollywood, and he might not be able to keep the ship afloat. I am looking for who is going to be the light in the darkness. My first answer is the right-hand man. You're tier 2. This is why you brought him on.
Yeah.
Gardo, I need you to step up. I know Gardo's sitting there. He's probably wondering. Gardo would love to see a DBZ Fighters here. See a FIFA, some game that he's known to be strong in. But what I want out of you is the games that you're not known to be strong in. Scare people. Show people, like, I'm a tier 2 here because I can cover any and every single genre on the wheel. I was on the Reapers, and I was only a bench player for the Reapers because I was on the Reapers. The rest of y'all should not even look in my direction.
Right, and I mean, your top 3 players, minimum, should be well-rounded.
Yes.
I think that's how most players, most teams have set up their players and their rosters, is that their top 3, their 3 players that you're going to see in every game, they're not getting replaced by benched players at any point this season unless their mother gets stuck 50,000 feet in the air on a plane that stopped moving. They're not gonna take a break for anything. So we're gonna see those top 3 players on every team be stuck there, which means they have to play they will play 33 games this season, undoubtedly, 33 different games. You can't be having specialists in your tier 2 position. You absolutely cannot. Now, maybe the Blaze, just because they're rookies, have set their tier 4 through 7 as tier 4 through 7. Maybe we do have some well-rounded players in there. It's very possible. But so far, they've all already lost a game.
Yes.
So they couldn't pull it out in one of the very few mixed category games that we have, which is a strategy and fighter game. So strategy and fighter, we saw that entire team lose to the XGods here, who I wouldn't say they have their fighter players, maybe, but they're not by any means a fighting game team.
And here we go. We're jumping in the Forza. Let's see if they can't find some of that stability in these racing games. And we're off. It looks like we're on Hakone here. A solid map. 2K coming up next as well. And we will absolutely know exactly who has to go in for each side here. I hear some communication. Some of these teams are playing together. Somebody just spins out with no one touching them.
Yeah, and you got to think if you're going to give this F1 car over to Hassaj, he's got to be a pretty good racer, but he does take a collision with the wall, does get back on course fairly well, doesn't even get a penalty for as much time as he spent spinning out. A really good recovery, but now he's going to have to make up ground. But if you give him a car like this, a car that's known for being able to just take open space and just speed its way through, you got to think this might be one of their players that they're relying on for good points in racers here.
Absolutely, but the thing I'm noticing right now from that leaderboard up there in their top left, one of the Blaze players is in first, but I see 2 Blaze players in 7th and 9th. This is one of those things where you're only going to be as strong as your weakest link.
Yeah.
And going up against a team like the XGods, I say that as Hassaj almost spins out trying to
actually avoids. Yeah.
a player on the track. We're on PC1 here. This is one of the LA XGods avoiding, hoping to not run into this wall. Isn't able to get out and get off. Hakona's a fairly straightforward map, some big turns, but the ability to maintain speed is pretty easy if you understand the map. Here we go, coming around each one of the turns.
Yeah, speaking of the map, we do actually often see, I think we saw last season, the very last Forza game that we had, we saw that on this map, because of the lack of obstacles for players built into the map, the lack of difficult turns, they will try to turn each other into obstacles. They oftentimes will, knowing what position they're in, how close they are to another player, they will try to get themselves in the way there. Now, this here is a player that we expect to see a lot of good things from in Racers.
Nexus is always on top, and he looks like he is in full control of his car, sitting here at the 3rd position, and that's what my worry was. I see in first place, they're chasing down this the LAX guys are chasing down this Blaze member, but they hold that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th position all by less than a second, and that doesn't bode well because you have to finish this race for your team to even be at the point of saying, like, we had a chance at winning this. PC8 is cruising along. They're finding their opportunity. Somebody very clearly on the Blaze knows what they're doing and is holding this pole position and is probably just looking in his rearview saying, like, hey, where are my teammates?
Yeah, and as long as this 4th player is close to the top 3.
And I asked and I received. There we go. Gardo out here cruising away in this 1st position, holding it down for his teammate. I had a whole lot of questions, and it looks like we found the answers. Racers, he's not bothered. He's completely calm, locked in, ready to go. On the 3rd lap, he just has to find the last little bit of this race, and he can say, hey, I finished at the top. Somebody's playing Tokyo Drift Simulator, because I don't think you want to be coming around in that scenario, finally getting past, and now having to play a little bit more aggressive, trying to find an opportunity, spins out. You can see him shaking his head there, realizing maybe feeling the pressure of having to hold on to that pole position. And now we're over to Electric, cruising along now in 1st place. More than comfortable, more than happy.
Wow.
The LAX are just like that. Take 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Yeah. I mean, that was... listen, you can't put the weight on one guy in every single game here if you're the Blaze, but... Oh, we're going to get a spin out, lack of control from Electric. Let's see how he can recover here.
Hits the wall.
Not too
taking
well.
Some time. Yeah, this is crazy. Back to Nexus, who's now in that pole position.
It's consistency. He didn't have first the entire race, but his consistency of positioning got him here to the end in 1st place. He stayed in 2nd the entire time, knowing eventually someone would mess up.
And he forced the error out of Garto. Tier 2 against Tier 2. He was the one that managed to slip by him, put that last little pressure on. And here we go in 10th place, Sweeping Jade doing his best to just try to finish up the race. Coming around the turn, spinning out once again, is taking his time. Just get across the finish line. It's a 1-minute difference. I think this is signed, sealed, and delivered for the XGods, though.
Yeah, you can see that all of his axles are just... a moment ago they were, at least. They were in the yellow. We'll see. Maybe he has a little bit of control over his vehicle now. And it looks like he's going to try to just make it in these last 15 seconds. Otherwise, that will be a massive, massive penalty for his team.
Yes, for those wondering at home, it is
5 seconds remaining, and I don't think he's
yeah,
going to
I
make
don't think so. And I think that will
that'll seal the deal.
Yes, with one player not finishing on a team, that pretty much causes a loss for that team. We hear the XGods loss call come out. And I know that has to be a tough loss. They were looking so good for the first 2 laps of that race, absolutely having the 1st place spot locked down. And my question here is, Hollywood didn't go in again.
So far, the team is 0-3 without Hollywood. Sorry, 0-2 without Hollywood, only 1-1 with him. Any team that's going even with Hollywood in the game is not standing up to expectations. So right now, I mean, the Blaze had a mixture of highlights and lowlights there. Gardo was in a position for a while, a really impressive position, There will be other games where we'll see him playing Forza, where we'll see him. I'm sure he will be able to hold that position, but the pressure getting to him like that and losing control of his vehicle, taking turns too high of a speed, coming up on turns, not being able to slow down in time, you have to pay attention to the map. You have to pay attention to your own game because you are not your entire team. You cannot be focused on what they're doing. You can't be focused on what the other team is doing. If they're going to bump you, they're going to bump you. There's very little you can avoid that with at 90 miles to 120 miles an hour. Very little you can do without spinning out. I don't even think there was really contact threatened. I think it was just the possibility, and I think Nexus knew that. If he was just close enough, there would always be the possibility of him taking action. Gardo wanted to, he didn't care about being in the first place position. He wanted to take inches from Nexus out in front. He wanted to get further and further and further from Nexus, but that focus on a singular other player is what cost him because he was not paying enough attention to the map. He ended up spinning himself out. We saw Electric spin out too. He was holding a good position for most of the race. So Garto, Electric, both really valiant efforts from them. But we need to see more consistency throughout the whole game from them from now on. Because if they're going to be standout players for their team, they're going to have to take that first place. They can't be finishing 5th and 6th. Nexus, on the other hand, as consistent as we expect them to be, I believe a once Rookie of the Year in the racing game category. We know that he can play these games.
Absolutely.
The rookies have not surpassed our veterans yet. Even when they're looking really good, they don't quite take it. So our veterans still highlighting for us for the most part. But we're going to see soon. Some of these games are going to. We're coming up on NBA right now. We do have actually an interesting duo for the Blaze coming out here. So break down what we're seeing for our duos for this NBA.
So looking at it on the Blaze side, we have Hollywood. I asked for this before. I wanted to see Hollywood and AJ, and both have come in. But very different support pieces on the play for each one of those teams. Havoc to your face has picked up, is willing to touch every game. He has an idea going into 2K. Not the strongest 2K player, but he knows what he needs to do. On the flip side, Mari TV, this unproven rookie, and we have a lot of rookie players come in, and a lot of sports players especially, that love things like 2K and want to get the opportunity to show off their stuff. So now I have to ask the question of what can you do? Because Hollywood has historically been a facilitator. He played the likes of Pistol Pete. He was always willing to set his team up once his team got started. Then he was able to take over the game a little bit more with his amazing shooting ability. But he's going to have to do that here in 2K24 with rookie talent that I'm hoping he's played with. At the end of the day, I haven't seen that synergy from the Blaze. They don't look like a cohesive unit. One thing that was always talked about the Reapers, about this brotherhood, Gardo being one of those biggest talkers about that. And now my question becomes, is where is that? Because right now the LA XGods look like a team of players, and these individuals coming from the Blaze haven't found an opportunity. So if you're at home, the Ballers score is going to end up being the Blaze. The XGods will be the Ringers, and we're going to see here. So Havoc is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, AJ on Kobe, and it looks like Rejane is going to be that. I don't believe it's Rejane. I'm pretty sure that is Mari TV. Mari TV here is on the Michael Jordan, I believe, and Hollywood is on Joel Embiid. I'm gonna take a wild guess.
I think so.
I
that's
I
too
had
funny.
to go ahead and take
That is that you just decrypted another language is what you just did, just so you know.
I was looking at it for a little bit.
All right, so we are heading in now.
Ooh.
Very interesting matchup. We have a Tier 1 and Tier 5 versus a Tier 1 and Tier 5 here, so this should be a very even game. This is going to be a matchup strength tester right now.
And I can tell you it looks like Mari plays immediately. I'm going to tell you right now.
Yeah.
He looks comfortable.
Yeah,
He knows when he can take these shots, when he can't, is willing to pass back out, is willing to just constantly put pressure on. And he's going up against a sports belt champion like AJ and beats him for the first point of the game. That's a statement from a rookie.
Yeah, a clean dodge into a layup there. Very nice start for the Blaze. That's what you want to see. We talked about, will we see them working together well as a team? And we do. Goes for the three, doesn't quite sink it.
And it looks like they do have a strategy that they're ready to play there. And it looks like a foul on Kobe Bryant. This is going to be the Blaze's ball. Hollywood with control immediately. AJ looking to try to do a lot here. I feel like he feels the pressure, much like Gardo did in that last game. Are we finally seeing AJ in all things a sports game feeling pressure?
And a 3 from the big man, not going to go in.
Off the mark. They have to still clear the ball. They have to get it out beyond the three-point line. Nice job. They move it all the way around. I think they're going to look for another pick-and-roll play. They all transition over to AJ, not worrying about Havoc at all, but AJ just takes it to the hole, tying the game up. The difference maker here is going to be
Open net. Does
Hollywood
not go for the
didn't take
layup
it?
underneath.
Hollywood baiting out the shot and finds his rookie open in the corner, and this is why they wanted Mari in this game.
Mari sinking a 3, putting up all 3 points so far for this team.
So if you're looking, the black is the XGods. Their score is going to be opponent, just for the people at home so they're aware.
And a 3 goes up, but does not go in. Going to see it go to the outside. Another shot from the Blaze. That time it does not go in, unfortunately. So we will see XGods get control again.
Another
Far
fadeaway?
3.
Oh, wait. Where was
And
that
it went
ball?
over.
And Hollywood taking the easy
Wow.
point.
Yeah,
That was a,
retreat.
can we get an air ball call? That was, where would you shoot, AJ? I need to
I
know.
think he thought he selected Caitlin Clark. He did not.
A different set of players. Here we go, another pick play. He ends up taking the outside edge and just takes it in, settling for that one. Maybe realizing the shot's not necessarily falling. I just need to keep this game close and wait until I can find my opportunity to take over. Hollywood loses the ball to start off with, and it looks like it was a good decision. Havoc looked like he wanted to take a shot there. They're having a little bit of difficulty on defense. Gives AJ the open shot, and he's not missing
Finally.
that one.
Yeah, AJ needs to start landing these 3s as well. Oh, and it's answered right back by Mari there.
Let's see. Is he able to do it? AJ just looking to get a little bit of space each and every single time. And this is the worry I have. Havoc is willing just to try to do his best to assist with this, these picks, and is trying to get space, but I need Hollywood to step up. One of the two of them is going to have to play a little bit better defense. I say that as Mari just takes it for another dunk.
Oh, Mari
Each and every
puts
single
up another point. Now a 2-point lead for the Blaze. Psycho getting in some difficult positions here.
Nice
Sorry, Havoc.
block into a play. And the
Oh,
quick give and go, we finally see Hollywood starting to take this play. This is what I mentioned before. I think Hollywood is once again defaulting back to that style, really facilitating out to his opponent, lulling the XGods into this sense of security thing like, oh, I only have to worry about Mari. But with him hitting shots like that, I guess it doesn't matter whether you guard Hollywood or not. Mari said, hey, one of my games rolled, and I'm going to show you why you shouldn't have played. 3 minutes left on the clock. Another shot here. And AJ keeping this game close.
Yeah, AJ with less consistency with those 3-pointers, unfortunately, but he does need to continue playing that way. The points just keep getting answered back by the Blaze. The XGods with another position. Havoc, once again, running into his teammate, unable to set a pick properly. He does get the passes out to the line pretty well. That was a better pick.
I want to see Havoc roll a little bit more often. Hollywood isn't even concerned with what Havoc is doing. Havoc has to bring that threat to the low block and force him to just challenge him. If that goes, I was about to say, you already started to put your name on the sports player of the year,
that
rookie sports player, if you're able to land a shot like that. And here we go. Once again, Hollywood just willing to contest down low, and we see why. He stops AJ's freedom to drive, and he's free underneath the basket for another score. 5-point lead now for the Blaze.
AJ trying to get himself set, trying to figure out a position, going to pass to the big man under the net, but goes the wrong way. Luckily, AJ gets control of the ball and lands another 3.
I'm sitting here talking about Tier 1 AJ, but where's sports belt holder AJ? In this moment, you're supposed to be the best of the best here in the league when it comes to these sports games. 2K has been a mainstay of the league. I need a better performance than this. A 5-point gap is unthinkable.
And we're going to see Hollywood put up another one for a 6-point lead for the Blaze. Big man under the net once again. Havoc unable to get it done. But it's not just Havoc. AJ here is really inconsistent with both his layups and his 3-pointers. He steps out unaffected. I mean, it had nothing to do with anybody else. he's feeling the pressure. I think he feels like he's in a 2-on-1 situation, and that is not a good place to be in. Drives right to the net, and another one coming out of Mari. Finally, we're seeing a performance from a rookie that can top anything that we've seen from the veterans so far. This is his game. He is in control.
Yes, it's absolutely beautiful to see. And he does it again.
Steps out again.
Once I give you credit on, but that's now twice that you got the exact same thing in the exact same spot.
This has to be on purpose at this point. Oh, and the block.
Okay,
Hollywood goes for a shot, and Havoc just going to say, listen, I know how the game works at least a little. A little bit of a battle between the big men on the 3 line.
And what you don't want to see is your tier 1, your sports player being cold in 2K. Because now Havoc has to start taking some of these opportunities. A nice job baiting out the shot, a good setup, and still misses the shot.
Good recovery, though, from Havoc.
2-1, and that's game.
For a buzzer beater. Closes the score line, but 15-10, the Blaze will win. It is now 3-2. Still a competitive game.
So a question's been answered. Sports games.
Yeah.
That's what the Blaze need right now.
Yes, it is.
Is that enough to win a game against a team like the XGods?
No. I'm not going to sit on your side and say, let's find out. Listen, I understand the game is going slow, but we've already rolled 2 of the sports games. They're going to become lesser and lesser as time goes on.
Well, speaking of that, it's FC. I'm looking here.
Oh, sorry, 3.
Hey, look, and they have Garto able to go in here. I think Garto is going to want to get back what was taken from him in Forza.
Yeah.
Being one of those really strong veterans in Forza in the league. Now he's going to have to go in with a rookie. But we saw what happened last time. The veteran talent went in with the rookie. The Blaze seemed to find and be more comfortable there. And on that flip side, Sin is going to have to do the same thing with one of his veteran talents. So who are we bringing in right now?
Yeah.
I think we're going to go ahead and get another interview here. So let's go ahead and take a look over at the arena while we get all set up. Oh, my goodness. I don't know about this game. It's close to call.
Yeah. We are on our way. We have got Hollywood coming in, taking a seat. Hollywood.
Yes, sir.
Last time I talked to you, you were coming off of a championship win. We haven't really talked since then. This is a brand new season, your first game with this new team. Not a single one of the guys that you just won a championship with is up there with you right now. You've set this up all yourself. This is what you think is going to be the winning team. What is it about your team that makes you think that this is the formula?
I think we have a really good diversity. I think we have a strong fighter in Napkin, and then we also have people that are learning the games to help back him up. And I think a lot of teams don't realize that you need your whole team to be able to play every single game. And right now our team is working very hard to try and play every game and be able to back everybody else up in a lot of things. And I think we're very dominant in sports, and also I think with more practice and more experience in the league, I think we'll be one of the best shooters as well.
All right. Well, you guys are showing for sure that sports are your thing, and you've got another one coming up here next. I wanted to ask, because these rookies are going to be a deciding factor for you. What was it that you saw in your rookies, or what was the decision that you had to make to decide that most of your team would be comprised of rookies, and these were going to be the guys that you picked?
Hey, nobody joined for any tiers. Nobody wanted to join my team. I took over a team and wanted to see what I could build around, and then asked that team to come back, and nobody wanted to. So what I did is I took it upon myself to go find 2 experienced players like Milk and Garto, which he was on the Reapers, but obviously hasn't played for a while, and then fill the rest out with rookies and get our experience and skill up from there.
Well, I mean, your rookies so far are showing up pretty well, but when it comes to the tier 1s, we've got you and AJ. I mean, it's looking pretty tense right now. AJ is 2-2 at the moment. You are 2-1. How are you going to get that? How are you going to get that? I mean, you're dominating in sports games right now against a guy who used to hold the sports belt. How are you going to get the one up on him?
It's just, I mean, he still holds the sports belt, but I think everybody in here knows that I'm better than him at sports. So I'm not really worried about it. I mean, I go in on any sports game and beat him. I wish Rocket League was on the wheel because that'd be an easy dub for us today. But I'm expecting it's a continue look this way, back and forth battle all game.
Well, the standings say so far. So thank you for joining me. You got a game to get back to, so good luck.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, we are going to be heading into FC very, very soon. Here again on the desk. Listen, we just saw those tier 1 head-to-head. It's 0-2 Jay.
Live and direct from Cape Town, but we need that Cape Town love. The teams are out, they're ready. Show them some love. All right, here we go.
So here we go. We're going to be looking at these Tier 2 players. We keep talking about the Tier 1 matchup, and Tier 2 might be stepping out here. It's going to be Garto and Nexus, each with a set of rookies, both in a strong area, and we already have an early score. So the XGods are going to be the home team, the blue jersey France, and the white jersey France are going to be the Blaze team.
XGods up by 2 already now. Just open goal. It's not even really a contest at the moment. Blaze just trying to find their footing. They're just trying to get a fighting position. You can see that one of their players now is on defense. That shot goes a little bit left. We are playing with walls on, so there will be no out-of-bounds balls for this one. It will be in play the entire time.
Here we go, trying to find an opportunity. Isn't able to get the ball in. That's an open goal. Thank you. I was waiting for
time.
this play.
Wow.
Here.
If that's how this one is going to go, it might be a tough game. I think they got to shake those nerves and get it together because clearly they can get an offense mounted. And here they go again. Oh, just off of the left post. They do get another position to attack, and the shot's in past 2, so it is going to be a 2-2 game. It started a lot quicker for the XGods, but the Blaze are in a position to maybe take a lead here if they can get another one. And they're going to be on the offense again. Don't really see too much passing happening. Just going to take a better field position. Now just finding an opening on his own. The shot again off the left side.
And I think that this is something I can keep really easy to. A lot of people forget that there was a time where Gardo was one of the best FIFA players in the league, and I think he's starting to show out a little bit in this game, saying, hey, Nexus, I know you're young here, I know you're new, I know you're good, but this is my league, step away. And they finally found their opportunity, their ability, and I think this is also incredibly smart. They kind of just have, I want to say Napkin, just making sure they have a defender back at all times. Oh, but this is an open goal. Nice job getting a defense. Oh, kick. They have to get this ball away. It's 2-2. We're almost at the end of the first half.
Oh, that one goes far too far left. This is not a great setup. The Blaze will get control again. The XGods back on defense like they have been most of the game. The foot comes out, but the stop is very temporary. Finally some control here for the XGods. They're going to start moving that ball up the field. It's going to be one-on-one. Goes too far to the right this time. Let's see another setup from the Blaze here, and it goes in. The Blaze are going to take a lead.
I think that's some really good play there. And again, Napkin's starting to settle in. You can see, I think early on again, he realizes his role is to be this man in the back, be the person on defense. Gardo looking for another shot. Great defense, trying to find another one. It doesn't end up going in.
XGods have open goal, but don't go for the shot. They do find a thread of the needle between 2 players, and they are able to get another goal to tie this one up 3-3. Let's see if the Blaze can answer back to get their lead back.
And again, it looks like they're trying to work the ball around. Unable to find the shot there. They're just trying to work the ball back, and this has to be Eric Gardo in the red. He is playing like his life depends on this game, and after everything that happens, he wants to have a game that is his, show up, and him being able to make it. But that was a shot. Take an extra second just to find it. He finds the ball that's gone wide, looks for the opportunity. He had an opportunity to pass. Position. But here we go, 2v1.
Is that?
I don't think they made
that
it.
One
it wasn't
count.
in time.
It wasn't in time. They took the shot, but
time.
That may have been stopped by the body, honestly, if the players were still reacting. So we won't say that was a given. We are back to 3-3. It's like the game is restarting. 3 minutes for one of these teams to have a lead and try to win. Right now, we're going to see the side switch, so it is actually the Blaze on the offense once again, like they have been most of the game. The XGods, though, efficient when they do have control, because despite having less, this game is even in points.
Yes. And this is what I'm seeing is both sides had some coaching there at half. We saw AJ step in to maybe give a little bit, a few tips to the rookie. That was your opportunity to go up in the game. There was an open goal. You kicked the ball over. Does he get control of it? Blew over.
Oh, what a play
That is
for
the
that
teamwork
team.
that I love to see.
Yes, that was a beautiful passing play, a blind pass header back to his teammate with an open goal in front of him. And now we've got the Blaze back in the lead. They have to hold this. They're able to stop a shot from going in. They have another scoring position. Rainbow flick, not good. Header from the goalie. We're going to see the XGods get in a decent position, but can they make the passing play? Their goalkeeper gets control of the ball. There is a really, really tight hold on the goal right now from the Blaze. They know that they can't go down one. In fact, they go up another. So now they are up by 2. The XGods have some work to do.
Each and every single time, I start to have a few questions. Now, I don't think the XGods are out of it just yet, but I'm loving what I'm seeing. Some of that synergy that I wanted to see, some of these smaller sports games, it looks like it's there. And Hollywood made the statement that he thought that he was better, but I think Gardo was making a similar statement.
Oh, it's the individual plays that are just really, really doing it for the Blaze right now. It's when you take the 1v1s, even the 1v2s, that these players are just showing up. So once again, control goes to the Blaze. Let's see if Gardo is just going to bring this one forward or make a pass. He's not going to. He's going to find an open net. He had to fight 3 players to get there. He fought all 3. He got another goal. They are up by, is it 3 or 4 now? It doesn't matter. It's another one at this point. This is the Blaze are running away with it.
I'm speechless. Every single time, I keep wanting to look for this game, and I'm like, no.
It's just their game now.
Yes.
It just belongs to them. The XGods, I mean, they're trying to find something, but we've seen how paced they play this game. They need to pick up speed fast. This one's going to go to the corner. We're going to see more control to the side of the Blaze.
Another
We're going to
goal.
see a shot on an open goal. Oh, no. The XGods are able to stop it. We're going to see them take an offense now. Finally, let's see if he can win this one. And it does go in the back of the net. So we will see 8-4. There needs to be a huge recovery. The XGods have to do what the Blaze have been doing nonstop, which is just run away with the game in this last minute. They're not going to. The Blaze are going to put themselves up another. It is still a 5-goal game with 1 minute left to go. XGods with control again, pushing up quickly. I believe they got that one out. I didn't even see the ball. We didn't even get there in time, but it's a 4-goal game.
It is an amazing showing here from the
XGods.
Blaze.
Control
with
again.
control once again.
Passing it across the field. The shot goes off the foot of the defender. We're going to see the Blaze get control again. There's a little bit of an opening. He tries to find it, but nails it off the left side like we've seen him do so many times this game. Let's see if he can find this one. He's got so many players to fight through. Almost gets a kick, ends up on the turf. Instead, the XGods almost sliding it into their own goal. They only have 30 more seconds to work with, but the Blaze have control again. They're approaching the net, a little bit of footwork, a shot. They're learning how to defend the XGods, but it looks like they are not quite there to stop it. It's been decent from them, but just not good enough. Their shots have not been on target frequently enough. That's another.
They had this. The XGods in the last minute have shown us a team that absolutely could have competed and kept up with this game, but they were unable to do so throughout the entirety of this match. And that should be another Blaze win.
Yeah, that is another Blaze win. The Blaze are going to tie the game up 3-3. Now, those 3 games have all come from the same category.
You know, they say, what, a journey starts with a single step?
Yeah.
A win starts with a single category.
It apparently does. So they are going to really, really fingers crossed for these sports games. But something interesting that Hollywood said during his interview a couple of minutes ago is that he thinks they could be one of the best shooting teams in the league. Listen, I'm not going to doubt him. I know he's got an eye for this kind of thing, but our first game, our opener for this match, was a shooter. They had the opportunity to play anybody they wanted, and they lost by
Badly.
a much more intelligent play style. So they might be able to shoot, but they got to start thinking in these games. We've got a 2v2 coming up at first. We're going to shoot it over to AV for a moment to see what he's got to say from the floor.
Napkin.
That was with Napkin.
bro. What?
I mean, if I'm going to be honest with you, all Garto needs is a player to pass the ball to him. He doesn't need a teammate that can shoot from half field, half court. He just needs a player that can pass the ball to him. He got it. Garto's footwork was insane on the field. That was
Every
crazy.
single movement, he just got. There were so many times where he had 3 people around him, and he was just really willing and able to just be like, okay, avoided you, nice try, good job. I have to ask you now. I want to that Halo point and then shooter point. I want to dive into. There's a big change to Halo this season, and I want to get your insight and how you think that's going to change how the UEL plays the game.
I think 2v2 is going to coordinate these teams a lot better. These duos that go into these shooters together are going to be able to coordinate team fights. We're not going to be jumping around the map, watching one player fight another, and then into another one player fighting 2 players standing on top of grenades because they've never played Halo before. We're going to see 2 players teamed together with a game plan. Every single time one of them dies, the other one's probably going to die. It's going to be a very back and forth, very team-based. I don't think we're going to have to really switch around our point of view too much to find all these different fights. Very infrequently are we going to find separation on the map. We're going to be fighting for power items. We're going to be fighting for weapons of preference. These things are going to be the focal points, and no matter when they come up and who's available to fight for them, everyone's going to be fighting for them.
I love to hear it, and I'm even more surprised because while you were saying that the lineups came in,
Yeah.
there will be 1 veteran in this game.
Yeah.
Electric.
And I think a lot of people don't even really know what he's capable of. So it looks like we are going to be on live fire here. Starting off, we are going to be on the XGods.
And it looks like Slayer is the game mode as well as we get another wheel spin.
Yes, it is Slayer, so we've got Hasaj here. The wheel spin lands us on Die by the Blade. Now these sidekick shots coming out, almost get that first kill. Doesn't quite nail it. Hasaj here putting out so much damage on these other players, trying to weaken up shields, and it looks like his teammate will pick up a kill. It's actually a trade, so Hasaj has to get that kill. He does land the headshot, and now it looks like this power item here on the side of dummies is going to be theirs. He does wait for his teammate. This camo is on its way up. Let's see Electric turning around. Hasaj turning around to take a fight. Let's see if Electric was able to get the active camo. He didn't die, so he is able to get the camo there. They are searching for him. I think they know at this point that the camo has definitely been eaten. They know that Hasaj did not drop it. The grenade goes aside of sandbags there. We're going to see the map has been flipped now. The last time we saw Electric with that camo was under mid. So we're going to have to see if he's still down there. He may have rotated. It seems like they see one. They've got one die. Yeah, they are still under mid. That shotgun, that Bulldog putting out so much damage. The handgun comes out. The sidekick gets the first kill. A really, really low health player here for the Blaze. He's getting out as his teammate gets kills.
Now, here the big thing here is that did equalize the scoreboard here. We're back to 3-3. Luckily escaping and ensuring that the team is able to not go down off of a bad fight. Again, realize, like, okay, cool, one of us has to die here more than likely. Let's go ahead and reset, get back up here. But immediately taking some damage here, we see Rejane really focusing up, trying to, I like the movement. Very seems comfortable with the game and is looking to take a fight. But active camo is going to be back up here shortly. And it looks like the calm is to go in there and get it before it pops up. They want control of it this time.
Oh, Needler in the hands of Electric. It's a dangerous weapon to go into. He does not find the kill immediately, but he is going to go in to assist his teammate. Picks up the repulsor, setting up for another fight. But there is another power item that you want to be picking up here in a moment, and that is going to be that camo on its way back up. They're setting up for that fight. They're getting their weapons of preference. They're getting themselves set. That Needler is going to be dangerous. It's almost a guaranteed kill unless the Blaze are able to double target Hasaj, who I believe is the one holding the... No, I'm sorry. It's actually Electric right now is taking the fight, opts not to use the Needler, gets the kill with the commando. Actually going to be Electric there. Hasaj there that gets it with the sidekick. But these two playing really, really well as a team. Swapping out the Needler for the plasma pistol. Very good assistance for his teammate. Not choosing to charge it up, instead just putting out slow damage. Now we do see the skewer. A very, very interesting choice to pick up. We'll have to see if these players are going to come in contact with each other. If they can get a close range one here, or maybe he's actually going to opt to use it as a sniper cross map. So we see him. Oh, he's in the sights. Let's see if any of these shots. The shot does not land. We don't see one go off quite yet.
Mari doing his best to rotate back around, try to continue this play, but now they have to make a play. It's on the Blaze to find this extra kill to equalize, and the second one to go ahead and take the lead. They're trying to find a win. They're getting a lot of shots that are hitting, but they're just not finding these kills in each of these little moments.
Yeah, Mari finding a position on top mid, but he doesn't rush the XGods here, which means that they're going to be able to back themselves up into garage. Right now, they're just going to stay there. Another active camo on its way up. They're going to be fighting for this one. A lot of damage and pressure coming out, actually splitting up the XGods a little bit right now. Pulse grenade comes out, doesn't find anything with that plasma. Going to jump in for the fight here. Mari is on his way in.
I have to wonder where his teammate is in this moment. Oh, it looks like they found him in tunnel underneath, getting some damage, but with that broken shield, not wanting to make the gap any bigger, but active camo's back up. It was how we started the match, and it looks like how this match is going to find another set of depths. Now the XGods have gone up by 2 and have, once again, control of active camo.
Yeah, and we can see that they were almost able to take down that final player for the Blaze, but unable to do so. It looks like they're just putting the pressure on him as he retreats.
1 minute, 48 seconds. They have to figure out something here. They have to find their through line to victory, but it looks like another death is about to come in. That goes up to 6. Now they need to wipe +1 in the next minute.
Yeah, and another kill going to come out. It's actually going to be a double kill. There is no kill for the Blazer. I thought it was going to be a trade, but it is not. The XGods are going to push themselves up by a 2-team fight lead. Now putting shots here down on top mid, where that skewer is going to be attempting to spawn into somebody's hands again. They really want this one.
I was going to call you prophetic because you had it down to a science, but it looks like as the game has started to progress, that play that you asked for, that coordinated 2v2, is only coming out of the XGods side. That 1v2 is a perfect example of where you might have been able to trade against a slightly less coordinated team.
Yeah, just trying to pick up off of each other's kills on respawns is not going to work, and that's what the Blaze have been going for. But the Blaze able to slowly pick off each member of the opposing team, and now only down by 2.
If they can find this kill here, 30 seconds to play, they're going to have to make one more fight, and they have to win. That is their only opportunity. They need to tie it up, and they can't wait for a last-second scenario. You see the XGods just backing into a corner saying, hey.
Not even playing camo side.
And here we go. We swing the corner, and if one of them goes down, that's it.
And it's both of them. It's a 2 for none.
With 10 seconds left, this game is over.
Yeah. Let's see. We may see a skewer kill before this one ends. There will be 2 respawns before the timer ticks down. They're playing defensively. They're not going to give anything away, and they will take the win. So the XGods against a team that Hollywood said would be a very strong shooting team. That's their second shooting game loss in a row here. So
I want to call back to what Hassad said during his interview about apparently the entire chat went for Blaze, which is y'all took me back. After that Apex game, y'all are brave people.
Yeah.
Y'all are incredibly brave people, and it looks like you were wrong this time. But like I was saying.
Yeah, if they would have listened to the commentators, they would have got it right. But
you know, Hassad came in during the interview, and I asked him about that Apex game, what it was looking like. And his response was kind of like, yeah, we kind of played lame. We played slow. We didn't really engage ever, and we forced them to fight us. And it looks like that happened again. And that is, I think, the biggest flip side of a game like any of the shooters, where a lot of these shooter players are aggressive. They want to take fights. They want to get in your face. And if you're willing just to be like, yeah, no, I don't have to have this ego battle right here. Yeah. We saw it there where they were like, yeah, I'll handhold my teammate. You're never going to fight me 1v1. I don't have a reason to do that. This isn't me playing at home. It's me playing in the UEL.
Yeah, well, listen, there's only one thing more important than your teammate when it comes to competitive gaming, and that's your equipment. Because if you're not good, then your team's not going to be good. So our UEL gamers here use a SurfThing, which is the ideal way to play 33 games across 5 categories. If you want to be a competitive gamer and be able to play at the optimal settings no matter what you want to play, hey, maybe you want to be an Apex Legends Pro tomorrow, but next week you're going to want to be a Forza Pro. You want to get yourself a SurfThing because you want to be able to cover all the categories best you can get right now if you want to be able to play like an end gamer. So go ahead to surfthing.com, get yourself a SurfThing.
Absolutely. I am excited. We'll get to see another beautiful game on one of these SurfThings PCs and Die by the Blade. This is one of the most interesting fighting games that have been added to the wheel. I'll keep it very simple. One hit, one kill. It's the old samurai movies where you have the different weapons and all it takes is a single slash. But how you get to there involves a lot of maneuvering of your character back and forth, and you can deflect these blows. So I'm interested to see what these players are able to bring to the table. It's a 5v5. Everybody's going to have to go in pretty much for a team, which means a weak link will get exploited because it can take in the blink of an eye the game being over.
Yeah, and when it came to our battle of minds in our first strategy game where there was a little bit of fighting in between our strategy, this time there's going to be a little bit of strategy in between our fighting. So it is kind of the opposite way around. It is trying to outbrain the other person and get yourself a solid hit. Now, it is 5v5. We've had 5v5 fighters in the past. This one, a little bit different in the fact that you're not really going to be sitting there for very long.
And yes, you really have to be on top of it. And we can see these players are in fighting immediately. This isn't, we were thinking it was going to be a calculated, slow, thought-out process. No, we're swinging. Everybody is swinging back and forth. Now that stamina is starting to recharge, that green bar there, looks like the two players are playing. And we see here, it looks like Havoc to Your Face was able to win, choosing to use, I believe it's called the Wk2, a very long weapon. It has a smaller blade at the very tip, the Naginata, excuse me. And it allows you to play that range game a lot more comfortably than some of the other classes. And now we have the next player sitting down looking to take an opportunity here. It looks like the XGods, again, if you haven't already figured out, on the left side, the right side, is going to go ahead and be the Blaze. This game is really fun. I think there's an initial level that everybody has to get behind of, hey, will you just react if I just swing at you?
Right.
These players have now kind of figured that out, have kind of calmed down. Havoc using these big swings, just saying, like, I'm not going to let you get in range.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to let the other player get in range, and there will be some contact, but both blocked, 3 blocked in a row, but fourth will connect, unfortunately, Havoc. But he took his 1, so now both teams having taken 1, it is 4 against 4. We're actually, let's see if we see a weapon change here. We will. It will be to the katana. Okay, so it'll be katana versus katana. This is more standard gameplay, the kind of thing where you're on even ground. It'll be interesting to see now how these two players play because I think we're not going to see as much distance trying to be closed. The game, when one player is playing with the, I believe it's the Naginata is what it's called, once the distance is closed, you're going to see an end to the game one way or another. With this, there's an opportunity for this to still go on for a very long time after the distance is closed.
Here we go. I believe this is Napkin going up against Sin. And Napkin finding the incredibly quick strike once again. I have to give him credit. Like, he is taking this exactly how you would see in the film of an opponent that is charging at him and just simply 1 or 2 strikes, finding that opening and ending it in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, very calm way to play, which I think is ideal if you're going to play defensively like that. Now, not something we're used to seeing from Hollywood and the players that he coaches, but it looks like there is a little bit of patience on this side. Let's see if he decides to play that way again. Perhaps he prefers making the second strike. Maybe he isn't an initiator.
Absolutely. Like, again, I noticed that he's stepping back. He's walking forward when his opponent does. Nice job catching the quick low blow, but loses a leg there in the flash of an eye. I like good play, getting his team up there by taking out 2 people, at least keeping this game close. Now, who's sitting down next? It looks like Hollywood, the Tier 1. I've been looking for you. Can you take out a Tier 3 like Electric?
Yeah, I think this is one of those games where everybody's on even footing now. It doesn't matter if you're a rookie, if you're a Tier 7, if you're a veteran Tier 1. Everybody has as much time as anybody else to practice this game. So this is one of the ones where everybody has to get a foot in the door. They have to really learn how to navigate around this. And it seemed like Napkin had a foot in the door, but then he lost his foot, so I'm not so sure it's in there anymore. But he did have a good showing. A lot of these players going 1-1, just kind of taking their 1. And speaking of which, that'll be another one coming out from the side of the XGods.
Electric seems to have really found some comfort on the Wakizashi. A set of blades that are very quick. They allow for a flurry of strikes. And if you're not prepared, and on the flip side, I think we see the washing board being pulled out, an incredibly large weapon here. Mari, I believe, sitting down for an opportunity to end this. So now we really have that short versus long range battle coming back again. It's going to be, can Electric close the gap and find an opportunity but not get tagged along the way?
Yeah, there's definitely. Oh!
And using the cheeky dash attack from the Wakazashi. If players aren't aware, you have an incredibly good gap closer that I think even caught you off guard, Speedy.
Yeah, I don't think that. I think you should have probably waited for Electric to make the first move there. I don't know that you should be taking the first strike and letting him close his distance like that. Let's see if they learned their lesson now as Jade sits down to take his turn. The distance not closed this time. The dash not quite working. He does look for it again. There was an opening. Okay, there will be a connect, but I was afraid Electric would be quick enough to block that because of the slow reaction. Jade, however, is able to take that win. Are we down to a 1v1?
Yes.
It is Jade, the tier 7 player against.
No, he has to go through 2 players because they went up because Electric killed 2 or 3 by himself. They evened it up, but immediately got a lead back into place. I thought it was a 1v1. It looked like the game was a lot closer, but Jade seems to have a good place. I want to make a point. He did a great job of letting Electric burn through his stamina before looking for a shot. So normally he would have been able to block Ivan after that whiff, but because of his stamina being low, he didn't have an opportunity, but AJ finding and closing out the game there with one quick, decisive strike.
Yeah, and who else? But XGods are going to once again go up by 2. If it ain't a sports game, it ain't the Blaze taking a win.
This is a best of 3, Speedy. So let's see if they can make an adjustment here in the second game to maybe still secure something that isn't a sports game.
Yeah, well, there were a couple, I'll be honest, there were a couple of misplays on the part of the Blaze. There is an opportunity still for them to correct what they've done because it wasn't just like a player ability thing. It had to do with missteps.
Yes.
Maybe nervous, maybe uncertain about how the other team was going to play the game. Now that they know how the XGods are playing and now that they're warmed up, they've played this game in real time in an actual match, they might not make those same mistakes. I would even say that the Blaze have the advantage at this point because they know how the other players on the XGods are going to play, and it's up to them to change the play style that they lost against. It is difficult, though, because a lot of the players went 1-1. It was just trading a win to a lose and then a win to a loss on the other side as well. So a lot of these players have kind of already been scouted. It's up to the teams to decide if they really understood what the other player was going for because you get such a short amount of time to really scout and see what you're going up against.
I'm going to call my key matchup here is actually going to be hopefully a rematch between Electric and Napkin.
Yeah.
I loved watching Napkin. He seemed to have a pretty strong control and an idea of what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
And ended up getting caught off guard, it looked like. If he's able to adapt, especially knowing that he has some of those fighting game roots, I think he could absolutely get his team a solid and amazing advantage. And funnily enough, you mentioned it. A sports game is coming up next. Lethal League Blaze.
Yeah.
I believe that is... What, NHL, 2K, FC,
That'll be our
Lethal League
fourth one.
Blaze?
So we do have a technical timeout at the moment. So not going to take a timeout from either of these teams. It is technical. There was a foghorn going off in here somewhere. So either there's a storm coming or the Lethal Company ship is trying to warn us about something. But either way, we will have 3 minutes, possibly longer, of a timeout here. But yeah, like you talked about, Lethal League Blaze coming up next. One of our new sports games, very, very exciting. So it is a 2v2. These sports games do tend to be closed off. You get to work with your kind of companionship between your teammates. Do you have any expectations from Lethal League with these two teams?
So one big change that's actually coming into week 2 for Lethal League Blaze specifically is they're going back to the team format, this time without friendly fire being on. We saw a lot more chaos in the game prior with the friendly fire being a part of the game mode, and this allows teams to coordinate a little bit more and find these shots, find these opportunities to take a win. It's one of those different games. I don't want to say it because I think a lot of players have said it, but it's another fighter kind of hiding in another category.
Yeah,
More
definitely.
than anything else.
And I think that there's a reason why our players here definitely love fighting game Fusion. I mean, or fighting game in full. There's a lot of players out there, especially players that you've played with in the past and currently that are very much fans of fighting games. So we have a lot of them in the league, and it's good to be able to see them integrate themselves into other game styles using that. It's a good way to make sure players will not always be underhanded in something they're not used to.
All right, here we go. We see AJ now playing first, stepping up against Milk Zolo. Milk finding a shot and manages to take out the tier 1 on the opposing side. Yeah. You have to be happy. AJ kind of looking around confused, even himself, like, I died? I died?
Are you sure I didn't block the second time?
Yeah, Sin sitting down, louding in, locking in, calling a button check, hands up in the air. Wave them like you just don't care.
I think they care. You bet. If you don't care, then there's a reason the Blaze are starting to come back in this one. You cannot underestimate them. They've started to make their way back in. They have gotten very, very lucky with the wheel so far.
It's normally I would say, like, the story of the tape doesn't define the game. And normally that's because, like, a game that has a wide margin is a lot closer than it appears.
Yeah.
This game looks very close until you get to that idea of they've won 3 sports games.
Yeah.
That's what they've won is 3 sports games. The racers, the shooters, the strategy games that have rolled, they lost.
Yeah. That's 3. I mean, we've had almost every category played at this point, and actually we had strategy as well. So right now, taking it
and using an amazing strategy here. It looks like Sin was aware of the finishers. Those finishers are incredibly difficult. They require you to perfectly parry them to avoid dying to them. And Sin just kind of like throwing out these hits, lulling him into a sense of security before executing the katanas, which has an incredibly long lunge on it that if you're not prepared for will absolutely clip you, put you in literally a cutscene where you have to watch yourself fall.
Oh, yeah. And that's that strategy that we talked about as well. That's the mind games that you have to play. There are several different ways to mind game your opponent, from all the way down to the basics, all the way up to those finishers. So plenty of ways for these players to trip each other up. And although it's supposed to be a 5v5 game, it is just constant rallies of 1v1s. So you start to get a little bit, the palms start to get a little bit sweaty. You might start to shake a little bit. It gets to, the tension really increases, although I think this is one of the fighters where you get more settled in over time. An early swing over there on the side of the Blaze, but we're going to see a little bit of a closing. Neither player want to close too much.
Stepping some space. I like that coming out of Mari. I think he's utilizing the fact that Nakamura has a bigger stamina pool here to try to play this close game. He whiffs the parry, expecting a shot. Neither side seems to are willing to commit to a big play. Trying to catch the dash up, but was late. Burning through his stamina, but manages to get the shot in before he goes down.
And Sin played that one so level-headed and cool as well. He was so patient. On his approaches, he would stand still, not expecting for there not to be a swing. And, in fact, he was correct. There would be a retreat from Mari. But eventually, Mari found his timing. Thank goodness, because he was able to take that win from, honestly, a player who I think would have been dangerous for a lot of the rest of the team if he didn't take him out.
You never expect the 4th one in a row. You never can expect the person that keeps like, okay, like you're done, right? And finally, like you said, Sin was the person caught impatiently trying to do something. All right, so we saw Electric. Once again, when he's in this down stance is when that dash move is a threat. Whenever he's not here,
but he's still able to find the kill after the dash. No capitalization on it, and Electric able to just kind of take an easy win.
Mari notably tried to parry the blow, not realizing he was out of range, and the recovery on that parry left him open to just taking a free follow-up blow coming out of Electric. Here we go, Hollywood. I like the switch up in the lineup immediately from the Blaze. They've taken a player like Napkin, put him a little bit further in, try to create a little bit more volatility with some of their other players, maybe kind of figuring out and feeling out where exactly. You have the ability to do that. We don't have download rounds in the UEL anymore. And a nice job. You noticed there, Hollywood did the exact opposite. He waited and said, come on, come on. I know you want to do it. I know you want to do it. And the moment he did, he just took the leg from under him, not letting him move. Havoc to your face now settling in, looking for his character as well, and is going to settle in on a weapon. I like this. A much better shot. I think this will be the first time this season that Die by the Blade will actually go to 3 games. Every other game has been a pretty quick 2-0 or very one-sided. So maybe some players learning from last week's set of games and really diving into this game.
Now we do see a weapon. No, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought it was a weapon change. It will be the same from Havoc. So Havoc going back to that ranged weapon, one of the few that there are. Definitely a different play style than the one most players choose.
Oh, his head is gone.
A quick 2-tap from Hollywood. I mean, it was a single parry into a death for Havoc. He's done.
This is, once again, going back to the story of, like, Hollywood and his Tier 1. That's the performance that I am expecting there, where he stayed calm. He, again, recognized what Havoc had been doing, what Electric had been doing, and is now intentionally playing out this game with each fight to really punish the mistakes that they showed in that first game. So the adaptation, I think, is now going to be on the XGods to see if they can find something a little bit different.
Yeah, it's X-Ray Aspect, who still has a little bit of a showing to put in here in this game, and this time he is starting to. Taking it patiently, just like he did before. This is going to go for a little while. He's trying to find the strikes.
He didn't look for it.
Little
He
bit of
didn't
a
look for
waste
that
of
finisher.
stamina.
You'll see that blade glow red. That's your note that he's looking for that big dash-up slash.
And we see the distance slowly closing, and he makes the contact.
I think he made the
Hollywood
read on
is
Hollywood
down.
wanting to close a little bit of space and just filled that with the blade. Weeping Jade now sitting down to go ahead and take another opportunity, a shot here. They're currently in a pretty commanding position thanks to Hollywood. If they can get X-Ray Aspect off the sticks, I think they do actually take the game. Because, yeah, we've seen AJ, we've seen Havoc, we've seen Sin, we've seen Electric.
Yeah.
All that's left is X-Ray Aspect. Historically a strong fighting and strategy game player. This is right up in his wheelhouse. We have to see if he's able to do what the Blaze were unable to previously. And now here we go. Didn't see a swap of weapon here coming out from Weeping Jade. Again, they like this spacing. Blocks it. Manages to get the perfect block, but isn't able to capitalize off of him getting knocked down. That's huge. And the quick stab, catching him. That little move, none of it can be expected. You really need to get on this game. For people at home that are wondering, this game has this secret depth. Yes, it's a one-hit kill, but a lot of the combos, the chains, how these moves tie together are individually different, and you can have overlap. So you can do the same thing, like swing into what we saw there, that quick stab to take off the head. Napkin sitting down once again here. This should be pretty close to fighting game player against fighting game player. He once again looking through the weapons, maybe looking for something different, opting to take.
And this could be game, too.
The pole.
So very important decisions.
And once again, putting this on a rookie, I think that ultimately putting this pressure down is important. It allows them to grow stronger. It puts them in this more stressful position. So later on, you know, you're familiar with it. But again, this patient style from X-Ray Aspect, a character and a player that has seen the top end of the UEL, being in finals just last season, up against someone that has to be incredibly patient. Did he managed to get the hit.
Wow.
And that's
Kept
a reset.
them in it. That is a reset. We're going down to that third game. Like you said, the first one in this game for the UEL.
That was incredibly close. I saw the swing, the glint of red, thought it was over, and only just realized the cutscene didn't begin.
Yeah.
He found that strike to stop him from progressing forward, to stop him from doing damage. And it looks like the LA XGods approach is he can't do that every time. Put X-Ray Aspect in first, try to build up this lead that they got from Electric in the first game and try to close it out from there. So, again, I'm looking at a player right now like Milk Zolo to hopefully find his opportunity to ultimately get his team that early lead. Both players playing the katana, looking for their opportunity. Who's going to take that moment? All right, step back, step back. We're approaching half as well.
Yeah, the Blaze are either going to go into the half at a draw, or the XGods are going to have a 2-game lead.
Is he going to go for it?
Oh.
And he tried to challenge the cutscene, and that's the weapon length difference. Notice that when Napkin did it, he had a much longer weapon. He had a situation where his body wasn't on the line just yet. And in this scenario, you kind of have to go for that parry. Now, what I want to highlight here is we did see Weeping Jade parry and knock his opponent down. If someone else can find that perfect parry timing, they absolutely can punish and get an easy kill. And that's what you have to do against some of these, I don't want to call it just cheese, but straightforward strategies.
Right.
You have to just show that you know how to beat it. Ooh, and tried to parry and avoid it, and
Yeah.
that's what I mean there. The parry knocks you down. You have to get up, and you're in a guessing situation. Hollywood coming in, hoping to stop the momentum. That's 2 players down to X-Ray Aspect already. And that's the big thing. They didn't get a chance to see X-Ray in the first game. They didn't have a chance. Now they have to adapt on the fly. Only getting a few people to actually get hands-on against it. And if someone's going to stop it, it's got to be Hollywood. It's got to be Hollywood in this moment.
Yeah, he was able to. Last time we saw a good showing for him. He's been a good support structure for his team in Die by the Blade here. He's usually going for a one-to-one, just kind of eliminating a threat for the team and then letting his team do the rest. But right now his team is down 2. He might have to put in a little bit more work than that this time.
And a big character swap, switching over to Tony Monk as opposed to Nakamura. There are slightly different classes. And again, a nice feint by X-Ray Aspect into a different move. He's using these mix-up to catch everybody off guard. A little bit of frustration, it looks like, on Hollywood's face.
I can only imagine.
You know, taking an opportunity, taking a guess, and it just didn't work out. It wasn't exactly what he expected. This is the strength of X-Ray Aspect. I think if you get him into a situation where he's applying mix-ups to his opponent and he's in control of the pace and the strategic situation happening, he's able to still put out a lot of pressure. Now, we notice, I thought that Weeping Jade had been using the polearm for a very long time. Nice parry. And manages to take out X-Ray Aspect. You love to see it. Him being off the sticks is huge, but they're down to their last 2 players on the side of the Blaze.
Against the XGods 4 right now.
And I think in the first round, Weeping Jade lost to AJ. Seeing if he can't get his run back and find his victory here is going to be super important. Let's see what these steps end up being. He's got to find a moment. Dodges. And it reached. It reached.
Wow.
Even I was questioning if that's going to actually tap him. And once again, we see Napkin sit down.
Yeah, unfortunately not going for the high parry there, which kind of stinks because I do feel like that's what Jade had been impressing us with his parries when he got, I believe it was 4 in a row on his first time on the sticks, and then a very crucial one against X-Ray Aspect the second time. Unfortunately, not able to find the high parry against AJ. I think AJ might have seen that that wasn't typically the direction that he was going for, and looking for a quick one here.
And immediately responding. Taking a little bit more time, a nice red parry there. Again, both sides switching. Now, he was able to find a victory. They're going to look for another swing. A nice job finding these parries. Both players keeping their stamina management up, making sure they're not getting too low. But where's the opportunity? And he takes out AJ. And what I wanted to bring up was the only one that was able to stop him last time was X-Ray Aspect.
Right.
If someone wants to stop Napkin in this moment, to even get close to him, it's going to have to be a different player. We see Electric. He helped propel them to that win of the first game. He's going to need to do it here. There's only one player standing, but it looks like he is burning bright, standing true to that Blaze name, and is trying to find that victory, that way to tie his team up going into the half.
Yeah, the XGods with several, in fact, all 5 of these players very capable on this game in particular. And we're going to see this style that has been kind of tricky for the Blaze to counter for everyone other than Napkin, like we talked about. So this is the one thing in their way. He doesn't find the follow-up. He doesn't find the punish. So there's going to be another opportunity now for Electric to try. But will he go for that dash again? Or is he going to find out? He does dash again. It is countered.
And he gets the hit. I don't know where he keeps finding them.
It's just the distance is very inoptimal for Electric. I think he became predictable after the first time that he went with that dash. It's not working anymore. He has to find a different way to play.
So one thing that's really funny is this game is similar to another game that previously was on the wheel, For Honor. The blocking system works the same. So you saw that Napkin was more than willing to kind of rest in that down block state, knowing that Electric wants to go for this move and kind of always threatening, like, even if you reach me, I'm ready to defend it and to not worry about what's coming next. Again, very strong calculated play. I think you hit it on the head. What is beyond that layer 1? What do you have in the wheelhouse that you can do once someone clearly shows that they know kind of like what you're trying to go through initially.
Yeah, and we do have 2 players left for the XGods, but they're going to finish it off, so it's not going to matter. They're going to end that one, finally take the win. Napkin putting in a valiant effort. But
Once again, the changing in speed, I think, just makes the game incredibly difficult. You have to be ready for so many different things and so many different ways to handle it. 5-3 there, going in the favor of the XGods at the half. But before we jump into that, we have to talk about these tier 1s. It's been the story of the day. I want to see exactly where Hollywood and AJ stack up against one another and how that reflects in the score at the end of the day. 2-1. We got the animated. Not the animated poses.
Yeah, and right now we do have each of them are 1-0 in strategy. They actually, I believe, 3-2 now. So
It's
it is updating as it
crazy.
comes in. But these players are both. I mean, they're the equally most competitive players on their team.
Yes. And the funny part about him talking about shooters, he hasn't gone in for one yet. Hollywood, who was
Yeah.
in the running for shooter of the year last season,
He was.
is not going in here. But on the other side, you see how calm young Jack Harlow, AJ Little Blue, chilling out, enjoying himself at the solid 3-1. Completely totally comfortable in his play. We might be getting. It looks like we have 1 minute left, so just in time, just enough time to get in before half. Lethal League Blaze.
Okay, gotcha. So it looks like with 1 second remaining, we got a timeout in. But one thing, with 1 minute remaining, we got a timeout, and it looks like right now what I find interesting is the fact that it's something that we've been kind of talking about, but it's really we've been talking about it more on Hollywood side. The fact that sports games are what he's been able to pick up. On the side of the XGods, you can see that AJ Lil Blue has played 4 out of the 5 categories and only taken a single loss in Hollywood Strong Point. So you can see where the spread across categories is a bigger strength than just having a singular specialty for your team.
It's really funny, the contrast of styles, because when you said it, it hadn't crossed my mind. But 4 of the 5 wins the XGods have had or 4 of the 5 games, 3 of them wins, 1 of them losses, have involved AJ. In a situation where the XGods seem to be relying on their tier 1, looking at their tier 1 as their bastion of strength, Hollywood has almost been more willing to play 4 games. He's lost a couple. He's won 2 of them that he's been a part of. Is more willing to say, like, hey, I'm going to let my rookies find their footing, get their strength. I'm not here to just be the thing that they stand on. We are a collective. We are a team. And it's an amazing contrasting of styles.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of comparisons that we can make between these players, but I think the Hollywood and AJ matchup is different than we think because Hollywood isn't playing this for him. You know, the XGods have management that are putting AJ, Nexus, X-Ray Aspect, even Electric kind of at the front of their team, wanting to coordinate them into the positions where they're going to pick up wins for the team. The Blaze, on the other hand, Hollywood having to do the job of putting himself in where he thinks his strong suits are, but then also put in all of the other players where he really believes in them. It's game 1 of their season. If Hollywood wants to get these players trained up and ready to go for the rest of the season and really make this a long haul, he has to get them experienced right now, and that's what he's doing. He's not worried about how his stats look on the stat sheet. That's our job, to worry about how he's doing in each of these individual games, but he's not just playing for his stats. He is doing a good job of managing his team and making sure everybody goes where they're supposed to. The only problem is only finding success when players are going into the sports games that they like.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Garto and Regen going up against X-Ray Aspect and Nexus. They had an incredibly strong showing, the LA XGods. I believe X-Ray Aspect was in that game last week playing Lethal League Blaze. So my bigger question and my bigger thought is, are they able to really show up and show out here in the same fashion? But again, it's a sports game, yes, with a lot of fighting game aspects. But it is a sports game that it seems like the Blaze have had on lock the entirety of today.
Yeah. There is 1 game remaining before our halftime, and it's kind of going to set the standard because we're going to go into the half at about 9 games. That's a decently slow game. It did pick up more in the second part of this first half. but we're going to be at only 9 games completed when we go into the half, and if the Blaze are down by 3, that becomes a very difficult comeback, especially when the category that you've been able to take all of your wins in, if you lose this one here in that category, a lot of the rest of these games become very questionable. Now let's see what we're going to be going into when we come back from the half.
I want something fun. I want
It
something
looks something
different.
short. It is Mortal
MK1.
Kombat. Okay, so
And
going
with
into a
X-ray
fighting.
aspect going in, I have to wonder who the XGods will send in here. But here we go. We are getting started here. Blue team is the XGods. Red team are the Blaze. It looks like we are going to be having maybe some technical difficulties. Something seems to be happening. We need to see
Yeah.
what's happening here
I'm
in a
wondering
second.
if it's a setup.
Again, it could be something really small. It looks like one of the settings is absolutely wrong here, and it looks like the XGods, you see them collaborating and
Yeah.
talking there. Like they noticed it, like, hey, I could show you right here. This is the setting that was off. This is what's wrong. This is what's untrue and not supposed to happen. And they were incredibly smart to call a timeout before half. They were going to lose it, but now they're in a position where they've lost a timeout going into a half where you're already down a game. 2 games.
Yeah, and it looks like AV does have some news for us for what's going on the floor. So AV,
Man,
what's going on?
oh man. So, the Blaze, it's a tough game for them right now. It looks like they set the game up wrong,
Can't do that.
allowing themselves to get a penalty timeout. It is a, I forgot what the reasoning was behind it, but it's not looking too good. Oh, they set up 4 stocks instead of 3.
Oh, 4. That's one of those small things. And it's ridiculous because they won the first round, it looked like, and they've now lost this next one. Each one of this is going to matter because after losing a timeout, you have to get a win here. Oh, excuse me, no. This is the chaos of this game now. Now that there's no friendly team fire, people are just swinging. Every single second of every single moment, they're just trying to get this ball hit and making sure that people have to deal with and using the ping pong paddle's special move, which lets it spin. And there we go. It's a 1-1 game. Now, looking at these lives, everyone seems to be pretty close. I'm looking at Dice, though. He's already on low health. He's going to have to keep playing and find his opportunities really well. A big damage going on to Candyman. Candyman's gone. And the follow-up, that's another one. Yeah, Blaze go up. All they have to do is find these last 2 lives, and they can take Lethal League Blaze. The speed is picking up. This game is going to be immensely powerful. And the LAX gods say we're not done just yet. All right, I need you to understand these deaths are going to start coming in, and as they happen, it's going to be huge. I see players jumping up. They're trying to keep this ball out of the hands of their opponent. A nice parry into a hit. Are they able to do it? The ball's flying. I need somebody to find the opportunity, spinning it off, trying to get the speed going. Whoever gets this hit might just take the game.
Oh, no, it was parried.
And in that moment, the ball accelerated. There was an unexpected hit there. And ultimately, they were able to find an opportunity to recontrol the ball, pop it up in the air, get it at such a tremendous speed that you have to just know. You have to know the angles. You have to know when the ball's coming out. And that requires a lot of practice. And for the first time today, the LAX Gods won.
Yeah, and we are not yet going into our halftime. 30 seconds remaining, and we're going to have another timeout. So
This
we're going
time
to play
from the
another
LAX
game. We're going to be playing Mortal Kombat, another 2v2 before we go into the half.
The LAX Gods calling this for the half is really interesting for me because I don't know who their MK player left in their lineup is. They just played X-Ray Aspect, who would be my default choice. I know Havoc has always touched the fighting games.
Always.
AJ has some experience in the game as well. But with someone like Napkin available who's shown his chops, I'm happy. I get to see Napkin in a fighting game. I've been waiting to see this all day.
Yeah.
But also, quietly, people have been talking. I know Hollywood's also been playing tremendously with Cat prior to now, another top player. So I don't know if this is a game that's favored for the XGods. I am leaning towards the Blaze immediately.
Yeah, it does seem to look that way. Maybe the XGods want to get one of their rookies out there into the fighting games. Maybe this is a practice round for them. I'm not really sure what the idea is for them to call that one. I would think going into the half with momentum is never a bad thing. But then again, maybe... So maybe... yeah.
I can't think of what the reasoning is there.
I don't know. Maybe they
They have to have a
really
player.
like Mortal Kombat's graphics.
Maybe that has to be
Yeah.
the case. Or they have somebody that's secretly been really working on the game.
Yeah.
That is my biggest and best guess here. Because the more I think about it, the more I'm just like, hey, Speedy, we're giving them the opportunity to say, cool, we're only down by 2 going into the half and we just won a game.
Yeah.
Let alone that you just took a sports game from them.
That's big.
The first one of the day. That's petty. That's petty. That's pettiest at this. So for those that we just got the call from the floor, there was a forfeit. So they called the timeout to look in your face and say forfeit.
Yep.
To then immediately call another timeout.
Yeah, so we're going to play...
If it's StarCraft, that would be perfect. That would be the perfect role for them right now.
It's gonna be
Lumina
Rush.
Rush.
Very cool. Okay. All right.
And it looks like Napkin and Weeping Jade went in there for the LAX gods. And this might be the perfect role. Looking at somebody like Havoc to your face. Havoc, I'm going to put it out there. He's probably one of, if not the strongest Lumina Rush player in the league.
Well, I mean, yeah, it may be a little bit early to tell, but when you know something like that this early on, I think that tells us a lot. There hasn't been a ton of time for all of our players to get acquainted with the new game, so if there's one that they really, really enjoy and have taken the time to specialize in, they might be a threat for the first half of the season.
The only person that I can see right now, because him and Dictator Chicken, if you didn't watch the bots game, you get a reason to understand why a really good Lumina Rush player is terrifying to deal with.
Yeah.
But Lumina Rush is such an interesting game because you get the choice to, Speedy, you can pick your map. You have the map that you love. But if you pick your map, I get to pick who on your team plays that map.
Yeah.
And so this mind game out of a strategy team like the LAX gods coupled with having a strong player, I think is terrifying for the Blaze to have to deal with.
Yeah, I think Havoc probably going to be good no matter what the map is, so probably going to want to choose the player on the side of the XGods if they have the choice here. So we'll likely see him going in. I imagine he'll be okay playing any map. If they were to choose map, I imagine we've seen AJ's diversity before. He can play any game. So really the XGods are set up for success here no matter who goes in. And I'm curious with the Blaze. I'm not 100% certain what this is going to look like for them. So I actually, while it's going to be hard to keep my eyes off of the XGods in this one, I really do want to focus on the Blaze in this upcoming game because I want to see what they've got in this game.
They need to be able to win. And the most important question I'm going to ask to you, who do you choose to leave going into half? And it looks like you're not going to have a chance to answer because it looks like the lineups are going in live right now.
Yeah, we do get
Garto. So it's going to be a tier 1, a tier 2, up
2.
against a tier 3. And in my opinion, a very client level tier 3 in terms of Havoc tier phrase. Havoc is a very, like, Havoc could have gotten a tier 1 from some teams if he really wanted to. But I think recognizing the strength of this lineup, he was willing to take a little bit lower of a spot. And that might be the key to winning here. We see them lining up on the stage, the trash talk, the hands coming out, everybody getting into their opponent's heads.
Yeah, let's see. This will now. I mean, we talked about maybe going into a game 9 before the half. This will be game 11. So
1-2.
There, I can't believe that we made it this far just in a minute. we made it through 3 games.
Everybody's looking for that opportunity. So it's going to be, it looks like Milk Zolo going up against AJ Little Bull on 1-2. This is one of the early levels in the game. A lot of core mechanic. All right, let's see who's going to be able to find this opportunity. I like the movement already from AJ.
Yeah.
Boom, the hops, immediately AJ out to an early lead using some of these speed boosts to get up, and you see AJ flying through this level, already at the door,
Yeah.
already said and done. What's going to matter here is the split, though. If he's able to get through this level fairly quickly, he'll be able to still maintain his team's close gap. He's taking the time. It really seems like a map that he's less familiar with, which is really surprising, seeing as it's a game from the early part of the game. This is the second level in the game.
Yeah.
Finding where he wants to jump and finding to make a spot. Every one of these seconds matter. It's average time across your entire team. You need to get this done as quickly as possible. Here you go, and he hits the door. A good job, but 41 seconds versus, what, 7, 10?
Yeah, less than 10 seconds from this. So single digits coming out from AJ. Like we talked about, it doesn't matter what game it is. He's going to pick it up, and he's going to go pro. Zolo, a really, really slow start for his team, but maybe kicking things off for the team, expecting Garto and Hollywood to be a lot quicker here. Maybe just kind of setting the baseline for his team.
Oof.
See what map they
All
want
right,
to go on.
we'll see what this next game and next
Mm-hmm.
set of players is going to be. This is the scary part because Havoc hasn't gone yet.
Yeah, we are going to get a wheel spin as well for what's coming after the half. And after the half is going to be, it looks like it might be F1. It will. It'll be F124. So
F1.
finally, a 1v1, an actual 1v1 game.
Absolutely. Luckily, I think in this situation, both teams have ideal players in Havoc or X-Ray Aspect going up against Hollywood. Hollywood being one of the best players in the league. So we see Garto sit down here. The LA XGods had choice of map or player. It looks like they're getting AJ out of the way, maybe assuming AJ to be their strongest player, unaware of the looming threat that still stands in the back here. And this is one of those straightforward, longer maps. AJ, though, showing off his movement. You see. There we go. Both players going. They jump across. We're on to the first checkpoint. This is actually another early map in the game. Could have gotten a clean jump there. If you get a clean jump, you can see AJ's right. You're able to go up and over. But Garto with one missed jump. Oh, loses the time difference. But he kept it down to an incredibly low difference. So this jump you see AJ execute here ends up being super important to be able to keep the momentum and not have to do a wall jump that you can very easily mess up.
And Garto, even though he missed that jump onto the higher lane, he was still almost able to take the bounce off of that inside wall and make it before AJ, but unfortunately he did. We saw him miss it. He had to take a double jump and then make his way to the right. So
And that's what it's going to come down to in this moment. And now we see Milk Zolo sitting down once again. This should have been the Blazers' choice because I know last time LAX Gods got to pick map or player.
Yeah.
Here. Here we go. 1-3 is the call here. Another one of these simple levels. And here we go. You can see Havoc to your face on the left. Gonna get the opportunity to go. And let's see what the movement looks like. Immediately moving. And an early death. Is one of the buttons or something off? It doesn't look like it, but Milk out to an early lead. Never mind. Havoc's already caught back up. And I heard the done from the floor before the cameras even caught up. He found his moment, but a much closer time. What's going to matter here is if the Blaze player, Hollywood's able to create a big enough gap himself, that's going to be the time, the thing that tells. If he can get that 40-second or so gap that AJ created in that first time.
Yeah.
But that basically requires him to take some of those end-game levels against a less experienced player. Because they have Nexus left here. Milk Zolo luckily is out.
Right. Let's see who he wants to choose. He's still trying to pick. All right, it looks like it's going to be Havoc.
And this is incredibly smart. If the hope here is to find their least experienced player and put them up against Hollywood, they've now eliminated Havoc from the competition after this level.
Yeah.
And
A lot of verticality to this one.
So once again, keeping to the simple levels.
Blaze, ready? Yep. Start!
Yep.
Set ready.
He said ready, and now Garto needs to get as big of a time gap as possible and some amazing movement. He's most of the way through the level already. A few more jumps here, and he's looking at a finish, and he's done.
Yeah, and he's cleared it.
And Havoc just has to get this all said and done in time so he doesn't get the big 1-minute penalty. It looks like he has the movement. And he still crushed the time starting later. That is immensely important. That shows you what I mean, that confidence that Havoc said. We heard him from where we are saying, that's fine. He can start. I was like, well, I said start already. He's like, yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, that's all right. Let him go. Oh, man. Well, this one is starting to close in, and it's just because of that first game, just that warm-up round that really set the huge gap between the two teams.
All right, now seeing these purple bars means this is a later game level. This is going to be on the 3 setting of the game. These purple bars take you to a cannon that, depending on where you are, will angle and shoot you out. You have to be prepared to know exactly what angle you need to come in for, because sometimes if you're not exactly sure, you're blinding. I love Hollywood here. He's coming in and changing his blindings. He's played this game. He knows what he's trying to do. And then we get this call here shortly. And boom, off the wall immediately, hitting the jump into a death. Immediately, though, Hollywood goes out to an early lead, and I love to see the movement. He messes up one jump, and here we go. The big thing here is if Nexus is able to get through this clean, it's going to matter.
All right.
I think this just has to be Hollywood versus...
It'll be Nexus again, right? And it'll be
1-5.
1-5, so going back to those early levels.
And I think that was the unfortunate thing, and I hear the conversation from the XGods saying that you just got to finish it within 30 seconds of Hollywood. This is a fairly straightforward level, an early level. So Hollywood's looking to set record time here and hoping that the gap is bigger and big enough to make up the difference. A nice jump here, and as long as he's holding on his time, an early death, though, doesn't bode well. If Hollywood missed the jump and he's looking like he's having to restart, this could be the end. Nexus is in the lead. This is something actually incredibly smart here.
And that'll be the game for sure.
So something that's really small. The reason why Hollywood keeps resetting the level is to keep his time as low as possible. As long as he finishes within a minute of Nexus, he's able to maintain this lower time, but is unable to finish it in time. That is an unfortunate situation with Lumina Rush going on over to the XGods.
Yeah, I believe with Nexus finishing that one in 17 seconds and Hollywood needing to have finished 30 seconds before him. Unfortunately, I don't think that's
mathematically.
Yeah, you would have to finish in negative 13 seconds.
I already did the level before I even set down.
Yeah, so unfortunately, unable to take that one. The XGods will take a lot of momentum going into this next one. They will be at 7-4. Decent lead by 3 games. The Blaze not nearly out of this one, but the XGods having a lot to ride past halftime. Our Tier 1 players have been going head-to-head. They've got a few wins each, one a few more than the other, but that'll happen when the other one is managing an entire team of people. So we're going to have to see what the Blaze's strategy is going to be going into this second half. They're going to have to change something.
I just have to hope and see. I'm hoping Hollywood's going to have a big conversation going into this halftime break. He's going to have to find a way to rally the troops and hopefully stand against these gods.
Yeah, well, we are going to be taking it into a halftime here, so we will see you guys once again following the short break for the second half of the game.
If he loses this now, I don't even know.
I still hear.
All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down that kill from the Bandits.
Oh, and there.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, indeed. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you're saying.
That matchup. We want to pull that up. Let's talk about what we've seen so far from our tier ones. We got AJ and we got Hollywood. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, let's start with the matchup here. I'm not able to hear. Are you able to hear yourself? I cannot hear myself.
A little bit.
Okay. Are we on? We're good.
All right.
Okay. All right. So yeah. So looking at the matchup so far, I've been surprised by a lot of these games. Like, XGods are coming out as a shooting game team, and they're really showing out. AJ Lil Blue has done what he does. I think in sports he's suffered a little bit.
Okay.
We've started to see how Hollywood is coming out and being a lot more of a sports player.
Right.
Whereas AJ is, he's suffering. I don't know. I don't really know how else to put it. You would think you would see a lot more wins from him in the sports category as a sports champion, but we're just not seeing it.
Yeah, and overall, I mean, the score is 7-4. This is still a very competitive game. I think a lot of analysts and a lot of people looking at this said this is going to be a blowout. Outside of Hollywood and Garto, they really don't have too many solid players or players who just have enough experience in UEL to bring them some wins. But so far, we're seeing them take NHL. We're seeing them take 2K. We're seeing them take FC. And we're seeing them take MK, although in a forfeit, it's just not a game that the XGods wanted to see them in. So really competitive game at 7-4 right now. What do you think of the key is going to be going into the second half?
Honestly, I think Garto is the key.
Okay.
It's crazy to watch, but as much as people have really slept on Garto in his entire career, really, he has been the key. Even the first championship that was won, he played a big part in that championship, winning DBZ as well as many other games that are on the wheel even today. And so I expect to see a lot more out of Garto this season, or really in today's game. I think he's going to be the key to everything. Hollywood, of course, Hollywood has to show out, but I don't think it's a question in anybody's head whether or not he will or won't show out.
Right.
I think at the end of the day, it's what is the supporting cast around him going to do? And realistically, the rookies right now, they're doing good. Good.
Yeah,
Just
doing well
good,
enough.
Right?
Yeah.
This is their first game. It's their first time showing up,
Right.
and they're playing against vets. Electric, champion. X-Ray, almost
Close to
champion. Havoc, AJ Lil Blue, champion. Nexus, almost champion as
a
well.
team full of veterans who have won awards, who have played incredibly well.
Not
over
to mention
time.
Havoc,
Yeah.
who has made it into the playoffs already once.
Right, rookie strategist, I believe.
Was on a team that went from 0-10 to 6-4.
Right.
Like that right there, he's taken his team to great heights in the past, and we expect it going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And, to really focus on Garto more, I think there's a lot of pressure on him.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of talk that did he deserve that spot? And, not only does he have to lead in his skill, but he's also going to have to step up some leadership traits. Because when you compare it to something like the Hollywood and Cat combo over at the Reapers seasons ago, last season, seasons before that, Garto now has to take that step as, is he the Cat to Hollywood?
Yeah.
Or is he something altogether different? That maybe they find new ways to win games that are maybe a little bit unorthodox.
Yeah.
But, this Blaze team projected to go bottom 4 in the league. So maybe they can surprise us, get middle of the pack, and maybe break into that top 4.
Where do you see XGods after today's performance, last week's performance? They have been putting on a clinic.
Okay, so I'm going to bring you back, right? I'm going to bring you back to our Easter game.
Okay.
We commentated for the Easter game. So we know this team is going to the playoffs.
Yeah.
But last season, I highlighted Chicken Tech and I highlighted X-Ray Aspect. And one thing I said was the difference between them just going to the playoffs and winning the chip is those two players' ability to overcome the fact that they've never been there.
Yeah.
AJ, think of that like a chicken tech kind
Yeah,
of scenario.
yeah.
AJ has been there before and
Many
won.
times.
Absolutely. Electric has been there and won.
Yep.
At least he started for 2 of those 4 wins
Yeah.
on the former Karma, Eclipse, New Moon, etc.
Right.
So you're looking at Nexus, you're looking at X-Ray, and X-Ray having a little bit less experience in that winning category. Can he pull that team together and help him get that win? Because we saw it against the Reapers versus Hollywood, versus Cat, versus the whole gang in them, and just wasn't able to pull it off.
Yeah.
So the question is long term.
Yeah, I think that knowing what we know right now, when in previous situations where X-Ray was put up in a championship situation, in a playoff situation, in a very tough spot, he hasn't really been able to pull it off.
Right. We saw that drop to in fighting a DNF. He dropped the fighter in DNF to Ricky Rockham. And Ricky Rockham's solid in fighters, but X-Ray is a fighter.
Yes. And so most people expect him to win those games, and when he doesn't, it calls into question his entire category. Can he take those games against not even, well, some would argue the best of the best in Ricky right now, but wasn't expected at the time, and now we're starting to see in this game, Apex goes towards the XGods. Wreckfest skipped, but then Checkmate Showdown, XGods again. NHL sports game goes towards the Blaze. Forza racing game goes towards the XGods. We start to see a trend here in sports games because 2K and FIFA come after that, and it goes towards the Blaze again. So 3 out of 3 sports games go directly towards the Blaze, and it was extremely unexpected coming from a team with both AJ and Nexus on it.
Yeah, now that you think about it, that is a little bit surprising. Maybe they go back to the practice room. Maybe they go back to the gym and shoot a couple hoops because they are struggling in that category. And maybe that's something teams look at in the future as maybe a weak point for them when they're looking to scout, when they're looking to kind of assess what the state of that division looks like. What new players, and even Milk Zolo falls into that category, what are the new players that really surprise you? Because Milk Zolo hasn't been in the league since Season 4. However, comes back in Season 9. This is a totally different league from what he's experienced.
Right.
So what are the new players outside of Garto, outside of Hollywood, are showing you great talent, are showing you that maybe they're on that next step to be an end gamer?
So watching Napkin in Checkmate Showdown, I was impressed. I thought that the way he played, he was calm, cool, collected. He could have been pretty stressed out, but wasn't. I think outside of that, I haven't really seen. Now, of course, in I believe Mali or Mari TV.
Okay.
Mari,
Yep,
I believe it's
Mari
Mari
TV.
TV. So Mari in 2K, dominant, absolutely dominant. And then Napkin again in FIFA didn't ruin it. He did. Now he didn't necessarily slay because it was all Eric, right? Like Garto definitely carried in that, but he didn't ruin the game.
He's playing a good supporting role.
That is what you need out of rookies. You're going to get those standouts, but right now I think what you need to see in the early part of this season is just don't blow it, right? Especially if you're on a team with Hollywood and Garto, 2 3-time champions, just don't blow it. That's really what we're looking for here. And on the other end, same thing. Right now, Sen and Hosaj, just don't blow it. That's really all you have to do is,
Agreed.
Hey, where do you need me? I'm just going to be there. Don't try and play hero this early. You want to make sure you get these wins under your belt. Give yourself a better position to make it into the playoffs. Right now, they cannot lose to the Blaze. If they do that, it's going to make the Blaze look amazing. Like, everybody's expecting the Blaze to lose.
Right.
So if the Blaze lose,
and it's still close,
it's no surprise, right? But if the XGods lose, it's going to call into question everything this week.
I agree. Blaze is playing with house money right now, being a new team. Overall, a lot of new talent, a lot of new blood coming into the league. I think at the end of the day, when we look at someone who may stand out, Milk Zolo, I think, has the biggest chance to become really that part of that 3-headed monster. You think about Reaper's teams of the past, they always had that 3-headed monster. It's Cat, Hollywood, and Ricky Rockham.
Yep.
I think Milk Zolo, having experience in UEL, has the best chance to become that third kind of part head of the Hydra,
Yeah.
so to speak. But really, these rookies, speaking in the second half, they're experiencing what a UEL game feels like. Now, going back to when I started, getting into that second half, that third to fourth hour, the mental fatigue, the physical fatigue.
Yeah.
You've been through so many tight games and just different scenarios. And
Yeah.
maybe you played your game, so all your adrenaline has left your body.
Yep.
How did
Or
those,
you haven't played your game yet.
right? And there's just that anticipation, the
Yeah.
tension.
Yeah.
So what does that look like going into that third and fourth hour for them? Are they going to be able to handle the pressure? Because right now they're fighting giants and they're doing okay.
Yeah. I'd say on the Blaze side, I'm watching, and you see this like look of confusion across the rookies, wondering what is going on here. They're seeing, setup mistakes are happening. They don't know what's going on. Timeout is called, forfeits called. Hey, what are the rules? They don't understand really what's going on at all, and that tells me the lack of preparation on the Blaze side is there, right? The XGods have now played a game. They've got to experience those first game jitters. The Blaze, on the other hand, haven't. So this second half, they're going to need to play perfect. On top of that, they only have 2 timeouts left on both sides. So if any side starts to experience setup issues, now a lot of the hard games to set up have been already out of the way. We have Halo out of the way, Wreckfest out of the way, so Forza out of the way. These are tough games that no longer have to be worried about. So that being said, I'd say setup issues probably won't come into question, but if they do, it's going to be detrimental to either team if they start using timeouts in the wrong way. They're going to need these timeouts in the end game because as these fighting games come up, I think it heavily favors the Blaze. The Blaze, they haven't seen but 2 fighting games so far, and I think I think it's only 1 fighting game. Well, Die by the Blade, MK1, 2 fighting games, right? And so I think going into this second half, fighting games are going to play a part, and Eric is going to be the star that shines and make sure that the rest of this team gets a win here.
I absolutely agree. I need next half predictions. We need more games to play on this wheel. We're going to fly through the games in the second half. Don't worry, guys. Interesting. Hollywood is not going to be playing in F1, but prediction going into the second half. Let's say we play 15 games. Who takes how many before we get out of the half?
I think the score flips. I think we go into overtime this game. I think we're going to see the fighting games come up. I think we're going to see sports games continue to roll. And I think that we see Hollywood and Eric Garto continue to dominate. And on the other end, I think they only got about 4 points between. We're going to see, again, sports and fighters. I think we may see a couple strategy games, and I do think that the XGods are going to take those. But I do think that we go into overtime this game.
Wow. Okay, so Titus CEO calling overtime. Do you got the script?
Yeah, that's in the script.
That's in the script.
Yes. See,
we got it here. We got it here, guys. You heard it first. But we'll catch you guys right after the half. It's been great. This is Polo.
Titus, thanks for having me.
Catch you guys later.
Peace.
Welcome back from the half, everybody, to this game between the XGods and the Blaze in Week 2, our very first game of Week 2 in Season 9. I'm not sure if everybody can still hear that music or not,
Yeah, no, the
but we
music
are jamming
is
here
going.
in the production booth right now. It is 7-4. The XGods are up by 3. The Blaze have taken 3 sports games, and they got
Mortal Kombat.
Mortal
That's
Kombat. They did get Mortal Kombat to a forfeit, so those are the 4 games that they have right now. Actually, Strix, why don't you give us the rundown on what both of these teams have done so far?
All right, cool. So if we're looking at it, I'm going to cover the Blaze first just because it's a little bit tidier. You already mentioned the fact that the MK1 was a forfeit. That came right before half. Prior to that, they'd only won sports games. They won 2K, they won FC, and they won NHL. Ultimately, they managed to go in here. Strong performance from Hollywood. I believe he's 2-2. 2 of those sports games he was in for and found some wins. On the flip side, it feels like the XGods want to show just how diverse they are today with wins in Apex, Checkmate Showdown, Forza, Halo, Die by the Blade, Lethal League Blaze, Lumina Rush. Regardless of the category, they have time and time again shown that they know exactly what they're looking to accomplish and are prepared to do so. And I'm a little bit surprised. I expected to see like a Havoc or X-Ray versus Hollywood, but it looks like maybe one of the rookies, Weeping Jade, might be a racer here. I think I saw him in here warming up a little bit earlier when I got here. So we might be in for a very interesting race here. And I'm starting to wonder, I've thought about this over our break during halftime, is Hollywood holding himself too much?
I think he might be. We had a short conversation before one of the games, but I think it's something that's worth expanding on after F1. But we should, after this game, we'll have a little talk about whether he's prepping his team for a longer season or if maybe he's just not utilizing himself correctly because he's so focused on everyone else. So this wheel spin here is going to give us our next game, and it is almost dead center
Blaze
on Blaze Blue.
The fighting games are rolling.
So Strix is very excited for that next one. For now, we have F1, which we are going to have X-Ray Aspect on top as our player 1, and falling behind a little bit into the middle of the pack is going to be Jade there. Jade going to make contact and lose his front right wing completely.
He's trying to take an aggressive turn. Wow. He wants to make up this space, and X-Ray now starting to fall back himself as well. Just being in that first place spot saved him from that first set of collisions early in the game, and that might come back to benefit him later in the race.
Yeah, we're going to have to see now if Jade can hold control, because it does control of this car. I mean, an F1 car is already difficult enough to control. You've seen those racers' forearms, but it is even harder. Actually, a very clean pass, surprisingly. We don't see that many clean overtakes in F1, but Jade with a really nice overtake into the 8th place position. His car will be a little bit harder to control because of the damage that it's taken, but I gotta say right now he's actually doing a really good job of controlling it despite this. He's keeping to the line very well, falling back behind that 7th place a little bit as time goes by, so I'm wondering if he doesn't close this gap on the straightaways, when is he going to be able to overtake? Whereas right now in a very comfortable position on top, X-Ray Aspect doesn't have to do anything differently than he's already doing it. He's staying a little bit behind in this line.
Some damage there, hitting the speed bumps, taking a lot on the drop back down, but is still managing to maintain control and keeping it close. X-Ray has to be worried about these computers directly behind him. They are known to take really aggressive lines and find that opportunity. A wide turn, though, means Jade almost locks wheels with the CPU and has to drop back one more spot. He's still fighting for it. He's not willing to back down, but again, I think some of that damage may be adding up a little bit and slowing him up.
Yeah, it does look like at the moment he's going to be able to overtake because he's not slowing down, and that's going to be the collision that's going to end his race. He wanted the overtake so badly that he didn't pay attention to the upcoming turn, so X-Ray Aspect will now take the win.
That might have been as well to try to see if they couldn't get a win there, and if he couldn't take out X-Ray on that turn, to just go ahead and call it, not waste any more time on the game, and move on.
Yeah, well, that's going to be another one for the XGods, now going up 8-4, taking a lead by double the points of the Blaze. Now, speaking of Blaze, we have Blaze Blue coming up next, a fighting game that Strix is a very big hater of, does not like to see this one whatsoever. Not a fan, him or his team. So, since you hate this game so much, why don't you give us a rundown on what we've got with this new game to the wheel?
So Blaze Blue Central Fiction is actually one of the older fighting games we have on the wheel, and it has some of those legacy fighting game quirks, we'll say. It's not as hand-holdy as some of the newer ones, but ultimately it comes from the same company that made Guilty Gear Strive. It ends up being, actually, it's come down to a 1v1, but you only get one round. You're fighting for your life from that very first moment, and we've seen the rise of stylish controls, so very similar to modern in Street Fighter 6 or auto combos in Dragon Ball Fighters. This is a mode that allows your character to avoid some of the motions that you would normally see, the quarter circles and the Z motions. Players don't have to think about as much as that. They have to focus on playing the fighting game and finding their way to win. Now, there are some downsides to stylish. I'm going to allow players at home to figure those out. That's not for me to tell you, but there are ways, if you are a technical player, that's the other form, to go ahead and take some wins. It's an anime fighter, and the best way I can explain Blaze Blue to everybody, comparing to things like Guilty Gear and other games, Blaze Blue is the epitome of what if we took a game, turned it up to 11, and made everybody broken at their strongest. You have to know what characters do and know what makes them scary, and if you don't, well, you're in for a fun time. As we saw that first week, we saw a lot of sweeps, we saw a lot of kills, and we saw a lot of performances. Even shout out to Havoc to your face, who's going in. He killed Chris G. Chris G's won Evo. How many people can say you've defeated an Evo champion in a fighting game? And Havoc to your face is like, bro, I didn't even start playing fighting games a year ago, but now I'm an in-gamer. I'm a different level. There are levels to this at the end of the day.
Absolutely, and he is showing himself to be on top. So he's going in against Napkin, which is one of the rookies that we've seen. I mean, I guess on the side of Blaze, we'd call it potential right now.
Yeah.
There's a lot coming out of these rookies. We're seeing a lot of potential from them, not quite grabbing all the wins that we'd like them to. They don't quite have the record that we want them to have this early on, but they're showing where their potential lies. And I'm curious to see what Napkin's got, because the Blaze did have a lot of options. They had a lot of players that they could have gone with, but it's going to be Napkin taking a 1v1 with Havoc. I'm curious to see how he's going to hold his own.
After last week, I feel like every fighting game player in the league should have been paying attention to what was happening. And you should have automatically been looking up and learning what exactly is going on with Stylish, how to beat it, and probably how to beat Mai. Mai is a terrifying character that Havoc plays. She's exceptionally strong. Even on a non-stylish version of the game, she's considered one of those top-tier characters. And so I'm wondering how much effort, how much time Napkin's put into learning how to really compete, really play, really grow in this game. But 47 seconds left on this timer. I'm hoping that these teams can get in pretty quickly, because neither team has the timeouts to spare. They both burned one right going into half. And with 2 left, that's all that's left before forfeits start rolling out.
Yeah, and with this being the second 1v1 in a row, the rosters for both teams are down to 4 apiece, which kind of limits you, depending on what rolls next, as to what you can choose from. 3 players from both teams. It looks like the XGods with their tier 2, 3, and now 5 all going to be out. That does give an opportunity for the Blaze to maybe have a better selection of their more well-rounded players to put into something else. But I am really curious right now. I think out of our veterans in this game, because we've talked about how much the rookies have to step up and how they have to prove themselves now. Out of our veterans, I think Zolo might be in there, grouped in with some of those rookies, where he's got to show us what he's got. He's got to show us why he's his tier 3, because we can't ignore those middle positions, those 3, 4s, and 5s. We have to give them the attention and see if they are where they're supposed to be, or if they're going to start moving their way down. Right now, Zolo, if I'm remembering correctly, may have the least beneficial record on their team at the moment.
And that's saying something with a team full of rookies. Now, Zolo did take some seasons off. He hasn't been in the UEL for a good bit of time. And one thing that I wanted to tell people, and I've been arguing, is that every season for the last 2 or 3 seasons, the league has been leveling up. And the question is, did Hollywood go into, maybe some networking, find a player he knew was good, but has the league kind of surpassed him, has grown past him? Does Milk really hold up in the same way that some of these other players do?
Yeah, well, I mean, it certainly doesn't age like wine, but we'll have to see if the Zolo formula will fix that about Milk. But I don't know. I mean, there's still a lot of time left in the season for him to prove himself. Tier 3 at the moment, if this is what the Blaze have for their Tier 3. You know, we've seen Gardo is already fighting his way back in. He's already getting himself that we saw him in the racing. We saw him kill it in FC. We know why he's here and we know what he's going to do. Zolo has specialties. He has games that he's going to crush it on, but being this far into maybe 12 games in and not having seen really anything special from him yet is a little bit concerning. He has work to do. He has practice to put in. This team honestly has some coordinated practice that they need to be putting in together. And we still have quite a few games to get through in the second half here. I'm less wondering, more hoping that sports are not the only thing that they have locked down.
Yes.
They've talked about their shooters and how good they are at them. They think that they've got a good shooting team. We got to see it.
Absolutely.
You can't just say it.
Because right now, honestly, with the shooters and going back to look at it, I have to look at Electric. He came back from the New Moon. He was known as a shooting game player. Is a benched New Moon player greater than your quote-unquote best shooting team in the league?
Yeah.
Electric's come out, and I know he has something to prove and is kind of showing out. But here, if you're claiming to be there, you have the perfect team to show just how strong you are against one another. It looks like there was a timeout called, possibly a technical issue, and I guess we're trying to figure out exactly what is going on here. I'm interested to see what each player and what each team is looking to do and who is going to take this lead. I hear the Blaze music. It's a lot of fun. I'm super happy and super excited. But, Speedy, what games in the second half are you looking forward to, and what are you hoping?
Oh, man. I am still – it's only week 2. I'm definitely looking for some of the newer games. We have rolled quite a few of the newer games. I do want Jected Rivals to come back around. That might not even have something to do with it being a newer game. That game is just awesome.
It's so much fun.
It's just so cool to play. So I do really want to see that one again. I'd like to see that one spin again. I guess the thing I don't want is more sports because I want to see what else Blaze has. I know that they've got sports on lock for the most part.
I think I know what team he wants to win.
No.
I think we know what team he wants to win.
If anything, I want Blaze to win against those odds of having the sports games. I would like to see them win without having to rely on a singular category. So if they can't do that, then sure, let's say I'm a fan of the XGods today because we need this. This is a team that should be showing up in more than one category. Yes. It's not a team that even should be in the position that they're in right now. Mortal Kombat was given to them based on who was available, not based on the fact that they're the best Mortal Kombat team in the league. Nobody has any idea what they're the best at in the league. Most of these guys just showed up for their first day of the game. So right now, anything other than a sports game, I want to see them win it. Forza, it had a rough start, and I think that impacted how the rest of the game went, honestly. 1v1s are a tough one, and we've got another one right here that we're going to be heading into. So
let's
see this wheel spin.
I'm about to be Jected Rivals. He asked for it, and we got it coming up next. Jected Rivals. Coca Noe versus my. This is a lot of fun. All right, here we go. Mai versus Kokanoe. So this is a very funny matchup. Funnily enough, something I've gotten the chance to observe a decent bit. Mai versus Kokanoe. So Kokanoe is a scientist. She's able to do a lot of really crazy and interesting actions. She's able to make those gravitons, as you see there, that move you and things around the screen. Overall, it looks like he's willing just to check. I don't know if this is a button check or what exactly is going on here. Making sure everything is all right. Yeah, we ain't getting nobody killed here.
Definitely, yeah.
I'm joined by Magnus Sam.
I am here. I have substituted myself in for Speedy. Used the teleportation spell here.
Ooh, nice. All right, so Blaze Blue Central Fiction. Blaze Blue in general. So Kokanoe, she's going to make black holes. She's going to do a lot of crazy stuff. She's going to teleport, fly around the screen. You're going to see her hitting and doing a lot of stuff that is I'm just going to ask you at home. Tell me how many times you got hit in the chat. Please feel free to tell me if you guessed on the mix-up, left or right, high or low. Tell me how many times you got hit. Appreciate you and love you. I'm actually really happy to see that on the player one side, we do have Napkin, a rookie that's willing to play one of the harder-to-play characters in the game, versus Havoc playing Mai, who is a good character but notoriously simple and straightforward. It is the clashing of styles.
Yeah, Napkin definitely has been one of those players here today that I've been watching too a lot. That seems to have been covering a lot of things. Definitely one of those rookies this season that has been able to come in and cover a lot.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see exactly what goes on here.
All right, let's see how we go. I saw him placing down some of the gravitons and having a little bit of fun. Let's see if he's able to use science to find his victory here. Immediately jumping back, looking to get a little bit of space. But Havoc doesn't care about your space. Havoc is just pressing buttons. Now, funnily enough, this is, I believe, on my favorite matchup. Mai has a lot of tools that individually beat Kokonoe. Immediately using the burst, trying to keep his turn up. And Havoc looks like he's going to run away with the game. And this is the truth of every fighting game player. You don't have as much time as you might want. A nice overhead, and here we go. It doesn't look like Havoc supers. You got to find your time right now. There's no more movement and no more options. And that is one game down, one round, one life gone. Napkin in the blink of an eye, losing that matchup. Havoc once again coming out looking like he might be the man to beat in Blaze Blue.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Napkin have a little bit of something there, but Havoc was just able to keep a lot of that pressure in, and it was just not it for Napkin.
Yes, and here we go. Doesn't look like he's going to take an opportunity. Havoc activating there, jumping back in, and Napkin just getting tagged. I think Napkin may be underestimating just, hey, you have to find your opportunities. This isn't going to be free. An overhead into super. He's already at 30% life. I think Havoc is going to take this, and I might be with a clean, almost perfect. Blocks it, and that's it. That's done. Signed, sealed, delivered. Sometimes the complex option is not the best UEL option at the end of the day. And I feel for you, Napkin. You're sitting there, you're looking at the screen, you're wondering what's going on, and just like that, the game is over. Remind me to send a message to Napkin after this game, because it hurts, bro. I'm one of those people. I have a bias towards fighting game players. I will forever have a bias towards fighting game players. They come into the league and we're used to very certain and very specific things in the UE outside of the
FGC, yeah, fighting game community.
And then you get to the UEL, and it's a different game plan.
It's a very different game plan. I mean, a very different story for a lot of stuff here at the UEL. We definitely play it a little bit differently than a lot of other things. So I think it definitely shows with how a lot of these people, especially the rookies here today, are trying to learn how to adapt and overcome a lot of their new problems and a lot of their new, shortcomings.
Yeah. Definitely. I think you hit it on the head. But Jacked Rivals, we've only seen this game once so far played this season, one of the new games. How you feel about it?
I mean, personally, I really like Jacked Rivals. It's a lot of fun. It's a mixture between, racing, rally racing, dirt racing, stuff like that, mixed with a lot of stunt diving. So you can, hop out of your car, you can do jumps, you get a jetpack and, a little, elevator jetpack thing. I don't know how to explain it, but it's very entertaining, especially with how we play it here in the league. We only play one map. It's technically like a game show. Yeah. So there's multiple different game modes and games you can play. There's hit the target, and there's races, and there's demo derbies and all that kind of stuff. So it's really dependent on the team if they really want to race it out. They want to run strategy, game knowledge. Exactly what do people want to go with here? How do you feel about it, though?
It's a very fun game. I think you covered a lot of the bases. It's a diverse game. It's something that, is always so different. You don't know exactly what each team is going to run. And even once you figure that out, you really have to know what each game mode, the strengths of each car, and how you want to play the game mode. Some players, some people, well, I obviously just want to race. Okay. We're not doing that today. I'm not going to let you race if that's what you want to do. Don't tell me what you want to do. We will not be doing that. We will be doing something different. It's an incredibly fun game, though, and with it being 2v2, you see a lot of diversity. It looks like the lineups are in. It's going to be Mari and Milk Zolo going up against Sin and Electric. Once again, a veteran and a rookie going up against a veteran and a rookie here. How you feeling about the game so far? I know you've been on the floor taking a few pictures, seeing what's going on. How you feel? What's the vibe?
I mean, so far I'm looking at this game a lot. I'm seeing a new team go against one of those teams that has been jumbled around, right? The Gods being predominantly large amounts of the New Moon from last season, mixed in a little bit with a couple of, one original XGod and one person from what was, I believe, the Gorillas last season. But looking over towards the Blaze, I'm seeing a lot of learning opportunities. They are currently 5 points down right now, but the big point of it is they're trying to figure out exactly what they're doing wrong. A lot of these people are new rookies trying to figure out their footing here in the league, right?
Yes.
So it's incredibly integral that they learn and grow together here. And today is their biggest testing and stress test here at the league.
And it looks like we did end up getting one of the races here. And the XGods losing another timeout with Maelstrom following up next. This is one of the races, and again, knowing where you can kind of cut and skip some of these maps is super important. You see as people run around this edge here, trying to do their best, and a big hit flying back into your car means that you're not able to get any more formal momentum. I see Sin over there laughing, kind of having some fun, running into the same wall. Good job. Here and actually manages to smash his head.
That's a
directly
glitch,
off.
I think, there. I mean, he was locked onto the car, so he should have been able to enter it unless he let go at the last possible second. Watching this here, this is the big part of this game that I enjoy a lot, and it's the demo racing part of it. I mean, not the demo racing, the stunt racing part of it. And this is the other part where you can get stuck against the wall, and now he's goofed. He has to
Gotta
land
run
that
for a little
correct-
bit. You know, you ever just have to, your car breaks down, you got to just do some running.
Yeah.
But here we go, cutting over to Mari, locked in and
Oh!
focused. And it looked like somebody spawned in
That
and told
was-
him to stop. Oh,
That
no.
was that was the car from earlier. That was the guy who was walking. He summoned the car back in and slowed him down. So he put his thumb out and said, "Hitchhike me, please." And then he summoned a car from beyond the veil.
It is a great time. I love Mari. He's sitting here right now. Looks very comfortable, looks very chill in the situation. He's on his second of third lap and is coming around here. Now, does he know any of the skips, any of the little shortcuts? He's going here, or is he just taking? He full on is driving. Looks like he's taking an opportunity here, going to drift around this corner. I want to see the drift. Let me see it. Okay.
Oh,
Not
and
the
he spun the guy out in front of him there. The guy who did hit him earlier and caused him to have all that problem. But I'm trying to tell who's in front of him. Is that Sin in front of him?
Yes, it looks like. No, Mari going super high here. Unfortunately, clips the out-of-bounds line, forcing him to reset there. Nice job looking for a play, but unfortunately went a little too high. Going over here again, can he get away with it? No, he hits it once again, and now that's reset twice.
I think he actually missed a checkpoint. I think he's passing that hoop, which is a checkpoint. And for those of you who don't know, when you skip a checkpoint here in this game, you instantly go back to before it. Oh my goodness! I believe did I hear that correctly? The Blaze just won that?
They won. They dominated.
Wow.
And there we go. We have our first win by the Blaze, not in a sports game today, being ejected rivals.
Yeah.
Maelstrom. We're hopping on a boat here for the next game, with Maelstrom being the next opportunity on the table. Overall, it seemed like a very quiet game of Ejected. I know there's a lot of tech and a lot of interesting movement available in that game, but no one, unfortunately, able to put it on the table there. I think great performance there. I have to say to Milk Zolo, we were watching Mari for a long portion, and it looked like Milk was the first person to stand up when the game was called. So he managed to go ahead and find his win and get his team and keep his team in the game. Where happened, maybe he's a racing player. Maybe that's where his strengths lie.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious to see how these players progress throughout the season. You know, I mean, as I said earlier, I mean, it's a team of 3 veterans and 4 rookies right now. That is their main team. And seeing how Napkin, Mari, Rajane, and Weeping Jade are going to fit into this whole dynamic here at the league is going to be really interesting, and I'm honestly excited for it.
Absolutely. I cannot wait to see where we're going. And if you saw Ejected Rivals, before that you saw Blaze Blue. We've had F1. We have Lumina Rush. We've had all different genres, 5 genres, 33 games. This is why we get SurfThing to power the UEL. They are an amazing PC sponsorship that allow us as pro to try and master all 5 genres, and they have supported us along the way. If you too would like to cover 5 genres, 33 games, anything your heart could desire in the realm of gaming, get this top tier equipment, head on over to surfthings.com and find one for yourself. Trust me, you're going to love it. And if you don't, you're wrong. Psych now. Have a good time. Go enjoy SurfThing PC. They're an amazing sponsorship, and we thank them once again. It's a great time. So, Maelstrom. I know you played a little bit of Maelstrom.
Yeah.
Sam, we're on a boat. Okay.
We're on a boat.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Well, we're on a boat, and I have a weapon and a few bombs.
Okay.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and get the most points possible and beat the enemy team here at the league. So here at the league, it's not for those of you who don't know, Maelstrom is a battle royale game where you're in a boat. There's multiple different kinds of boats. It's kind of like the hero shooter of boats.
Okay.
There's 4 different kinds of boats. There is the ghost ships, the dwarfs, the humans, and the orcs. Each has their own department they're good at, and each has their own weaknesses. Humans don't have amazing shielding in their fronts and backs, but they shoot a lot of cannonballs. They're pretty overall good players. You look at the orcs, who are really good at boarding, right? They have a lot of speed. They are good at boarding, not a lot of maneuverability. And then you see I believe it's the dwarves. They have loads of tankiness. They have kind of a weird maneuverability because their boats can reverse, which no other boat in the game has. So and then finally you got the ghosts, who are able to go intangible. They have a load of speed, and they've got like some weird other things that can go along with it. But overall, I personally prefer the dwarves. How about you?
I'd say I've been a pretty big dwarf player. I think they have a lot of interesting strengths so far.
Yeah, I mean, the dwarves have a lot of the ability to switch between stuff. They have a lot of explosives, a lot of damage-dealing abilities. They also have a shield ability, which just stops all damage, which is incredibly busted in a game about tanking damage and attacking the enemy team and waiting a lot of times. So it's definitely helpful. Well, I mean, looking through a lot of this stuff, I'm interested to see exactly how these teams are going to perform. Maelstrom is one of those games that was actually introduced just as the season was about to start, switching out for League of Legends. So I'm really interested to see what metas and builds are going to be introduced to the league here as we start to move forwards.
I definitely agree with you, but my worry is that the strategy mastermind himself is in this game, and one of our most experienced players in terms of raw time, Havoc to your face. Going into Maelstrom, he is one of the few players that is going to be playing a very different strategy from what I've seen than a lot of other teams. Don't want to give it away too soon, but if you're looking at for big, straightforward fighting, Havoc isn't necessarily on that tip. That's depending on what he chooses to go with. He could always have something under his sleeve. Having worked with Havoc, he's always cooking.
Oh yeah,
he's a chef.
Havoc is one of those players here at the league that has a little bit of everything for everything. He's known for being a heavy strategy player, right? Arguably one of the best in StarCraft here at the league and some of the other strategy games, showing a lot of his skill and flexibility. And I'm willing to bet that Maelstrom is just his kind of game.
Absolutely. So the setup timer is finishing up. Everybody should be getting ready to jump into game. We'll see who is winning and who is the strongest. We're on a boat.
So you can see people are preparing for battle. It looks like we're going to be watching Havoc right now on the human. I believe that is going to be the human. Oh, my goodness.
That's the human top-tier boat. They're top. And Need for Speed being the next game.
Ooh, Need for Speed
so
next.
not what I expected him to be on, but maybe having gone for approaching a different strategy here. Not necessarily having what he would want from maybe his personal account. You kind of have to work with what you get in this game a little bit. I see some of the smaller boats as well, though, so it'll be really interesting. I want to see, he's looking around, I think, trying to get some information where he can.
Yeah, and this preparing for the lobby game mode, getting ready, getting into the game, prepare for battle, it's really important for you to not reveal a lot of stuff, but also watch, see what you can get from the enemy team, right? Especially because a lot of people will spawn together in little skirmishes at the start of the game just to warm you up, get you prepared and ready to go.
Absolutely. Now, the namesake, why is this game called Maelstrom?
Well, Maelstrom is one of the mechanics in this game, right? There's the boats, and then there's Maelstroms, which are giant what do you call them, whirlpools?
Whirlpools, yeah.
Really, really big whirlpools that will pull you in. But if you are smart enough, you can use them to get insane amounts of speed, and they can cause, for those of you who play Battle Royales, can help you with rotates, can help you with movement around the map and avoiding the circle, which in this game doesn't deal damage to you. It summons monsters that will instantly kill you. So it's very entertaining when a giant fish jumps out of the water and eats you whole. It's scary, but it's kind of entertaining.
He's doing an amazing job. So we see Havoc slipping around each edge here.
There's a Maelstrom.
Looking for a fight, and there we go. Those Maelstroms that you mentioned before. He looks like he's doing a pretty good job of trying to avoid it and pushing forward here. Looking for another fight, maybe. Having found, it looks like, some other opportunities for players. And it's just turning to the broadside, just shooting off some shots, getting some damage, and doing a great job. And one of his teammates pulling up real quick beside him, taking an opportunity, and another volley goes out.
Oh, my goodness. You see there as he just wipes them with all of his. He's got some accuracy build, I believe, so because you can see how much damage that's dealing. You see that instantly armor down off rip with his cannon. I think he's hitting so many shots on these stationary ships. Yeah, he's just dropping their armor.
So this is one of the big strategies from the human ship specifically. Their biggest ship. Ultimately, their battleship has amazing broadside cannons that you want to use from a range. Think of it close to like a sniper rocket launcher, where they're able to fire this huge barrage of shots and explosives that if they hit you, will just give you tons and tons of damage for free here.
It looks like here also on top of that, they seem to be feeding Havoc a lot of those upgrades. You see when the ships were dropped, they dropped some items and some gold. And that's really important, especially when you want to give your ship more shield, more HP, more speed, etc., etc. You can see them seeing another team setting up, Havoc just waiting for his team here.
And not wanting to take a shot, not rather would wait for a better opportunity to go in, using now his teammate to move in for some damage, takes a wide variety of shots, getting some damage out. And it looks like one of the teammates or like one of the opposing team maybe see Havoc and be like, yo, this guy's a problem. I need to close the distance. But now has two of the XGods surrounding him and doesn't have the ability to move as Havoc just rains down fire on him from a distance. You can't close the distance. You don't get the opportunity to compete, to play. And here we go, another set of big shots, and that's armor down. The front of the ship is completely exposed. So all of the ships have the ability to defend from a specific side, and you see those little gray bars. You have to bring them down first before you are able to deal this damage to the ship's health specifically. So you see Havoc, he's constantly looking for the opportunity. He didn't take a shot there. He's like, why waste more damage on the armor? If I can find an opportunity to maybe take a shot on not your armor and get some more damage onto you, he's looking for those shots. Even reluctant to play into this middle area. Big thing about this middle area is there's usually a maelstrom in here somewhere, and it puts you in a pretty scary spot to have to deal with. Again, once again, shout out to Havoc doing a great job of just raining down. Damage is part of your point total here, so every one of these cannonballs you see hitting is absolutely pushing his team into a better and better position. I hear comms targeting specific players, and it looks like they've locked down Hollywood, and almost in one barrage, he dies. And here
this build is incredible from Havoc. I mean, look at how much damage that's dealing. You're just seeing armor down, armor down, armor down over and over again from Havoc as he's just dishing out more and more damage. Havoc going crazy, breaking another one's shield. Oh my goodness.
This absolutely was the build I expected from strong shooter players. Again, people think that Havoc can't play shooters. He's proven it time and time again.
Oh.
But if he knows how to set his team up, they also have minds there to assist him, and having that strength to just be able to win, they claim the first, second, and third spots, so they get extra points for their finishes, and on top of that, all of the damage that they went ahead and dealt. I think that should be an XGods win. We'll get the win for the points to find out here shortly.
And you saw there at the end, too, it declared that the LA XGods team had won, meaning they won the entire Battle Royale game mode there, killing every other ship and being the last ones remaining, meaning I bet you the Blaze got sunk.
I think that was a fight there at the very end, because I'm almost certain I heard the comm of like, oh, kill Hollywood, and then he just poofed.
Yeah,
gone
into thin air.
in a singular moment. And with that poof, is that Havoc trying to snuff out the Blaze here in those last moments? I can hear them talking and him kind of saying like, hey, this wasn't even close. I know what I did. I know what I handled. I was able to find a win here. And I can't help but believe that's an LAX Gods win more than anything else. But Need for Speed coming up.
There you go.
As,
and that's the
as
announcement.
I say it, we hear the announcement come over from the Game Master. I was going to say GM, but Game Master. 10-5. And again, this is a wake-up call, I think, for some of the rookies. You come into UEL and you're hyper-confident. Everyone is. People come into UEL and purely believe that, hey, like, you know, one-on-one, I'm better than you. And the response that a lot of them have to deal with and have to realize is, what if I don't give you the one-on-one? What if I just outthink you? And there's so many different players in the UEL that don't sometimes realize that. Like, oh, like, well, I'm the better player. And I'm like, cool, but you didn't win UEL.
Yeah.
You're playing the game that you think you're playing at home.
That's a big thing. A lot of rookies will come in, like you said, very overconfident, very cocky. But, I mean, that's a kind of the canon event for all of us here at the UEL, right? Your first game, you come in, you're excited. You've been watching this stuff. Maybe you learned of it the first game of last season, right? You've been waiting to come in and join. you've been practicing and like prepping yourself, and then you just get blown out of the water, or you get beaten in the game you are good at.
Yeah.
Right? And that is what feels so bad here at the league. But I mean, that's the whole part of the league. And you have to learn from that and grow from that. And I mean, hopefully the Blaze coming out, I believe they have a game next week.
Yes, I believe so.
Should hopefully come out of this experience a little more experience and a little more noted on what they need to do, how they need to think about this, and what they need to approach for learning experiences.
Yes, absolutely. And that's for every team in the UEL. You have two roads. I think the easier road is to like figure out how you win a game. And for those players out there that do care about your skill, then you need to be better in the most honest way possible. Players do not understand when I tell you you need to be able to compete with whoever sits across from you, regardless of what they do. They could come up with the single cheesiest strategy in the world, and you just have to be that much better. With a minute 47 left on the clock, one timeout left for the XGods. They're not out of the woods just yet. Some of these games are tricky to set up, and they could absolutely find themselves in a position where if they forfeit a few of these games, this game is a lot closer than they want to admit. But again, once again, a great showing here. The Robbers are going to be the Blaze, and it looks like the Cops are going to be the XGods. We play Most Wanted here, where one team is running away after they have committed X unspecified crime. There's need for speed. Assume it's speeding. And they have to escape. One of them is designated as the Most Wanted, and they have to escape with his teammates assisting him from avoiding 4 other police officers.
Yeah, I mean, also on top of that, both sides have their bread and butter abilities, right? So both sides have 4 abilities. There is, for the Cops, there's the helicopter ability, the spike ability, roadblock, and I believe, do they have jam, or what is their 4th one?
EMP.
EMP, that was what it was.
Yeah.
And then on the opposite side, for the Robbers, or the Runners, it's, they also spike, they also have EMP, but they have a jam, which cancels all abilities and turns off the enemy's ability to see the minimap and ability to use the stuff for a couple of seconds. And then they also have turbo at times, which means that they can catch up with their teammates and play better with them.
Most Wanted will be PC7, who will be none other than Hollywood himself. It's time for that Tier 1 to go ahead and carry his team to another win here.
All right. And next up here is going to be Roller Champions, but let's get into this Need for Speed first. Strix has now been teleported away, and Speedy replaced him. So, how are you doing here? What are you thinking about this?
I am excited for Need for Speed. It wasn't one of the games that I had thought of before that I'd be interested in seeing, but now that it's here, I'm actually really excited for it. And we have Roller Champions right after it. So these are 2 games back-to-back that I'm really excited to see. It looks like Most Wanted is Hollywood, man. That is ideal for this team right now. That is a pretty good position. We've talked about how he needs to be a carry player for his team in this game. And while he's been focusing on getting all these other guys set, it's kind of nice to see that he's going to be a focal point for the team in at least one of these games. So it really is going to be on his shoulders. He's going to be the decision maker and the final factor.
Yeah, I mean, you could see, especially right now, as he gets going, he's definitely in the lead here. Most Wanted being spawned in the front of the pack. He's definitely showing a lot of his skill. Going into oncoming traffic here to gain some of that turbo boost. Getting a lot of the speed up he needs to get away from the Cops. And just kind of, keeping up that skill that you said he needs to have here.
Yeah, it looks like one of his teammates is pretty close behind him as well, going to be dealing with some of the Cops chasing behind. It's always nice to have somebody between you and the Cops when you're the Most Wanted. That's the kind of teammate that you want, somebody who can be a real a pillar for you, to stand in between you and the dangers. But it looks like just as much speed as Hollywood is picking up, he's also being caught up to pretty quickly. So it is interesting that despite how well he's trying to get out of here, there is an EMP locking onto him. He will likely jam that one, and there it goes. So he's still got another jammer sitting in the back there. For now, just trying to build up some turbo, get himself out. But, man, they are sticking to him like glue. There is no longer a teammate between him and the Cops following him. You can see one right there in his rear view, and he's got another EMP locking on, but jams it once again.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, as you were talking about, having someone in between you is a very important part of this game. Having one of your teammates being able to block for the cops, put out abilities like the spike trap, stop the cars at the EMP, having them be in range to jam is incredibly important. And you saw as that had failed there for a moment, the cops were able to catch up and almost hurt Hollywood, but the car behind him was able to block it.
Yeah, right now Hollywood is on his way out. You can see how much closer he's getting to that circle on his mini-map on the bottom left. But it looks like in this open space, he's kind of just holding the same position a decent way away from the cops behind him, but he can't really find any more purchase on these straight roads. Everybody's having an easy time. He even tries to take a shortcut there. He's on a little bit of a side road. His teammate bouncing him from behind, giving him a little bit of a boost up ahead, getting him back onto the main road. We'll see if maybe his teammate can block this furthest up cop and give Hollywood a little bit more distance to start getting out.
I believe that was a spike strip that just came out because that cop got sent across the other side of the road. Again, that big, that damage. The biggest thing here is Hollywood's team. Hollywood needs to also depend on his team, right? He needs to be able to depend on his team to stop and slow down the cops so he can get out of that aura almost that the cops have. You can see on the bottom left, which is how he wins.
If you look in his rear view, the teammate right behind him has just been pushing left, right, keeping these cops out to the side. It looks like there's only one that can really keep up. Hollywood finds a really nice open section on the left side from the barricade there. Able to sneak right through. He doesn't lose any momentum. So he's still got that teammate right behind him. It looks like his teammate made a little bit of a collision with some of the cars there. And because of it, there's going to be a cop coming up behind Hollywood now. So that EMP is locking on. He is able to jam it, but that distance is being closed. There's going to be some contact here, and it does not go well.
And he hits an amazing spike strip on the cop that was right behind him, letting his teammates be able to catch up to him. These cops being dropped back to the back of the pack. Hollywood's team almost entirely catching up to him here. You can see also that Hollywood has taken almost 0 damage.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't even been able to they haven't even been able to touch him. The EMPs can't even lock on from a distance, so how in the world are they going to be able to catch him? That teammate that's been stuck between them is doing really, really great things. This one's going to drag on for a while because of the consistent pace that the cops are holding, and also Hollywood as well, so this might take a little while. It does look like Hollywood fell back toward the cops a little bit again, but he has 2 teammates right behind him. There's definitely an opportunity here for a little bit of bumping, a little bit of crashing to happen, maybe some more spike strips, and then hopefully Hollywood will get the distance he needs to start picking his routes more comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that Hollywood has the turbo ability here with being most wanted. So the second he finds a straight or straight-ish road, I'm willing to bet he's probably going to pop that to see if he can get some distance off. But for the time being, I think he's playing it slow because chipping out these cops is a very helpful and important strategy to get away from them.
Yeah, still 1 cop in his rear view, no longer those teammates behind him. In fact, it looks like if you look on the mini-map, they're quite a ways away, not even on the same orientation as him right now from directly behind. Really nice squeeze between 2 cars right there to get through a barricade. Barely loses any momentum. Not using the turbo, just checking his side. Lets one of the cops zoom right past him and doesn't make the contact on the back. Doesn't get the tail spin him out.
And he also dodges the spike strip the cop put out in front of him by swerving. Hollywood pops another jam, but again, there's no teammates between him and the cops. There's 2, maybe 3 cops on him. Hollywood getting slowed down, spun out, surrounded by these cops. He needs his team on him right now.
Yeah, notably there is 1 player from each team DNF'd right now as well, so it is a 3 against 3 at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Hollywood needs his team here. He's playing alone. I mean, he did get away from one of the cops who were staying on the main road there. Hollywood does get hit by another EMP, bringing his health down to about 2/3. I'm curious to see how he gets out of this.
Yeah, still looking fairly healthy for being this deep into the game, but the amount of time that they've spent in game doesn't really matter if he can't make the distance to the edge of the circle. So he's still got cops closest on his tail, which is terrible. You never want that. You feel all alone. You feel like everything is kind of, it's you versus everything, and you're not as focused on the road anymore. So it's going to be a lot more difficult than it was in the early game for him to get distance, and it looks like he gets some contact from behind as well. Doesn't quite spin out, able to regain momentum a little bit.
And Hollywood gets spike stripped, but his car keeps going straight instead of getting spun out. 2 cops, but Hollywood's teammates are able to catch up to him because I think he was slowing down there. Oh my goodness, I think another cop hit a spike strip. A lot of these cops seem to be at critical to low HP. Oh no, this cop's gonna go down here if this EMP hits.
Another one of the racers, though. Hollywood only has 2 teammates left.
But there's only 2 cops left on the other side.
Sorry, 1 teammate left for Hollywood at the moment.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, only 1 teammate left for Hollywood, so he's going to have to do a lot of the work against those 2 cops in the back because he cannot let even one of them catch up to Hollywood. They're going to really disrupt him. He's got about, for the 3rd time, this is about the closest he's gotten to the edge of that ring, about halfway between himself and the cops. Yeah, he's right in the center of the ring, and the cops behind him. I'm not really sure what his teammates are up to, but he's made enough distance to where he's not really seeing them much in the rear view anymore, so see what kind of lines he can take to really make an escape here. He's a little bit more comfortable than he was before, but those flashing lights in the back do not bode well.
Yeah, I mean, PC-12 is going to be Regine, or I believe that's how you say his name, Regine.
Regine, yeah.
Regine, and he is hopefully going to be able to cover the rest of the cops, letting Hollywood get away. But there, as you said, there is one coming up that is not boding good news for Hollywood here. Playing a little bit of chicken here. Which side am I going to? But Hollywood gets hit from behind by another cop.
Yeah, he almost gets pinned, but he's trying to take this route, trying to get past the fence. It looks like he's going to turn around and take another route. Just going to extend this game a little while longer, but his health is not looking nearly as good as it did for most of this game. He took a lot of damage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you see that a lot of his team has passed him. I believe there's only 1 cop between Hollywood and I believe that's Regine right now. Hollywood trying to turn around, see if he can get his teammate on him, at least juke out this cop to get a little more space. But, I mean, is he able to get out of there in time? Again, those cop cars just slowly gaining the catch-up mechanic in this game, causing a lot of pressure, and Hollywood almost fully get wiped out. Very low HP, but so are the cops.
Yeah, a lot of really low HP targets. Everyone has to be careful. Hollywood's teammate at the moment, Regine, is looking better than just about anybody else in the lobby. He's got to get up there near Hollywood to help out his teammate. You can see him behind this cop that we're watching right now, behind X-Ray Aspect. More collision happening, but I don't think Hollywood takes the brunt of it. Hollywood is just as hurt as X-Ray Aspect right now. Both of them very much damaged.
Oh my goodness, this is an incredibly close game. I mean, both teams are very low HP. I believe one of the cop cars has more HP than Regine does. But overall, if Hollywood is able to evade the way he is, and Regine is able to keep up, then he could definitely win this game.
Yeah, right here we can see Sin right now trying to catch up. He's getting close. He might make contact here in a moment.
MVP doesn't. Yo, most
Oh,
does not have,
and Regine gets another really good hit on this cop car, leaving him to basically 0 HP. But Hollywood is at that exact same. Neither team can make any mistakes from this point forwards, or it is game over.
Yeah, we're getting the end game. We just don't really know who for yet. Some contact may be about to be made. No, they are on the high road, so Hollywood is going to turn around and go back down, make some. This is actually a really good opportunity for them to make distance considering the road split, but one of the cops was able to turn around and is going to meet him where the roads connect. And the contact comes through, and Hollywood will be crashed out. So that will be another XGods win. They will go up 11-5.
Man, that is a bummer. Hollywood definitely showed his legacy skill here, especially coming from that championship team last season, right? Bringing Garto with him and a lot of that stuff. But I just think that his rookies weren't able to keep up with him in that speed. I didn't see much comms coming out from the Blaze there. Hollywood seemed to be very focused on keeping himself alive and not a lot on leading the team.
Yeah, Regine, unfortunately, for a moment it seemed like a good thing that he still had so much health, but we soon began to understand why. It's because he wasn't making as much contact with the cops as we would have liked. Over time, he would slowly make more and more contacts, bring out more and more damage, but unfortunately, it just couldn't last. He was working a little bit too slowly. In the future, they'll likely work much better together. That's something to practice for the team. Now, we will be heading into Roller Champions soon, which is something that Strix, we talked about earlier. I am very, very excited to see this one. I don't know if we're going to see, I'll have to check the lineups, but I don't know if we're quite going to see the matchup that we were hoping for, considering we did just see Hollywood play. But I would really love to see the way that the Blaze and XGods are going to choose to play this game, because I have a feeling it's going to be a rough and tough style.
Absolutely, man. Oh man, the energy is, you can cut it. I can tell like there's a little bit of tension there. I was watching Hollywood calling for his best, trying to play, hey, jam, please. But again, very young team. They're still learning. I think they're very clearly figuring everything out. And Roller Champions should be a lot of fun. And it might just be, again, another momentum swing. It's another sports game. I think it might be the last sports game left on the wheel for today. I believe we've hit all of them. Real quick check. What's that? NHL, 2K, FC, Roller Champions. I feel like I'm missing.
With the ball, with the
Lethal
fight,
League
with
Blaze.
the,
Thank you. So you said it, and I immediately realized that's 5, but there should be one more sports game. And I'm trying to think about what I might.
College football.
College football,
which
is
I think
all
both
that's
of those
left.
players would like to play. Honestly,
Yeah, I think the Blaze would be very happy with that.
Yeah.
Dropping down in Hollywood does look to be he doesn't look to be because we do have the 3v3 lineups already going in, but we have.
Well, that's interesting. They're choosing not to play him for this one. They're going with Garto. So with it being a new game, you never know. Garto we've seen him in FC.
And it was previously a game 2 seasons ago, back in season 7. We did play Roller Champions, so
there you go.
Maybe there's something that Hollywood just realized, like, hey, you did really good in FC. You seem to have a really good understanding of these types of sports games, so you're better. You were doing better, but I have to ask what's going on with the floor. So that means we got to tune back in to our eye in the sky, AV. AV, what's going on over there?
Man, I can tell you the things that's happening right now is the Blaze are having a lot of mental fatigue. They did not recover from that first half. They are starting to fall behind. Hollywood dropping in need for speed. Doesn't look too good for them right now. Now, as far as the XGods are hype. They are excited. So hopefully, they can turn things around, but it's not looking too good right now for Blaze and their mentality.
I absolutely understand. I think that's another rookie thing that I didn't think about. I know, Speedy, you coming in as a commentary part of production. Having been on that side of the fence, that first 4-hour gauntlet that you go into here in the league where it's like, hey, you need to be locked in and able at the drop of a dime switch your mind step every game for 4 hours. It takes a lot out of you, especially when you start to have games like this. Like, everybody pictures their first game being a 33-0. I come in and I win everything, man. I'll find a way. But it's those games like this that ends up meaning a world. They're starting up the game here, and it looks like it's going to be Hasaj, AJ, and Nexus going up against Garto, Milk Zolo, and Napkin.
Yeah, that's a pretty tough squad for Blaze. I mean, I think we're heading into a sports game with the number 2, 3, and 4 for the Blaze. This is a must-win or a we really need to practice. Rainbow Six Siege, very, very nice to see that one come up as well. That's another one where the Blaze wanted to see some more shooters. They want to prove that they do have the skill in these shooters. So it's going to be nice to see them have to put their strategy to the test with that shooting game in Rainbow Six Siege.
I absolutely agree. So I'm watching Asaj, and immediately I need somebody on his team to talk to him because he's doing the pump, the build-up speed on the low areas, which slows you down, actually.
Yeah.
So sort of maybe a little bit less familiarity with the game, but maybe he's just been given a job and told what to do in these moments. Looks like he's just looking at the ball, tries to go ahead and grab it, and is unable to. Now on the other side, we see the other rookie here, Napkin, chilling. He's leaned back in his chair, looks to be completely comfortable and ready to play.
Yeah, so the way that this one is going to work is the teams cannot just go for the scoring goal that you see on the top of each side of the map, but it's actually going to be that they need to clear some laps around the map first. They have to make it through the orange team. You'll see has to make rotations through those orange barriers, curtains, whatever you want to call them, and the blue team, of course, will have to make their way through the blue ones.
And it looks like the orange team is possibly opting to go for an extra lap. So every lap adds 2 points to your total, with 5 points being an instant win. So rather than taking the 1 point there and getting the early lead, they're looking to make a second play and possibly go up by 3 here, which they do, putting a lot of pressure onto the XGods to be able to complete this game. We already kind of knew and we understood there that there's a strong opportunity. That's PC 8, I believe. That would be Garto once again showing his dominance and his strength for his team.
And it didn't look like we saw a ton of passing there either, so I think there's a reason Garto is in playing this one instead of Hollywood. I think that not only was he able to control the ball mostly on his own, but he was also able to take it extra lap and score 3 points for them. So here they go again. He's coming up off the wall, building up that momentum. It looks like still has control of the ball. A nice pass backward as he saw that he was in a little bit of danger for getting tackled, but one pass gets intercepted, and now we can start going the other way. We're going to start running loops through the blue side if they can hold control. The ball is dropped and picked up once again by the Blaze. So the Blaze in control. They've got about 90% ball control in this game. But that might change now that the XGods have a little bit of control. They're going to make their first rotation and get it immediately taken.
My immediate thought is neither team seems to be able to find that speed. I think that 3 goal that we saw initially really came from speed. Speed is the name of the game, ultimately in Roller Champions. If you can't maintain your pace, if you can't even get started going, the game kind of crawls to this halt of who can find the way to get space first.
Yeah. Yeah, it is difficult. Honestly, it's a tricky game because even the way that the physics feel like they're supposed to work, sometimes it doesn't always quite work that way. It is really, really tricky to maintain your momentum while trying to figure out how you're going to catch the ball holder. So at the moment, it looks like we got a nice pass coming through, actually decent passing plays coming through. You can pass the ball through the curtain, and that will be considered a completion if it lands in the hands of a teammate.
Yes, here we go, and it looks like maybe, just maybe, the XGods are starting to find their footing, but they have to go around twice, and all the Blaze need to do is for the next 3 minutes stop. And like you see right there, that denied denotes that the ball has changed hand, changed possession. And once you lose the ball, you have to start back from square one.
Yeah. Yeah, once again, it looks like Hassaj, it's always hard to remember how to say his name back, or Hassaj, it looks like, is just trying to figure out how to build some momentum here. He wanted to get something started, but while he was doing that, control went to the Blaze. Luckily, his teammates able to pick up some control here. Looks like some speed being picked up high off the wall, but for a moment there, the XGods, it looked like, had a little bit of speed control, but no longer. They don't even have ball control.
AJ now with the ball, but immediately gets tackled and loses control of it. And here we go. We're trying to figure out exactly where we're playing. I'm noticing immediately that the Blaze have seemed to take like a 2-1 strategy where one guy is always kind of playing that opposite end, always now creating space for his team. A nice tackle knocks the ball free. Are the LAXGods able to pick it up? They are, but immediately taken back and immediately sent back forward. I finally think the teams are starting to find their momentum, but making these corners safely seems to be the name of the game. If somebody's able to do that, they are in a prime position to go ahead and win. So the ball goes up the wall. Who's going to go ahead and pick it up? Either team ended up getting control of it, and it looks like maybe, just maybe, the Blaze have found another opportunity here. If they can get around this last turn, no, the LAXGods take it back.
Hassaj doing a good job of staying in front in case they want to make a pass for a little bit of distance. Very good positioning here, good coordination from the team. Gives a lot of opportunity. Even under that threat there, either Nexus or AJ, whoever had control, did not make the pass. And lap 1 has been completed, but they want to take another lap. They want to at least try to catch up, or maybe they think that they just have to go for the win here. I'm not really sure what the strategy is yet, but we will see as they come around the second.
And it's denied with a minute and 32. I think you start looking at it like, do you want to take this in the overtime? You need 2 laps to do that, or in some of these cases now, that's twice where they could have taken a 1, been within a 1-point gap, and this game would have been incredibly competitive. I think some teams really kind of feel pressure to match what your opponent does. They do a 3-point goal, they do 2 laps, I have to do 2 laps.
Yeah.
Really taking those individual scores and really keeping things safe, I think, requires you to have a level head, which is why it's so surprising that the Blaze are the team pressuring the XGods. The XGods have seemed to have the level head most of this game, but maybe, just maybe in the sports games, we start to see that that isn't really always the case. 1 lap completed, and it looks like, are they able to get around the map again? We have to find an opportunity here. There's 60 seconds left. He can turn this corner and launch the ball, hopefully getting a goal. Can somebody block it? There's no block. That's
no
a 3-3
block.
scoreline.
It's a tie game. This could very possibly go to overtime. Yeah,
I'm astonished there. In that moment, all you have to do is stop him from getting that score. Looks like somebody wanted to play defense, but now we're going to be going into overtime. An 8-minute overtime means this game can go either way unless some team scores in these next 40 seconds.
Yeah, now we can also see that the Blaze are utilizing the fact that you can help your teammates speed up by taking their hand and launching them forward. And we need to see a little bit more of that because right now even the passing plays are a bit infrequent. That was a very nice one. And it looks like they're setting themselves up to head toward the goal. So now the XGods looking to go one up, and they will.
They were down this
They
entire
were down the
game.
entire
It's
match.
Forza all over again. Up
Mhm.
in this final last little bit, you have to find a way to close out a little bit safer. And once again, it brings up team play. Like, it looks like the fatigue, the energy, all those things that we've heard, these rookies, for lack of a better way, like you can't be prepared for your first UEL game, but even then, that's where the veterans have to be willing to carry a little bit of the burden. But here we go, 10 seconds, and I think that we have to find the accomplishment here. They just have to hold on to this ball. The Blaze have to make a play. They have to get around the circle. Unfortunately,
unable.
That is the end. You see Gardo standing up there. We hear the cheers from the arena. That's another win going on. XGods.
Another win, honestly, clutched out by the LAX Gods. As much as this scoreline has quite a gap between it, there have been games where the Blaze just had to hold strong and were unable. The XGods keep taking it out from under their feet. I mean, the Blaze have control and just give it away. This is not the first time they've done it, and they have to stop doing it.
Yes, absolutely. They have to find a way to continue to get strong, but my brain during that moment, during seeing this, something came back to me. Season 8, the LAX Gods came out to an impressive set of games. They won everything. They were overwhelmingly winning. And then they ran into what would have been a middle-of-the-pack team and lost. And then the season kind of started to crumble. The pieces, the dominoes, seemed to fall one after another. And now I'm happy to say that, like, the LAX Gods look good. This is a new lineup. But when... And I'll ask you this, do you feel they've been tested yet for us to declare them the best team in the South?
No, I don't. I think they're just getting warmed up. I don't think that this... So I'll start with your question. No, I don't think that they've been tested yet in this conference. Yeah. I think that they're kind of making their way up the ladder at the moment. I think the way that the conference is laying itself out, I think, is exactly how it's going to look for quite a while. The XGods will be tested at some point, and I don't think it's going to be so easy. The Blaze are a competent team, so it's not like they're going against some schmuck team that could never have a possibility of making it to playoffs. The Blaze have an opportunity to increase their wins, increase their skill level, coordinate more as a team. They've got 4 guys there who have literally never stepped inside a UEL game in their entire life.
True.
So you're bound to take some losses. It's going to happen. I don't think anybody ever thought this was going to be a fully undefeated team, the Blaze, especially not right off the bat.
Hollywood, maybe.
Hollywood
did.
Even
Hollywood.
Yeah.
Having spoken while, even Hollywood realizes that's where I want to be fair. Like, I completely agree with you. Yeah. I was asking you the question to see where you thought they stand, and like both the XGods chances, right? Ultimately, to me, is the big question mark.
Yeah.
How this team is brimming with talent, has 2 rookies looking promising, but you mentioned it before, that Ravens game, I think has to be the real calling card here, right? You have the bots, and I feel like I'm missing somebody in the South. No, because I think they're the other team that I really put up there as, like, the powerhouse here in the league. And so I wonder more than anything, how are they going to show out and what they're able to accomplish?
Yeah, it's going to be tricky for them, but I don't think it's impossible for this season to end up being what they wanted the last season to be. They wanted the last season to be the overthrow of the new moon. They wanted to kick them out off the top finally for the first time in who knows how long. Only the almighty XGod could tell us. But, they wanted to overthrow them. They wanted to be that team, and then they ended up, the entire season chasing their way up the ladder until they ran into the Ravens. And then they ended the season after their final game dropping from 2nd to 3rd. That, I'm sure, was a huge hit for them. And I think this season there's a better opportunity for them to make it to the end with the same consistency they had at the beginning of the last season. They're starting off the same way, where they have some teams that might be considered not as difficult, not as challenging. They're going to have to make their way up again as their season progresses, but I think they will get to a point where the harder teams, I think they've got a better shot this year.
Okay, definitely. I'm happy to hear that because, again, I think there's always a lot of movement. We know this entire season, this entire Season 9 in general, we have $1 million prize pool, but the teams being shuffled around has so dynamically changed what the league looks like. It's good to see a team on a similar trajectory with a hopeful future in comparison to, what came before. Rainbow Six Siege coming up next here.
Yeah.
Anything you want to see here?
I'll tell you what I want to see. I want to see all 10 of our PCs hard at work in this game because we are running these SurfThings and they are not going to let us down. We are running 10 SurfThings out there. All of our players are running on them. I mean, that's the end gamer way. We only use the best. If you want to be able to play 33 games across 5 different categories and be able to go pro just like our pro gamers here, you're going to want yourself a SurfThing. So go over to surfthing.com and see if you can cop yourself one. Trust me, worth the investment.
Yes, absolutely.
But as far as Rainbow Six Siege goes, I'd like to see – my favorite part of Rainbow Six Siege as a spectator is seeing the way that teams strategize. I love to see whether teams are going to go for a double hard breach or if they're going to invest heavily into some anti-roaming. It really all depends on whether they want to strategize or rely on their shooters. So I think what I want to see is one of these teams I want to see come out with the strategies and show that they really have practiced one of these maps and they really know what they're doing. No surprise that we're going to see Oregon here. No surprise at all. Oregon bomb, very, very common. We're going to be seeing a lot of that this season, so don't get too tired of it yet. Final Stand Ragnarok coming up next.
FSR dropping in our lap. Another one of the new games.
Yes, another one of the new games. So it looks like right now, I mean, before I mentioned double hard breach, it looks like we're going to go 0 hard breach here on the side of the XGods. We have a Flores, Ash, Dokkaebi, Lion, Gridlock. And I'll tell you what that is right now. That's a rush.
Yeah.
That's a rush. That's a Lion Dokkaebi to get everybody to stand still, stop their mid-game setup, and you've got an Ash to rush in, a Gridlock to anti-roam, and then Flores to push people out of position. This is a great rush composition, honestly, and we might see a little bit more tactical switch come out, though 0 would be an interesting choice. But no, it's going to be Finka. Oh, I mean, you couldn't get a more rush composition.
Yes, fully committing here.
Fully committing.
And what's highlighted here more than anything else as well is the fact that we're finally opening this game up to all operators.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not just
here we go.
And another
There
swap.
we go. I'd like to see that. The Ace Thatcher now. And a switch to the Osa as well. This is a much slower play style than what they were going to start with. It's going to be a basement setup with the mirror trick. Okay, if you would have asked me in a casual manner what I wanted to see in this game, I would have told you a mirror trick basement of Oregon. So I'm actually really excited to see. The only question is anybody even going to approach from construction side?
I have to believe it.
And they will.
That answers the question.
Oh, let's see here. And it's going to be Osa, which is very, very smart to bring that Osa. They've opened the left side of the wall, so they'll slightly be able to see when the peek happens. No Bandit, no Mute, no Kaid. This mirror is just going to open on up. The breaching charge doesn't get anything. Sorry, the C4 does not get any purchase. Maybe blew up the Osa shield, but I don't even know if I saw the points there. It looks like just a drone destroyed. Dokkaebi does burn one of her calls already, so they may be pushing up early, even though it's not a full rush comp. Ace has really put in a lot of the work he needed to already, but this team does need to be careful because the setup for the Blaze right now is double Trapper. They do have a Frost and a Thorn. So even if they do want to rush, one goes down to a headshot, possibly through the wall. Where did that come from?
I think that from that hole that was opened up early in the play where Hollywood on this mirror was unable to hold that corner. He puts himself in a difficult spot, and now the gunfights just break out. Both sides just trying to find kills, and it looks like it's a 3v4 in favor of the attackers. Makes that a 3v3? 2v2?
All right, 2v2 on the objective. They're pushing. They've got both sides locked down. They have good sight right now. They can't be freaking out too much. Very good hole to open right now. Actually, do not shoot your own teammate in the head.
My heart stopped there for a second.
Both of them are trapped up in closet right now. Do they have the opening for the rotate? It doesn't look like they do. They have to push back into it. The plant does not go through.
Here we go. It's 1v2. I hear
You're right.
drums. They're trying their best to find a kill. Unable to find the shot.
The Thorn able to find the final kill from behind the bomb, and that tiny little peek able to close out the round. That'll be a round win for the Blaze. This is the shooting prowess that they were talking about. This is what we needed to see from them. They planned well, even through a couple of, I guess what you would call early round failures, a few failures to launch. They were still able to come back using their talent in gunplay, honestly, in this game. So, yeah, they set up decently well, but weren't able to hold it quite as long as they would have liked to. Now on defense, it looks like the XGods are going to go for a really standard setup. This is the kind of thing you would have seen, I mean, years ago, back in 2016, 17, and it still works today.
And I don't know if you caught it there. Last week when they played this game, one of their standout players was Electric. He is an emerald player in the game. He plays the Valkyrie. He knows how to set up, get information for his team while still being an incredible shot. So if they're going to find a momentum swing, we saw this before in some of our games as well, where you have to win that defense round. If you're able to win that defense round, you put yourself in prime position to win because it is honestly easier to attack for a lot of people in the league.
Yeah.
And opting for the kids' bedroom, the top 4 play, I like the castle to immediately deny that easy plant on the window, at least for some soft breach out. And it looks like they're getting set up ready and opening up. I believe they're opening up tower, right?
Yeah, they are. They're opening up tower into kids' room right now. A very standard rotate, very useful for making your way around to the outside of the objective. You don't always want to be stuck right on it, so if there's any opportunity to make your way out, you definitely want one. Yeah, it looks like out here on the master bedroom area, they're going to have a few watching. Good job castling off. It looks like he castled off his own teammate there possibly, and it doesn't look like there's any roamers on the team unless this Rook wants to get funky. So, yeah, castling off was the main area.
And now let's see if the Blaze are able to execute on offense as well as they were able to on defense, running back to go ahead and grab his sweater vest, patented. Rook is wanting to keep you warm and got the hole open up just in case as well. So I like the setup so far. They put themselves in a really great position.
Yeah, the footholes there are really nice between the two bedrooms because it gives you an opportunity to see if somebody jumps in, but they can't see you when they're peeking in from the window unless you are way too close. So really, really good to have footholes there and not open the wall too much. You'll be able to hear better as well when they step in, so you can do something like this where you want to watch the back of the site instead.
Let's see what we can get done here. We don't have any noise really from either side yet. I hear some comms of people saying, you know, I got one over here, but nothing hard pressed. We're with under 2 minutes, so I need the Blaze to start making a move.
Yeah, I don't even see a lot of droning.
So maybe they're looking for a pick here, but they have to do something more than just kind of wait around. Looking to put up another wall. I love this idea. Hey, it's a minute 36. They still have to find a way into the site here. Why not just stop them from being able to begin? A great play from AJ here. And they now realize what angle they're coming from. You've locked off pretty much everything else and don't have to worry about much else. And a player drops Electric, picking up the first kill for the XGods.
Yeah, a lot slower than the defense round went for the Blaze. There was a lot of high pressure there. It looks like the XGods want to play a defense where the Blaze have to push into them. And after seeing a head pass by the wall, there's not going to be anything. May hear something coming off of that bedroom window there, but doesn't see any feet yet. Nothing has stepped in so far. They don't have any traps to help them out with blocking off that window, so they really should keep eyes on it if they think something is back there.
And with 45 seconds left in the round, another Blaze player has fallen, making this a 3v5 situation where your time crunch is going to force you to just take these gunfights. If they want to prove themselves to be a shooting team, this is the situation they have to deal with it in, because you don't have anything else to help you in this moment other than your gun skills.
Yeah, Sin right now on this mute, opting to use the MP instead of the secondary. Wanting to take probably a little bit of a longer fight through that window. So watching the backside, another player falls for the Blaze, and another one through the window gets pinched between two players, so it's only a matter of time before the last goes down, and the XGods take a round. It is 1-1.
Now, I can tell you right now, what I'm hearing from the arena, they are a lot more tense. This is probably the most tense that I've heard the arena all day. Maybe the XGods starting to respect some of that talk that Hollywood was having. They're realizing, like, okay, cool, we can't take this too lightly. We have to take them a little bit serious. We need to be focused up and locked in and ready to play the game here.
I think that would be a huge mentality boost for this team to finally win like a solid game that's not a sports game, that's in a category that you think you should be winning.
Yes.
The shooters are something that they thought they would have more of a competitive foothold in, and right now they don't quite. So it is nice to see that they're showing us in this game. They're like, listen, we were just getting warmed up. Now we're actually ready to go. And it looks like once again we're going to have a rush composition as the early setup for the XGods on attack.
And they have control of the defensive side here for the final game. The worry I have is that the attack execution of the LA XGods was far closer to succeeding than the attack execution of the Blaze. So what I need to see the Blaze do is, if they're taking this basement setup again, which it looks like they are, I need it to be cleaner. That mirror trick that you were mentioning before, you got to make sure that you are aware, ready, and able to deal with the problem. They brought that ace before to just not have to deal with the mirror. They force your mirror off, give up the entire backside of your point. I need to see some adaptation. I immediately see it with some of the electrification on the walls there, meaning like, hey, they can't for free open this up. We have an opportunity to continue to play. Now stop taking out the cams.
There is a vigil on the side of the Blaze that might be roaming one of the higher floors, but the tricky thing with that is that we see a rush composition coming out here from the XGods. I don't even know if they want to push that Mira entry on construction. Yeah, they're keeping eyes out for that vigil immediately, watching all possible rotates, pinching on the floor above basement. A very, very wise decision, because they don't want to just run in from entryways that are going to be easy for the Blaze to hold.
And I know they have to be feeling some type of way, because very clearly they don't see anybody here. Finally finding a couple of heads and a couple of people that maybe they have to deal with. Doing a good job of dodging and avoiding and forcing these players to constantly be aware of the fact. A nice call from Lion to try to stop some of the movement. They have movement. Hopefully it's somebody they already knew.
Oh, the Thorn was roaming upstairs.
Her traps as well. Thorn is a very tricky character to play around, because you have an audio cue that you have to deal with that's going to help both her and them. But we see the Ash fighting for an opportunity.
Site? Yeah, this Ash pushed all the way through Refrigerator and is now moving their way onto site.
And we're back on the man, the myth, the legend himself, Tier 1 Hollywood, looking to clutch it out for his team. Both sides have lost one player. I think the next kill or two is going to decide this round. It's going to be a full momentum swing. Whoever is able to stop, either stop progression or progression through. You mentioned that push through Refrigerator already. Willing to creep.
Oh,
is team
no!
kill?
A team kill from the Blaze. They're only able to answer back with one while they lose two more. Hollywood has to take on 3 members. Is that Ash dead? The Ash is dead, so in Fridge right now, no more competition, no more contesting over there. The C4 is not good for a kill, and he does eventually go down. Hollywood dropping it in the XGods, picking up the win. 2-1. It was a game that could have been won. Once again, the Blaze making mistakes that cost them the game.
We talked about it in that first round where he crossed over, and we were like, that's a dangerous willingness to make a move there. And unfortunately, it looks like the danger really was there, and in a clutch moment, maybe that little bit of panic, where you have to be crystal clear in your communication of, hey, I'm holding an angle, I see a guy, well, I want to rotate this way. All right, well, if you rotate, I can't fire, because if I clip you, that could cost us the round, which it did right there.
Yeah, there have been a lot of mistakes made by the Blaze over the course of this match. It's things to work on, but I will say the fact that it's the rookie moments. It's all these rookie moments coming out right now, and not only from the rookies, sometimes, but not always. There are mistakes being made, but mistakes are something that you become more conscious of once you make them. Some people learn from others' mistakes, and some people have to make them for themselves. We will see this get shaken out by the Blaze, and being able to bring the game that close does give me hope. I'm sure. I mean, you could see the frustration on Hollywood's face when he was standing up there. That is absolutely a game that they could have won with a little bit different preparation, or perhaps just simply played a little bit cleaner. I'm sure Hollywood would like to have an extra teammate there at the end in the 2v3 instead of a 1v3, but unfortunately, he didn't have it. The Blaze making a few hiccups, but they'll they'll come out of it. These aren't the kinds of things that we're going to see all the time. 13s to 5s aren't always going to be the games that they have. I really do think their scores are going to improve throughout the season.
Absolutely want to see the Blaze and how they do against the Shogun as well as the Cyclones. And obviously some of the stronger teams as well still left in the division. All of the Southern Division, with that Cyclone Bots game being as close as it was, now starts to make me ask a few more questions to see exactly where everything is going to play out. I think you're a little bit nicer than I'm going to have to be here because at the end of the day, I think my question marks are the 2 and 3 from the Blaze.
Yeah.
Yes, they both had high moments. Milk, Zolo, and Ejected Rivals, FC, doing a great thing and showing off just why Eric Garto has always been a strong player in the league. But at the end of the day, I don't feel like they showed up, and maybe I'm misremembering. Hey, production, if we could get a look at that 1v1 category, tier 1 versus tier 1, because I want to know what exactly these in-gamer profiles look like and to see who exactly came on the top. Yeah, the answer is probably going to be AJ, but maybe I just feel like Hollywood was doing a lot. But the reality might be that he had the same impact as his team, which is why the score is an 8-point difference more than anything else.
Yeah, I don't think Hollywood is necessarily focusing on himself either as the one managing the team. It doesn't seem like he's focused on putting himself first, which honestly, I would say that when he wasn't managing a team with the Reapers, they really prioritized him more than he's prioritizing himself. I think one of the main focuses that he has in this game, which is a very smart decision, is to work all of your players and make sure that they're getting the in-game experience that they need. Because if you keep putting yourself forward like he did, I mean, we had a 4-3 game at one point near the beginning of this, and that was on the back of Hollywood. I mean, you cannot do that for an entire game. You have to teach your players that if they lose, the team will lose. That's going to happen.
I think what just hit me more is when you said 4-3, that means we have had a 9-2.
Yeah.
Since that point. It hasn't been, and again, there's so many games that were winnable.
Yep.
Right? Like
we just saw one.
There was a lot of swings, but yes, it was, you won that defense. Yes, it was close. Yes, it came down to a few small decisions, but you won that the first time around. You just have to find the ability to clutch that out, and that's the stuff that you're going to go back to the drawing board and have to say, hey, what did we do wrong here? How do we clean this up? And those are the easy mistakes. The hard losses, learn the game.
There's work to be done for the whole team. Yeah.
But every single person at the end of this day, even Hollywood, I think is going to say, like, nah, I could have won some games.
Yeah.
And there we go, a timeout called for Blaze again. I will give them compliments. Their setups have been pretty good. I believe they lost one timeout for Lethal League Blaze.
Just off of one celebration,
But otherwise, they've been choosing when to use their timeouts, which is super important. You have to get into the game to be able to play the game. Final Stand Ragnarok is probably the most difficult game to set up, just to set up a little bit of a thing for you on the wheel. The game is amazing. I love everything about the game. You have to invite people to a party, and it's case sensitive. And we all know, if you've never entered a password, just how frustrating, like, I know this is the password. You're like, are you sure?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it's like that one capitalization. And so we've seen a timeout burned out a couple of times. But once you get into this game, I think it's one of the most dynamic games on the wheel. Unlike a lot of the other games in the game, we are creating a PvP situation in a PvE game, which puts us in a position where players and teams have to learn how to work off of their teammates while inhibiting their opponents to the best of their abilities to get as many points as possible. All that matters is whoever's on top of that leaderboard. Yeah, your team works, but so far we've seen it where most of the top players are so far ahead that they can build a little bit of a cushion for their opponents.
Yeah, it definitely has been a carry situation so far. And the very first time we saw this game, it was a very heavy carry situation from Magna himself. Put up 22,000 points, I believe. I think the next highest was 9,000, not even 5 digits, only 4. So, yeah, Magna with over double the amount of points of the second place player. So we've seen some very impressive showings, and I think there's just like one player from each team that's dedicated time to it. So we are going to take a look real quick at our Tier 1, our head-to-head for AJ, Lil Blue, and Hollywood. Take a look at how they are matching up to each other so far. And AJ is killing it. I don't think Hollywood has ever had a win-loss deficit this bad in his entire career as an end gamer. I don't think he's ever played a game where his win-loss deficit
He
was this bad.
might regret his time on Inside the Wheel because he might be the person under the microscope coming up onto this next week. He's always been super critical of players, saying it's unacceptable for this to happen.
Yeah.
And now he's in a position where he went 2-6.
It's possible that there's a player on his team with a better record than him right now.
I think absolutely. Looking at some of these games, my only guess is that Gardo, because he got to go in for a couple of these games, somebody on the team has to have found 3 wins at the end of the day. Somebody has to have found 3 wins ultimately. And so I look at this more and more, and AJ kind of proved the point. He won a sports games. Hey, AJ lost one, but he's won a sports game over and over again. And at 7-1, what more can you ask out of a tier 1?
Yeah.
I want to see, by the way, and I've been talking very quietly about how good Havoc is. He went 9-0 in their last game. And so now my question more than anything is, what is he going today? Because if we have another perfect week, I think the question has to become, why is Havoc sitting in that tier 5 spot?
Yeah, definitely.
If you're consistently able to, he's coaching, he's helping with strategy, and everything he goes into, he's found wins. In my opinion, he's now fought 2 fighting game players in Chris G, NY Chris G, as well as Napkin, and has 1 Blaze Blue. Calling Havoc not a fighting game player is an understatement for UEL purposes. People always have done this, and I've always told people, like, hey, he's a threat. It's like, why? Because he's strong enough that he knows and has an idea of what he wants to do, but he's just not enough of a fighting game player that he's going to do the unexpected, no matter how much you may want to predict. Let's see if they can find in this win, the Blaze, an unexpected win here in Final Stand Ragnarok.
Yeah, and we're going to get a wheel spin as well to see what we're going to be playing next. It will not be StarCraft. It is instead going to be Dragon Ball Fighters. I can tell you one player out there who's happy about it if he'll be able to play.
If Gardo is available, he will be so happy. I want to see. I'm watching Gardo's face. I want to see if he's locked in. I want to make sure he's locked in. Okay, cool. He's locked in. Happy to see. I'll get to the. I'll talk about. We have a lot to talk about with DBZ, but I will let you.
Yeah, but first, I think there's a lot to talk about with this game. There are a lot of mechanics to understand. The way that we play the game is going to be point-based by individual player, and we will add them all up based on team. It is 4 versus 4. You can see that there are a lot of little PvE minion spawns coming in. They're going to start out in this central area and then move out toward a more open area later on. But Strix, why don't you give us a little rundown on how the early phase and later phase of the game works?
Yeah, so very simply, there's generally objectives, and that plays into your score. So kills ultimately add a large portion to your score, but objectives, reviving teammates, and accomplishing almost anything in the game will give you some of the score. This early part is kind of the game's introduction. Think of it legitimately as an intro where they're setting up the storyline. I would recommend playing the game. Great voice acting, really fun. But as the game goes on and as things change, each map has different objectives. So some maps you have to travel to another tower and defend it. Maybe you need to chase down these portals and kill whatever coming out of them. And then there are weather effects. So as you can see here, fog landing in front of all of the players. And now that your visibility isn't as high as you might want to, so maybe playing a character like Jalid, who you see on screen here from Sin, who has the scimitar, the shield, and has the ability to spawn fire, ends up being exceptionally strong. So as you move through here, they're looking to kind of right now clear enemies. You just want to keep that middle tower up while taking as many points. And you can see the movement here, right? Trying to get this kill counter up on the side. You can see how fast that meter is going down on the left side. And so he has to constantly be finding more and more enemies to continue to chain together, because just like they're losing, that kill means the world. Losing that kill streak means you're not getting as many points per kill. You're not able to hit as high of a ceiling. In fact, I believe in Magna's 22,000 point situation, he had like a 918 kill streak, which allows him to eclipse so many other players. So finding a way to chain kills has been really strong. Funnily enough, after a strong performance from X-Ray Aspect the last time they played, I talked to him a little bit, and he described it as playing Call of Duty Zombies and learning how to move large groups of enemies around the map and then kill them in large swaths. That ultimately being like his approach to it. But really, I'm interested to see how each team adapts. So now they're moving to North Tower. This is where we're going to see and where the game is going to end after this point. Essentially, what's going to happen is they're going to get up here. and they're now told to defend this tower. Out in the distance, you're going to see some portal spawn, some stronger special enemies spawn, and large. If you thought what you saw before was like a few enemies, hundreds of enemies, as you now see, running from the forest.
And this is honestly nothing in comparison to what it will become.
Yes.
This is small potatoes of a start, but there are more enemies to focus on now, and as the waves get cut down, they're going to have to. It's a good build-up into how many they're going to have to. Wave after wave, they get larger and larger amounts of enemies, and like you said, they will get stronger as well, and starts to. At one point, it starts to feel like things are getting real out of hand because you start to feel the pressure of having so many enemies, just hundreds of enemies around you and your teammates. You're kind of wondering if you're killing enough of them at a time, trying to figure out how to maximize how many you can get at a time while keeping them away from your opponents.
Yes, you see Sin here doing his best to kill enemies, but he has no shields at this point, which means his health damage is taking. He's permanent, and now we swap over to Havoc. Havoc out here before. Havoc has shown before a willingness to just straight up die out here. He does not care. He cares about getting as many points as humanly possible. He will go down. One of his teammates can come revive him for some points, but ultimately his goal is to get as many kills as humanly possible at all times. So you see him using Yuki, an Ice Ninja with the ability to go invisible, the ability to deal this AoE, and her ultimate ability is actually a debuff that allows whatever she targets to deal take a lot more damage. That allows her to burn through some of those tankier special enemies faster. So now you see, I see some of those crystals, the portals popping up here. I'm expecting some of these players to start rotating over towards them. They usually end up being contested pretty heavily, but it looks like players are instead opting to just straight up play around with the enemies. Now, this is the thing. You see how many enemies are grouped around that one crystal. This is prime territory if somebody wants to go ahead and get some damage out, and you see Havoc throwing stuff in there. Both teams trying to get as many of these kills as possible, some of those stronger enemies, and take them away. A 41 kill streak now for Havoc. 44, is he able to keep chaining this and able to continue to get more and more damage? 49, he has found another kill. You have to just find that kill. You want to blend in some of these tankier enemies that take a bunch of damage, and somebody is down. It looks like Aspect, or somebody on Aspect's account possibly getting picked up, but you want to use these crystals and deal as much damage as possible while also pulling a lot of enemies around too. You see him debuffing it there, getting a nice kill. That'll buff up his objective score, and now just running into this horde of enemies, killing as many as he possibly can. Just trying to keep the chain. He's lost his bonus, but now that means he can just pick up right where he left off and start another kill. 27 kills, immediately picked back up, and he's able to continue to run. I see somebody playing Ayala. I love that character. I think a lot of strong movement. Yuki is also very good, very agile. Your movement is what's going to keep you alive more than anything else. Yeah, there's a few items that heal you, that can protect you, that can keep your mana up so you can use more of your abilities, but ultimately you have to be able to move around these enemies and dodge and not just get yourself trapped between the just limitless waves that come before you. Now, I do realize that the tower is taking a bunch of damage. It is possible to lose if your tower ends up dying, basically from enemies managing to slip out and get a bunch of damage. I want to see who ends up getting the most points here. Havoc approaching a 100 kill streak has now eclipsed that mark and is continuing to find chain after chain. It looks like maybe, just maybe, they are figuring out and finding their rhythm. 156, this number is climbing at such an alarming rate. He has to be building a huge market. I hear calls. Some people are going down. They're trying to coordinate people getting up. And Havoc just focusing on getting as many of these kills time and time again. The clock is waning, Speedy.
Yeah, less than a minute left to go.
I don't know which of these teams is taking the lead. We've been watching Havoc, and I've been happy with what I'm seeing. At a 300 kill streak is a solid kill streak, but it now puts him in a position where what is the rest of his team doing, and has had anybody else on the Blaze figured out how to chain these kills together? 30 seconds are left, and I'm looking to see who is able to take some of these accomplishments. 313, he was about to lose his streak there and manages to make it out. So players
does drop the streak, though.
At the
just at the end. And that tower health may end this game before the timer does. 10 seconds remaining. Will it be the tower or will it be the time? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And it just barely ends as the dialogue starts. Hands up. It's a little bit, being very honest, there's a little bit of a delay for us. So, you know, just to keep that competitive integrity. So we're not talking about a live match here. So now we got to wait for people to die. You see Havoc, hands up, hands behind the head, you know, completely safe. careful.
All right.
And so it sounds like there's going to be a little bit of extra time that we're going to have to take here. Unfortunately, because the timer ran out on this section and the tower did not die, we got to listen to some yapping.
I see.
Fun fact, by the way. It moves back to the middle of the map after that point.
And we saw that with the very first game that was played, actually.
Yes,
it did go back
we
to
actually
the middle of the map.
we played a 15-minute game.
Right,
So
yeah.
it was a little bit longer and a little bit different. The league, I think, realizing like, hey, oh wow, this is taking. People aren't just dying, I think, randomly, but that's the skill of an in-gamer on a SurfThing PC.
Honestly.
You give us a little bit of room, and we will take a mile when we have top-tier equipment like SurfThing, ultimately able to provide us with the best experience humanly possible in amazing games. Everybody walk and die is what I'm hearing from, showing that, hey, you're not swinging, you're absolutely just walking.
Yeah, you have to. It's difficult to get an endgamer to actually lose a game.
Absolutely. You told us to lose, and it's like, I mean, like, I took my hands off. Sorry, I'm just that good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have to play the game to win. I don't. I set myself up for success, but we will have our scores in shortly. You can see everybody kind of huddling around,
standing
trying
around
to check.
looking to see. I don't know what the Blaze were doing in that time period, so I don't want to make a call either way. This is a hard game to call when we're watching one or two people, because it could be somebody off camera that you're not really paying attention to, absolutely killing a ton of enemies and absolutely making out the world.
Yeah, there are 8 players in there at a time, so that's a tricky one.
So
but
in the downtime between this, I'm going to jump us to our next game, Dragon Ball FighterZ, very briefly.
Oh,
So
yeah.
Speedy, you know what my favorite thing as an in-gamer is when a company announces with 2 days they're going to have a patch and has the biggest patch that just opens the game up to insanity.
Oh, okay.
And that has been Dragon Ball FighterZ this week.
All right.
Basically, we got a patch a couple of days ago that has everybody collectively going, why is this possible now? What in the world? Everyone can kill people. And that's an XGods win. We get the
XGods take a
call.
win.
There you see them cheering out.
14-5.
What was I going to say there? And
Oh, yeah.
once again, one person
Sin.
10K up on the next closest
Yeah.
player.
It's like Sin with
that'll do it.
16,000 points.
That'll do it.
Yeah,
That'll do it.
16,000 points. 6,000 behind Magna with far less time to do so.
It's one of those things that optimizing to get damage as teams start to figure out more and more what they're supposed to be doing is going to be key. You need to find out how to get as many points as possible. And it looks like, unfortunately, Eric Garto isn't available, but I've been wanting him to shine all day. I love players in this league. But Napkin, you came in, you're a fighting game rookie. I got to hold out for you. Please, 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 show me you labbed out a little something. I mean, characters with sparking are just TODing for free now, basically.
Okay.
This is about to be a situation of if people have kind of labbed this last few days, people are like, wait, he can do that now? I mean, characters have the ability to use moves and positions they couldn't before. I'm extremely excited to see where our Dragon Ball FighterZ ends up landing.
It sounds like a really big patch. That's kind of scary as somebody who is used to seeing one thing and doesn't really. I follow the game when it's here in the UEL, but I think it's going to look a little bit different than the last time I saw it.
Anybody that's like, I've seen it talked about in Discord chat. Feel free to join our Discord. Players and gamers always chatting to each other, where it's like, hey, look at this really great thing, and then people being like, oh no, no, please don't. Characters were buffed that people thought were already best in the game.
Ooh, that's yeah, you never like that.
It's really
I know that
fun.
feeling.
It'll be really fun and really interesting. But 2 minutes to go ahead and get in the game. And who are we seeing? It looks like we're seeing Hollywood. We're seeing Napkin, and we're seeing Rejane going in against AJ, Havoc, and Nexus. And I'm looking at some of these characters, and we in for a show. You're gonna enjoy yourself today.
Oh,
Speedy.
yeah?
We're going to enjoy yourself today. Looks like AJ might have made a character swap. I don't believe he was playing who he's playing earlier, so maybe seeing some of the patch notes, realizing, seeing some Twitter clips, and realizing
that kind of character
I
pick?
can make. This is fun. I'm actually incredibly terrified to play this game. I'm being very honest with you. I am incredibly terrified to play this game because it is. I used to call it shenanigans. This is now full tomfoolery. Straight up tomfoolery now. We've gone past. Oh, we about to.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, and I see
This is
what
about
you're
to be fun.
seeing,
This is
too.
about to be fun. This is going to be a fun. People at home, please grab your popcorn.
So
Sit
even
down.
even that character?
Yes.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Everybody.
Yeah,
is
that
about-
was. I remember that character being a really, really good one. So if that one even got buffed, that's.
So once we get the last character, I will clue you in as we have a minute left to go
Yeah,
into what
let's
exactly
break
you're
it
going to
down.
be seeing at home. We've seen, actually, surprisingly, as much as we joked about the shooters, a wide variety of games. We've seen racers. We've seen sports games. Not that many strategy games, actually, all things considered today, but a few of them, shooters, as well as those sports games have all rode. And so I think like we got a much better and complete picture about what people are able to do, what people are doing, and how where the Blaze actually stand up. I think against a team like the XGods, this wasn't going to be an easy game, but you managed to find one, first and foremost, I always tell a team to find a category you know you're strong in. Sports, very clearly, you'll have a strong team. You feel you're strong in shooters. You showed it decently well. You just have to clean up those last little steps. So now you have 2 categories. Now expand that into 3 and then 4, and you're on your way to being a championship team at the UEL.
Yeah, if you could take these 5 games that they won and clean up the Apex game, or even put them against a team that just simply isn't as good at Apex. I mean, it was a close game. It was low scoring, and they still managed to keep it within a team fight by the end. And then Rainbow Six Siege, you clean that up, or even just play against a team who isn't quite as good as the XGods, which the XGods are a really, they're showing to be a really good team. So there's a lot of opportunities for them to take some of the games that they lost tonight against just about every other team.
At home, if you're looking for different players, base Goku, who we're going to see starting off, is going to be Havoc to your face, going up against Napkin on the Android 21. Let's see the movement get started. All of the very different, and Tekken coming up next. Wow. All of the assists coming out incredibly quickly. Havoc once again, and I think Napkin wants his get back. Beyond that, you have Vegito Blue, that's going to be AJ, and Nexus being Broly. On the flip side, Z Broly is Rejane, and Hollywood is on the go Jita. So it is going to be absolute chaos. And as we see here, Napkin kind of showing up, saying like, hey, Blaze Blue was a fluke. Havoc, you're not taking me out here. He's charging it right in front of him, ends up costing his life. And here we go, AJ jumping in here, tier 1 versus an unproven rookie. Let's see if the rookie's able to take it. And I see him with immediately getting some combos and doing his best, but AJ ready to punish a lot of these opportunities. Big hits, dropping him down. Nobody's done any of the shenanigans yet. Okay, maybe we haven't had as much lab time as I thought. I was a little bit worried. But here we go. Napkin doing everything in his power to get more and more damage out, trying to catch him pressing buttons. That usually works against players that aren't as comfortable. And here we go. Napkin coming back in, but Rejane coming in on the Z Broly. Big body. It's time to start. Looks to use the armor and is swinging. Goes up. Boom. Kick. Bring him back down. Do it again. Rejane look comfortable what he's doing. Each one of these hits, I see AJ trying to fight, but the strikes are getting eaten until he finally finds his combo, finds his opportunity, and he climbs higher and higher. We're down to the sky, but Rejane techs out, and the fight, each time Rejane was doing so well. I think he just needs to find his footing to be able to survive. If he survives the super that has to come after this. And no, it was just a simple mix-up here. AJ, once again, putting on that Tier 1 performance, but he's up against his Tier 1 counterpart in Hollywood in this moment. Go Jita jumping in, fully ready to go. Let's see what he's able to do. Catching him with the knees. It's knees. Hollywood, I need you to close this out. Great job finding the kill. All that's left is the Tier 2 on the Z Broly. You have a teammate that plays this. I need to see it, Hollywood. Show me what you have. And just a super. This is going to be a ton of damage. Entire half of a health bar immediately gone. The grab. Nexus is cooking. The grab whiffs, though. Hollywood avoids. Every single movement matters here. And he said, hey, yo, Napkin, go handle this. I drafted you for a reason. Kill him.
Yeah.
Kill him. Remove him from my screen. He does not stand in my presence. And once again, a nice vanish. And I think Napkin has finally found his footing, looking to be a little bit comfortable, and gets another hit onto Nexus here. and is looking to deal this damage. They still have Sparking, is going to be able to use the ability. So one of the changes to this ability is you're allowed to pick what you take from the other player when you use it now after the new patch, which is an insane choice to be able to pick what skills you decide to take. But still, Nexus is fighting back. He said, I got tier 2 for a reason, and time again, I'm going to keep fighting. I'm going to keep dropping this damage. We saw how much damage it did the last time. One more guess. And there we go. The rookie falls, and it's left on Hollywood. Hollywood has Sparking, though. And if he's able to get this touch, he would be the biggest clutch for the Blaze right now. They're looking for that 6th win. Hollywood gets tagged, though, and this can be the end of the game. It's going to take it. I think we're going to see something. Oh, my God. He does the level 3, hoping for an attack. There's nothing that comes out here. And in this moment, all he has to do is clean it up. Just a simple combo into level 3 ultimately will win him the game in this moment.
Oh.
And the XGods win.
15-5, now tripling the score of the Blaze with half an hour left to go. Originally, we were thinking this one was going to be really slow. We might not get as many games as we usually do. We still have 30 minutes left to kind of run through a couple of these. Although, our new format for Tekken might eat up some time here.
Absolutely. Now, if you were here for that very first game, we're only doing it once now. We're not doing it 3 times. Okay. It's not going to be the full 45 minutes.
Good to know.
Of Tekken. We're in a very solid place now with Tekken.
5v5, though, is very nice to see. It gives everybody an opportunity. I think with the more prominent fighting games that people are really used to, it's nice to see almost everyone on the team having to have a hand in the game every single time they play it.
Yes, absolutely. It makes it so that, like, before you used to have 1 or 2 players you could protect in a lot of these games, and now you really need a well-rounded roster. People at home might be looking. They might be saying, hey, Strix, Speedy, you're not talking about the XGods much. This is the expectation for them. You're coming in against a rookie lineup. Honestly, they shouldn't have gotten 5. They absolutely should have gotten demolished. Yes, Hollywood is a good player. Yes, Gardo has his proficiencies and shown it in FC and other games. Milk Zolo injected. You have talent here. Most of y'all have been in the championship for the last 7 seasons. The last 3 seasons minimum. And you're telling me that this rookie squad, honestly, you escaped with a few wins that you shouldn't have got.
Yeah.
We'll see if Tekken is the same way. We're going to get all these players going in, and we'll find out exactly who is where.
Interesting. Two characters that we didn't see a ton of, honestly, very much. And now,
Speedy could tell you, my head was in my hands. I looked up and saw 2 Eddies looking at
just doing the
capoeira.
capoeira.
My God, oh, my goodness. This is about to be a game of Tekken. We'll see what the order looks like more than anybody else.
Yeah, Eddie being a character that I remember from, I mean, many Tekkens ago.
Yes, and I see Eddie, I see X-Ray Aspect sitting across from Garto.
Is it Garto? No, I think it's Zolo.
Zolo, sorry.
Yeah.
I said Garto. I was looking over at the lineups. Milk Zolo versus X-Ray Aspect.
Our
what is the
wheel
next
spin is
game?
going to give us almost the finals, but instead it will be the finals.
Hey.
Which will be a nice one to follow.
Let's see. Team 1 seems to be the Blaze, I believe. And Team 2 is the XGods. Again, many people forget the XGods, people forget that X-Ray Aspect absolutely was a fighting game player, is a fighting game player. He's found his footing as an in-gamer in other categories, but you can see there on the stick, he has one of the greatest fighting game characters of all time, Leo Whitefang, on his hitbox. He plays a great set of games, and he played Eddie when I talked to him, like, hey, look, bro, it's the format. I play who gets the job done. I'm not out here playing necessarily who I always want to. Jun coming in next, and Jun being piloted by Eric Gart, so he's found his opportunity. He may be the tier 4, but all he's pressing is 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. I need somebody to kill these Eddies. I need all the Eddies to be killed and removed from the game. I'm tired of the legs. Please, Eric Gardo, and my faith is in you.
X-Ray's the tier 3.
Oh, he's doing his job.
Going to
He's doing his job. I was wrong. Okay, cool. He's doing his job.
He's doing exactly his job.
He knows exactly what he needs to do. All right, cool. And the nice block. Let's see what. And Eric Gardo is not able to get started here. Gets hit once again. Please don't sweep. Please don't let me see the sweep. Bro, you can see the one hand working, bro. Nah, bro.
Center
I see the one hand.
to
Come on, man. Tap, 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 tap. And it's just like you died.
Yeah, sending her back to Tekken Tag 2. Stay down there. That was a rough one for sure. Now heading into the third player here. Another one of the rookies coming in for the Blaze. That is going to be Mari. So we still have Mari, Garto, and Jade for the Blaze that have to go in, but it's going to be – I'm trying to think which one of those players is going to make their way through X-Ray Aspect.
Unless somebody has a secret that I don't know, I don't think we're going to see somebody make their way through.
All right, so we're going to get our button check here, but –
yeah, on this player one side that is already Milk and Gardo down. Mari going up next. All right, he got the how wrong. Let's see. Legs versus legs. Right now, the 3 is working out. The Capoeira is doing its job. Nice job getting a hit in. And is finding his opportunity. Checking him. Now, X-Ray Aspect does have some experience against this character. One of his former teammates played how wrong, so he has to be comfortable knowing that he has to deal with so much damage, and he passes out. And by passes out, Mario's off the sticks right now.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Next up, in this situation, honestly, it's going to be Hollywood. I didn't realize Hollywood was in for this. I think they would have wanted Hollywood as well as Napkin to come in for the game and show off ultimately what they were able to accomplish.
Yeah, it'll be Jade sitting down right now, also going for the Eddie. So it looks like Zolo and Jade both opting for this character, just like X-Ray Aspect is. So we will see a mirror. Let's see if he could pull off a little closer of a match, maybe a win, closer than Zolo did. So right now it's a little bit more even. He's actually going to start with the outgoing damage, and his pressure is pretty good, but what brought him forward at the beginning was the defense. Now he's lost it. No blocking coming through. The heat kicks in. He's putting out more damage, but he can't block that upper, and he is going to go down.
X-Ray Aspect looks to be chilling. I see it. I actually know there's some jitters there. I see some shaking legs. Okay. A little bit worried, but this is where the game gets started. Hollywood has an incredibly solid Azu Senna, and he has to have been prepared. He has to have seen people playing, but this is one life, one round, one health bar. You don't have a lot of room for
the
error.
reverse sweep here.
It would be the greatest thing. I'd be so excited. I'd be so excited. So immensely excited.
We saw him
Hollywood
picking up I feel like every single time we saw Hollywood play this game last season, he was noticeably better.
Here we go. Let's see what we have to get done. Again, notice he's a lot more calm. He's stepping back, looking for his opportunities to play and to find a fight. But X-Ray Aspect might have his number. Maybe having not labbed the matchup, I have to wonder what exactly is going on here. X-Ray Aspect saying, hey, I got you. Hollywood, once again, finally getting a chance to play the game, putting his pressure on, and X-Ray just goes low and says, I'm not dealing with your shenanigans. X-Ray sad says, and I think that laugh might have been from Hollywood's side. Absolutely. Finding the opportunity and ending this game and ending X-Ray Aspect's run. Thank you, Hollywood. The Eddies have been slain.
At least it wasn't a full sweep. Hollywood now he's going to have to go up against AJ, Nexus, how do we want to say his name? Hasaj, and Sin. So we will see if he can make the reverse sweep. It's definitely not impossible, but, I mean, that is a really, really tough lineup to go up against. I think out of the rookies that we have here, I do think that Sin has been one of the more impressive ones that we've seen so far. He's definitely showing up.
Oh, I forgot AJ plays Victor. Oh, my. Wake me up. Wake me up when this is over. Just wake me up fully when this is over.
Yeah, we will. We'll have to see. Hollywood might be able to push this one through.
All
He
right,
might
let's
be able to
see.
push this one pretty far. But yeah, Victor was one that I think we saw at the end of last season starting to come out more. People were starting to develop a play style, maybe out of the lack of expectation from other teams. So let's see if it still holds up.
Absolutely. Using these armor moves and just this flurry of offense, immediately putting him on the defensive. But Hollywood, again, knows how to play Tekken. He studied from some of the best in the league and has consistently gotten better and better season over season. But AJ is not done. They saw each other in the finals. AJ may be looking for his revenge here. Then you beat me once, shame on me, but I'm not losing again. AJ with the life lead, but heat is still available for Hollywood. But AJ now pops his heat. Hollywood gets thrown. This could be huge. One more hit.
Tap. And that'll be the connection he needed from a slight range to get the finish. So now it wasn't a full sweep from X-Ray, but really it was just an intermission. Hollywood picked up. Yeah, so T1 versus T1 again.
Huh?
And
Sorry, I
AJ
fell asleep.
wins that
there were
one.
too many Eddies. I just horrible dreamed that there was just Eddies and Victors everywhere. And the LAX gods were, oh, never mind, that wasn't a dream. Okay, cool. Happy to be back, joining y'all here. Finals coming up next. How are you feeling about it, Speedy?
I'm feeling pretty good about it. The finals is one of the games that I was actually really excited to see in the league when I heard that it came in. As soon as the game came out, honestly, I thought that it would be a great game for the league, and it's shown to be such. So I'm excited to see what kind of strategies they develop, because with 5v5, I think 5v5 is optimal for the fact that we just play one team versus one team. I do think that the 5v5 works out optimally. Originally, I was kind of uncertain because a lot of people that have played the game know that standard it's 3v3, but it's also more than two teams. So coming out and seeing it played kind of I don't really want to make the comparison, but if you think of like Call of Duty back from the early 2010s, the domination style play modes and stuff like that, I do start to think of when I see the 5v5 in the finals. It's pretty similar to that with new ways to play. You have your heavies, your mediums, your lights, and as we get over to it, we'll explain it. But we're going to head into the Tier 1 matchup coming off of that game of Tekken to see how it's looking now. AJ Lil Blue 8-1. That is a fantastic looking record. 2-7, however. Hollywood starting to look like some of the teams that disappointed us last year at the end of the season. Not a great record to start off with. The only wins he has are in the sports category.
Hollywood's just a sports player.
Yeah, so Hollywood has become a sports player. We know how much more he is than that.
Honestly,
but with this season being more team-oriented because of the average of game types being larger player pools, we have more of the 5v5s, more of the games lead towards 3v3 plus, whereas last season we had 5, 6 1v1 games on the wheel. So there was a lot more of an opportunity for people to just be individual playmakers. 2v2s were very common as well. AJ Lil Blue 3-0 in fighters. Very impressive when you're going up against like a rookie fighter like Napkin. So
I'm going to be honest with you. The best part of this video is, remember, he was holding the gun before. I think he's lost too many shooters now to actually hold up the gun. Hollywood just got to be like, I'm the Tier 1.
Oh, no.
I'm the Tier 1. While AJ sitting there just, shh, don't speak. Don't speak.
I think AJ's mewing over there.
Oh, my goodness. Let's not. Can we please not?
9-1 for AJ, actually. That's a correction. It is 9-1 because he just took that fighter. So now out of 10 games, 90%. I mean, he's got an A in this match.
That is a Tier 1.
Yeah, that's a Tier 1.
AJ is the example now of the Tier 1 across every single one of the games that have been played thus far.
Yeah. And when you look at New Moon from last season, I think there was actually a big discussion about which of those players would come up, because not being tiered last season, just having all the players be pretty like even across the board, and us not like, we didn't really have to give any consideration to who each team thought was their best player. So I think there was more of a discussion I think there was more of an order set out for the Reapers, whereas New Moon, I think everybody had their specialties, and they were well-rounded enough in everything else to where I don't know that we many people really had a consideration for who was better than who. They were a pretty even team all around, and I think maybe that's what got the Reapers the win, is having those weapons in their back pocket that they could take out at any time.
I remember just some of those unexpected games in the finals that ended up shifting the tides, but an unexpected moment just happened where, of the 2 teams here, it wasn't the team with 4 rookies that ran out of timeouts first. It was actually this veteran squad having to burn their last timeout. Yes, there's 15 minutes left in the game. And yes, I think their setups are better than week 1. I can give them that. But even still, how many of these were used straight up for strategy, and how many were used because, hey, they're going to be taken anyway?
Yeah. Only 15 minutes remaining. I don't really think that they've got much to worry about with this being their last time out. It's not like they're going to lose 11 games to timeout failures.
Forfeit.
They would have to forfeit
timeout
5
failure,
times.
timeout failure.
They would have to have 6 timeout failures
wrong
in
setup.
15 minutes. With
wrong
5
setup.
forfeits.
Wrong setup.
Yeah.
Crazier things.
No, not crazier things. If that happened, that would be the craziest thing that's ever happened. What are your crazier things? Name one. Name one crazier thing. I remember in Majora's Mask when the moon crashed into the earth. I think that's the only thing in video games that's been crazier than if we had 6 failure to set up and 5 forfeits. Yeah. No, I think you're a little off base there, but we've got.
You might have got me there. You might have got me. Okay, I might be wilding. On that one. Okay, fair, Speedy, fair.
You weren't thinking right because you've been working off of PC brain this whole time. It's what happens when you use a SurfThing. They are just so technologically advanced. We rely on them for everything, and so should you. Get yourself a SurfThing. They play 33 games here for all the gamers in the league. You see how well it's working out for them. They've been able to have this super competitive atmosphere. I'm sure the XGods would love to vouch for them right now with all the wins they've been taking. So head on over to SurfThing.com. Grab yourself a SurfThing if you're looking for any sort of PC upgrade.
So we will be playing not the standard mode that many people are associated with the finals. This is normally people see the cash out mode.
Yeah.
We're actually going to be playing Power Shift. This is where a giant platform is playing kind of tug of war between the 2 teams.
Yeah.
And we will be doing it on Skyway Stadium.
I honestly think that what? Wait, that's gonna be fun. That's actually gonna be fun. Power Shift on Skyway is gonna be cool.
For people that don't know, Speedy doesn't get caught off guard a lot, and I think that was one of those genuine moments that we actually got to see Speedy. Speedy's like, "Yeah, I'm." Huh?
Yeah, no, I that one caught me because I don't know. That's gonna be fun. That's a combination that's gonna be very entertaining. I think. I don't even think it matters who wins here. It's gonna be an entertaining game.
So what's so different about Skyway Stadium?
So Skyway Stadium. It really has to do with the game mode mixed with the map. There's gonna be a lot of opportunities for people to not die to guns. There's gonna be a lot of opportunities for people to just kind of lose to themselves.
Where's my pillow? Where's my pillow?
Yeah. No, trust me. You're going to want to watch this one. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of opportunities for people to die to things that aren't guns here. It's going to be a very interesting matchup. I got to be honest with you. When it comes to this 5v5, when it's just team versus team, 5v5, I do actually prefer the Power Shift game mode.
Okay.
I think a 3v3 with multiple teams is a lot more fun for cash out. So I see why these teams have been choosing Valorant. Oh, they ran you all your fighters in a row, so they had to give me a few shooters to run down.
For you. The game also loves to have some fun. The Blaze are the Steamrollers.
Oh, yes. The Blaze are the Steamrollers. Good to know.
The XGods are the Kingfish.
The Kingfish, yeah. So Skyway Stadium here. This one is very fun. Very pretty map. You see that all the buildings are intact for now. That will change. There are going to be a few opportunities here, but you see how high these buildings are. That's the reason I say there's going to be opportunities for people to more or less, maybe not even die, just more like be completely out of the fight for about half a minute. There's going to be a lot of opportunities for people to fall off of the platform very high up. It's going to be very difficult for them to get back on the objective. So it's going to be about who has better control here. We see a little bit of invisibility coming out so you can get some high ground. A battle going down right now between 2 mediums or medium and a light, it looks like right now. And we are watching
Milk Zolo.
Yeah, Zolo at the moment.
Okay.
This might be his game. Let's see. Chasing down a player. Falls off the roof, but did a decent amount of damage. Gets on the objective. Gonna take out one of these players standing on the objective. That is a lot of health that he's got to burn down.
That is a heavy,
first.
and I believe that was Nexus wielding the spear.
Oh, and there he goes down. Havoc. 3 teammates down right now for Zolo. He's one of his last teammates alive. He does get a kill. And it looks like the revive is going to come out for that player
Goodness,
as well.
He is moving, and maybe we talked about and see why that shooting strength. Once again, the second half has been a great display of where their talent is, taking back up to the rooftops to maintain this high ground and look for the fight. But no one's pushing the platform.
Yeah, not at the moment. I think Zolo is waiting for his team to come back in and take control of the platform, and it looks like that's what they did. He's not going to be an objective player. I think this is their gunner for this game. Finally, here at the end of this matchup, I think we're going to see something that Zolo is going to be very, very useful for on this team rather than just somewhere from mediocre to not experienced. This is the kind of thing they need him for. We need to see this in Rainbow Six. We need to see this in the finals. He needs to be their shooter from now on to put himself somewhere on this team as a notable figure.
Absolutely, absolutely. And now I'm looking, and it looks like the Blaze are starting to move this platform. They're absolutely having everything push forward, and maybe some of that talent, some of that skill that we heard about before absolutely working to their advantage. Look at this movement from Hollywood.
Yeah, Hollywood very clearly knows what he's doing. He's actually going to pull out the stun gun, so he might be going for an easy kill. It might be an opening for them to run in. Some of his teammates dying, and it looks like there's another player running through him there.
An assist gained on Hasaj, looking for the stun, immediately drop. This gameplay, honestly, I am absolutely impressed and happy to see exactly what they're able to bring.
Ooh, how's that nade? That did some damage. Let's see, he couldn't land the shots for a kill. He does have a lot of teammates on respawn right now, unfortunately. So they're going to have to reset for this objective.
Hollywood was one of the best Call of Duty players, and looking at this, the movement, the speed, a lot of it fits into his playstyle. X-Ray Aspect immediately falling, unable to take a fight, and now the shots are coming out. Wall going up, trying to buy his team some space. I think that's from Havoc once again, trying to just hold on to this point and push it back. Pops the invisibility.
Yeah, going to throw that incendiary, so that point is not very fun to stand on right now. That player just barely getting behind the shield of Havoc in time. Not going to go, eventually goes down, I believe, and Hollywood assisted it. He's going to go for the 1v1 here on the roof. He isn't going to win it. He's actually going to lose that one and give the high ground advantage over to the XGods now. And here's this player that is eventually going to go down. I believe it might have been a trade there for Nexus.
Managed to kill Hollywood, immediately dying himself relatively quickly. We'll be respawning in 5 seconds. Now we're on to Electric, who has been an electrifying shooter all day today. Let's see if he's able to bring it up for his team and really keep them in a position to control the entire match. He's taking some shots. He's taking a lot of damage and having to just rotate, looking to take another fight here. I love this idea. They're using their heavy to control the point, but also not dropping down. I say that as bodies are raining from the sky.
Yeah, quite a few of them dropping. I am curious why Electric is he's playing that medium, but he's not playing it with the healing like we see here from
Napkin
from
focused
Napkin. Yeah, it looks like Napkin is playing with the standard healing set of the medium to be able to keep his team alive. But it looked like Electric was playing with the turret setup on his medium. Interestingly enough,
this is the danger of goo when you put goo all around you.
Yep.
One fire grenade will ignite the entirety, and I love the commitment here from Napkin. Just saying, if I keep my wall up, I'll be okay. If I keep my wall up, I'll be okay.
Yep.
Doing his absolute best, and he managed to survive and immediately puts more goo up.
Yeah, they're putting out that pressure right now, about halfway into, but the fight is going to take place on the objective. We're already going to see Napkin drop. Now we see,
I think there was a turret on the point. We're at halftime, but the LA XGods may have finally found their footing.
Yeah, it looks like they have 3 on the objective, and they're still going for kills. Rajane finally goes down, and that's going to be a lot of players on respawn for the Blaze. But the XGods have some distance to make up in these next 5 minutes, so there's plenty of time still for the XGods to come back, but the Blaze are in a good position to take another fight. They have plenty of time to still set up.
As we clip between these different cameras and jump between them, it reminds me that, like, back on the Reapers, Hollywood always talked about and has been very vocal in speaking with him of, like, he kind of locks in when he plays games. He doesn't talk as much. He's not that in-game vocal leader. And I think maybe that's one thing that is missing from this team. If he was used to having somebody like Cat, who was always going to be vocal, be talking, push his team to be, like, calming and find those opportunities, if the team loses direction, someone's going to have to provide it. And I have to look at the tier 1 at that point.
Yeah. That is a really, really great point. He is going to have to push himself out of his comfort zone. That's some insight that I think gives us a little more than a little bit of a clue in as to what's going on here. Hollywood needs to start learning to get in the position. I don't know that anybody else on this team is going to step into that position, feel comfortable enough to lead the entire team, to come up with strategies and feel supported by everybody. That has to be Hollywood. All eyes are on him by the league, so why wouldn't eyes be on him for his own team? And right now, finally getting control of the objective again after it pushes into their half, and now we're going to see...
Unable to confirm that kill. He was 1 or 2 shots away and just now in a rough spot trying to now get back on full height for this team. Trying to help his team just keep this push up.
Yes, and it looked like naded the objective. He's got a little bit of distance, but he is able to do this, catch some of these flankers coming in from the side, still holding onto the high ground. Took a lot of damage, but that's going to heal up here in a moment as long as he doesn't get into another fight.
And X-Ray once again on this rooftop, jumping down, trying to make a play. We see the entirety of, and this, I believe on X-Ray's account, this must be Hassaj that we're watching. Kills Hollywood and is absolutely just putting pressure down. He's killing every single person. You can see 3 of his teammates are dead, and yet he still feels like he's putting pressure onto the point. We're still at this halfway mark. He's jumping in, tossing grenades, causing as much havoc as he can. No pun intended.
Yeah. Yeah, still putting out the pressure, but not able to get the control at the moment. Control still going the way of the Blaze. So the XGods not able to cross over the halfway point, but there is going to be another fight before this is all over. And it looks like most of the team dead on the side of the XGods right now, so they're probably going to need a bit of a reset.
Yes, the respawns are just coming in. We saw basically a full 30 seconds where they're alone. 2 minutes are left on the clock, but this platform is still so close to the middle. It really is going to come down to these next handful of fights. Whoever's able to find another advantage like that will absolutely get the distance. If the Blaze are able to just hold on to this platform for a little bit longer, but the story of the day for the Blaze has been getting to the finish line but being unable to cross. I need them in these final moments of the game to just find that energy, find that moment to show me that you can get across it. But as Eric Gardel goes down, immediately, though, a nice trade back in, and this Heavy is holding this point for his life, but we see a sneaky revive coming in, trying to keep his team in the fight. Electric back up. The entirety of the XGods are looking now to make a play. Low gravity means a lot more movement for these light classes, making it harder for these heavies to maybe get a lockdown.
Uh-oh. Not a good place to be, but it looks like Hollywood is going to get one, and actually Sin is going to go ahead and eliminate him, trying to get up on the platform.
Sin doing an amazing job here, and is now just trying to get back up, but it's still slowly.
This was the difficulty that I was talking about. Once you fall, it's very hard to get up there. Thank goodness for low gravity. And we saw a lot of these grappling hooks come out for a reason. It does take up a slot.
But you land into the fight with a Heavy, with a shield and a spear.
He had so much time to prepare for you.
I sat there and waited, and I was like, cool, I saw you up in there anyway. You gonna come down here, buddy? You want to play?
Yeah, and it does look like for the moment the XGods do have control while the Blaze are trying to reset, but I believe both teams have players down, so there might still be a fight to be had here.
But with 30 seconds left on the clock, I'm looking at Milk Zolo. It's time to make your play. It's time to make your stand. It's time to say I'm back in the UEL. Y'all are lucky that I've been gone as long as I have. There are 20 seconds left, and they are approaching that middle of the line mark. They need to stop this if you are the Blaze. You need to get them off of this point, because that's the only way to make this game end.
Yeah, that's the win
You're
condition.
You're going to get to the point where I just need bodies. I need grenades and bodies on that point to make it where they have to step off. Sudden death, take back control. You see it, one jumped off. Milk Zolo is down. We might actually see.
The XGods are still pushing. They have a lot of players on the objective, so it's going to push faster than if it was just a singular player. The Blaze have quite a few down right now. It looks like they're getting a few revives coming in. They have to get this stopped. There's going to be another fight. We're going to see a lot of people throwing themselves at the objective. Here comes the fight on the roofs, and right now we do see a kill come out for the Blaze. They need to get a few more before it crosses this halfway point.
But I'm looking at Nexus here. They managed to do it. I think they managed to do it. Each time we see the revive, I don't think you have time to get this revive.
No, it looks like control.
No, and it flips there at that last second.
Flipped over right there. The control went to the Blaze, and that became a win for the team. But look how close that bar was. They got control of the objective just when they needed to. Barely.
That would be the scenario.
Yeah, that was a rough one. Blaze, thank goodness, finally took a win on one of these shooters, one of the ones that they've been trying for so long, a category that they were pushing it toward the XGods for a long time. They finally got one. They were close in quite a few others. Now we're headed into Valorant. Maybe they can keep up that momentum. Another 5v5 shooter. But this time, no Hollywood.
Absolutely, and I think that's a huge devastation. We saw Hollywood clutch out a 4v1 situation in the finals to keep his team in the game. You would want him on deck for this. There's a lot of young players and a lot of people that I don't know how many of them have PCs. I've heard pretty decently that the Blaze are lacking in the PC department, and if you don't have a PC, there's console Valorant, so you can at least kind of learn the game. But we don't play on console here in the league. We play on PC, and so now I have to wonder, for people at home kind of wondering how this game, how do we end up in a 16-6 situation? The 6 games the Blaze won are NHL, 2K, Football Company. Noticing a trend right there. MK1 was an FF by the XGods, Ejected Rivals, and just finally the finals, breaking a streak of games that has been tremendously long. Now on the flip side, if you want your shooters, you have Apex and Halo. If you want your fighters, you have Blaze Blue, Dragon Ball Fighters, everything but MK1, basically.
Yeah, Dragon Ball Fighters is another tough one that they they could have had. Tekken 8, not quite nearly as close. And it sounds like the Blaze are going to forfeit Valorant?
Like I said, if you know that a lot of your players don't have PCs, I think this is Hollywood showing kind of a little bit of kindness to these rookies. And kind of saying, like, hey, you've reached the end of the finish line. How's it feel?
So, okay, so we're going to have, of course, with 2 minutes remaining.
wait. College football is a very interesting game. I believe the timer was shortened, which is insane to say when we have 3-minute quarters. I believe it's 2-minute quarters now.
I believe we got a timeout from the Blaze as well here.
Oh, Rejane want to play this.
Yeah.
Rejane want to play this. He like, no. Let me get my game in. Let me get my game in. Even if I got to hold y'all hostage for half an hour.
Yeah. It is 18-6 now, so they can, if the Blaze can go up to 7, they can stop the XGods from defeating them by 3 times their score. So that's what they're fighting for. That's what's on the line here.
That's so sad. Somebody get the lady that sings In the Arms of an Angel on the phone. Just make this entire room black and white.
Oh, no.
When you're fighting for not to lose by 3 times your score, you're in a rough spot.
Show those black and white pictures of Hollywood and Garto.
You too, for $5 a day, can buy Hollywood a win. Go ahead and subscribe to the UEL Twitch channel.
Oh.
It's going to be an amazing
time.
College football 25, though, very different game. My guess is there's going to be a forfeit because they do not. I don't think they want to play this. I'm pretty sure they want to go home.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so we're going to get – is that CTR? Yeah, it is. It's
Hollywood,
CTR.
I bet you wish you had that forfeit. I think we're at the very end. Yeah, I can see a look on Hollywood's face that is – there's no way.
Yeah, let's see.
And I think this is going to be close to our game. I think we're pretty confident.
Forfeit XGods to the Blaze.
What game are you looking for? You have no timeouts.
Yeah, with 10 seconds left and no timeouts. Let's see what we spin. It's Overwatch 2. Let's play it.
I'm down for it.
Let's
set it up.
Do they have to? It's 10 seconds left. Nope, they're not playing it. Game's over.
Okay, and with that, with these 2 quick forfeits, we are coming to the conclusion of the game. My time here has been amazing with you, Speedy. We've had a great time, and I think we're going to be transitioning over to the post-game interview. If you are new here, please join us again tomorrow. We do have another game actually being played. It is the Wolves-Reapers game. Okay, the Wolves-Reapers. So we're going to get some post-game interviews going on.
All right.
We're going to chat with some of these players. Max, we ask some of the hard-hitting questions that the people at home want to know. So we'll take a quick shot of the arena and then pop back in with a few interviews.
Yes.
What's up? What's up?
All right. Well, that was a tough match for you guys. That one ended around, I believe, 18-8. Definitely not a shutout by any means. We've heard a couple of things from you guys about your strengths and weaknesses, and I know that there were some conversations about shooters. So talk to us about what happened with those shooters today and why the XGods were able to take a few of those off of you.
Yeah, after the first half, I kind of had a feeling where our team was kind of heading in direction of for the game. So at the end of the day, I want to make sure we have people in for games that I need to see them play. As the GM and owner, I need to see what my team is capable of. So like Roller Champions, I feel like I could go in and win by myself, but I want to see what my team has and how their practicing is. I want to see how good they practice and on stage. Halo, same thing. I think that's about it for the shooters. I mean, Valorant, we have a very tough lineup for that. So, yeah, I'd say that's about it for the shooting part.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of pressure on you, Hollywood, in particular, but also to you, Garto, coming back into the league after a long time away. This is your first game back, so welcome back to the league. First of all, you had some wins of your own. You definitely did show up, but what are some things that you're looking to improve on as the season goes on now that you're integrating yourself back in?
So, yeah, I'm really looking to improve just as a player and as a coach position as well, because I was one of the coaches for this game today. Something that I know that I need to work on as well is, not only just being able to do things myself, but also being able to help out our teammates, because we have 4 rookies, Napkin, Mari, Rejay, and Jade, to kind of get their, this is their first step into the UEL, really. This is their rookie season. This is their debut game. So a lot of it is that we had to prepare our rookies as well in order to be ready for these games. We have our games that we're good at, and there's games that we win, and so do our rookies, but we just had to prepare them for the point that, certain things can happen with setups, with PCs. So, yeah, at that point, I think I just need to work on my coaching skills and as well as my individual performance as well.
And in comparison to the last season that you had here, how are the rookies doing in comparison to your, when you first started out in the league? And what do you notice with the veteran? Has the skill level changed at all in the league since the last time you've been playing?
I would say so. I think our rookies are pretty good. I think there was a lot of games still left on there that we were very confident in. Some things, like without having another coach in here and we both are playing a game, it's very hard to 100% make sure the games are set up properly. So I think we're going to work on that. But, yeah, I think just looking forward, we need to get more practice in with them to keep up with the XGods. I mean, they have 4 former Eclipse members. They have Havoc, which was debatably the best player on the XGods last season, and 2 rookies that really showed out today.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they were definitely like sticking right up there with everybody in almost all of the games.
I would still definitely say shout out to XGods. They have 5 veterans that I believe have good head on their shoulders. They all have experience in the league as well, and I think they did a really good job with the rookies that they picked up and also preparing them for this game. Because, even though a lot of people said, XGods were going to take it, and that happened to be the case, but we were just as we were looking forward to this game and coming in to win. But score says it, and it just shows us that we need things to work on as well.
Yeah, I mean, a great game from you guys. Obviously, there are things to learn from. It's always good to have a mindset like that. Now, the last thing that we wanted to ask is obviously a lot of build-up coming into this game. Hollywood, you were pretty hot coming into it. You had a lot of ideas. I'm sure there's a lot of things you still want to do with this team, but I think a lot of people want to know what you have to say to Spicy now.
I still had a better record than him. I think I went 4-8 or something like that, and he doesn't have 4 rookies playing.
That is facts.
I think they had 2, so it's the same as the XGods.
And most of our rookies don't even have PC, so
yeah,
we also took a pretty
I went
decent hit on
4-8
that.
with 4 rookies. He went 2-10 with 2 rookies.
Spicy not looking so spicy. That's all. That's all we got.
And honestly, you can call Milk a rookie too. He hasn't played for 3 seasons.
That's facts.
Well, Garto coming in to back you up on that one shows that you guys are clearly tight. This team is going to work well together. So we look forward to seeing the way that you guys improve throughout the season, and we can't wait to watch the rest of your games.
Yeah, I'm definitely thankful for the loss. I think if our rookies came in and won the first game versus a lot of Eclipse / New Moon / Karma players, we wouldn't grow. So at the end of the
100%.
day, it was a win-win game for us.
You gotta lose. You gotta learn how to lose to win. That's the name of it. So.
Yep.
There you go. Well, thank you guys so much for your time, and good luck in your future games.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Peace. Have a good night.
All right, and we are back with the LA XGods for a post-game interview presented by SurfThing. I got to start off. How'd y'all lose 5-6 games? 8 games, excuse me. How'd y'all lose 8 games?
7. 7, actually.
Okay, you lost more than 1. How did that happen?
They are a really tough sports team. If you're competing against us in sports.
My one loss was a sell, bro. I was like, dude, I look like.
All right, tell me right now, who sold?
Selling,
who sold?
Me. In 2K, I sold.
Okay.
But that was my only loss, though. So you know what I mean.
All right. So I'm trying to think. Y'all, I want to come up with something. Y'all look very good. But if y'all don't clean up these setups, how did y'all lose all your timeouts as well? I'm trying to think of everything because y'all look like a championship team.
Hey, listen, we lost a timeout off of like sending in rotations and stuff.
Okay.
We lost one off of like one of the setups taking forever. I forgot which game that was.
And then Sin's account for Steam.
Yeah,
worked,
that was
so
tough.
To switch
and then we
X-ray
used a timeout after we forfeited MK right before half.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we used a different timeout. I don't know where I think that counts for like what 4 or 5.
Yeah,
I don't
takes
know,
like
but
4.
whatever.
I don't know.
Y'all are coming in. Y'all have a lot of veteran talent. You know, y'all coming from another team, a championship team. Was this personal? Did y'all just want to beat Hollywood and just remind him?
No. Well, yes. Okay. Well, I wanted to beat Hollywood for one reason, and that reason was vengeance for Spicy. It wasn't vengeance for the last finals or anything. I mean, he's running his own team. You know, it's all brand new and everything. But just saying like, you know, if I was T1, I would do this. Bro, you came in, you won like what, 3 games, 2 games, and got shit did it on. I'm sorry, but
so I see. And Nexus, you chilling right now.
Having a great
I'm
time.
asking. All right, are you the best tier 2 in the league? First and foremost, I'm asking.
Hell yeah!
Yeah, I who are the other T2s? Who?
Going down different teams.
It ain't Cutters, it's Nexus.
If it ain't Cutters. So you saying Cutters is better than Nexus? Right
I said
now?
it ain't Cutters, it's Nexus.
Okay.
Is Cutters T2?
What is y'all's final
so.
record going to
Is
be?
he
I'm
T2?
gonna let y'all go, but what is y'all final record going to be right now?
Postseason or in general?
In general, regular season.
Regular season? Hey, we going like, how many games are there, 10?
There's 10.
All right, I'll put a realistic number. We'll go 8-2.
8-2.
There's still gonna be some learning games that we got to play. You know, we're gonna play the Reapers. That's gonna be really tough for us. We got to play the Ravens twice, the Bots. It's all gonna be tough games. But realistically, 8-2. But I believe we'll go 9-1.
Yeah, I'll put in my realistic prediction. I'm saying 9-1.
9-1. Okay.
Yep. I think the main team is Reapers. Those are going to be an extremely hard game, of course.
The Wolves is going to be a really tough game, too. That's a
we
good
play
squad.
the Wolves.
They play tomorrow night. They play the Reapers, actually. That's a
That'll
tough
be a
first
fun
game
game.
for them, but I think the Wolves are going to be a very good team to play against. That's also going to be a very tough matchup.
All right, I want to thank y'all for the post-game interview. Thank y'all again. Y'all looking really good. I'm just don't end up like the XGods from last season where you win the first half and then I need y'all to keep playing as well.
Come on, we got championship DNA in our blood.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Happy to see it, and
A championship appearance blood.
the rest of the league will keep an eye out. We will catch y'all on the next game. Thank you once again. those were our post-game interviews presented by SurfThings that power the UEL. Such an amazing sponsorship and a great time. Speedy, how you feeling after today?
I mean, I'm a little worn down after that game. I think I feel like the Blaze right now, honestly. That flame is dwindling, but they're going to find a way to heat themselves back up, I'm sure, in these next couple of games. We do have some pretty exciting games coming up for the rest of the week, though, as well.
Yes, we finally get to see some of, if not the rest of the teams that have not played just yet, but they all have touch matchups. Starting tomorrow, we see our reigning champions Reapers show up against the Delaware Wolves, and it should be another banger. We heard him talking there. A lot of New Moon is dispersed. I believe Snappy's over on the Wolves, so we'll get a chance to see one of these teams and a North team with a strong North Conference.
Yeah, he's gonna have to really show what he's worth up against those Reapers for sure. So we've got that coming up tomorrow. Then Saturday we have the Ravens and Bots. That should actually be kind of a banger.
That should be a great game.
Yeah, we're not going to be on that one, but that is going to be a really, really strong matchup. And then one that I am super excited for. I think a lot of people know that I have a bias to this team, not as like my favorite team, but just my favorite to watch, whether they win or lose. We've got Clicks coming in, a very similar roster to what they had last season with a few adjustments. I'm really excited to see what they have against this new and improved Bandits roster. I think that's going to be another really good game. So I think, honestly, this weekend is going to be pretty packed with action.
Absolutely.
It's going to be great to see the teams that we haven't seen yet, see what they're really worth, and then see those teams that are 1-0, see if they can hold on to it or if they're going to fall to the middle of the pack.
It's all going to be decided this week, the second week of Season 9 of the UEL. Please be sure to join us at 6 p.m. tomorrow for an amazing, amazing game, once again, between the Wolves and the Reapers. My name has been Strix, joined here with Speedy, and it has been an amazing show to put on for you tonight. So have a great evening, rest up, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow.